and for research and development, for oceanography study. So I think that we should pay attention. We are people who has pleased God Almighty to put near the most important junction in the sea, and we must not show any sign that we don't deserve our geostrategic location. Another thing I want us to talk about is that the Navy is not just by the border looking outside. The Navy is also our platform to conquer the mystery around the rivers that we have. You will see that in the past, up to Barrow, up to the middle of the country, we could navigate the Benue, we could navigate the Niger, we could navigate even what we used to call the Olokun River, which is now Ethiop River, one of the deepest inland waterways in the world. So we can triple our economy in this country if we manage our inland waterways. These are very important. Even in Lagos here, many of the people get stuck in traffic. They're actually getting stuck just next to where they could have used the water to travel around. So I want us to understand that it's not an arcane subject. It's not that the Institute is bored and they're looking for some esoteric subject to discuss. They're actually discussing everything that has to do with your welfare. If you look at everything that you do, in fact, most of us who are here will admit that many of the things we are wearing on our body, the food we are eating this morning, many of them came by sea. And it's very important. So I don't want to pretend to be a guest lecturer. I'm just the chairman of the occasion. But this is to justify to you that you have come to the right place. You may have come for other reasons, but you will leave here much grateful to God that you came here. Secondly, that you should pay a lot of attention. What we are doing here is important, and it will not end here. And I thank you for the attention.
I think as Nigerians, we have to understand the situation and the circumstances we do find ourselves into. Sometimes the technology do fail. Somebody may think, why is the generator? Well, it's one of those things, so we have to take it in good faith. We are in maritime domain awareness, so we have to understand what is surrounding the domain awareness. And this is part of the challenges that you can find even at sea when you are moving. No houses, nothing. You cannot see anything, nobody to come to your rescue. In this case, I had one of the staffs whispering that the NEPA official is not available, the generator is this and that, and it's the same thing when you are in the ship. So the maritime domain awareness also constitutes a lot of these kind of challenges. Let me start by appreciating the Vice Chancellor, my brother, and who works tirelessly every day to see how he can improve the well-being of Nigerians in every strata. He has been doing that for so many decades. The last time we were together, one of his classmates told me that he used to be one of the young guests in their own class at the University of Ibadan. And he was one of those youngest professors. So he continued to, explore that opportunity to use his useful age, because when you start early, you will correct your mistakes along the line. Those who start late, they may not have the opportunities. So because he started early, so he can do and do better, every day improving on what he has done. So I want to appreciate you, Pastor Sally, my brother. Prince Adewale, I think I've been meeting you, but this is the first time I'm meeting you closely. As the chairman, I would like to thank you and congratulate you for that. Usually, NIA used to take very careful care in terms of selecting who and who should be in their own domain when they are presenting papers. So that's why I don't joke. I have another assignment to do. I had to abandon that one and come to this place. I don't want, so that I cannot miss anything, especially when you are talking of the maritime domain awareness. So I don't want here. My royal father, Chamberlain, there's nothing we can do in maritime domain without the traditional leaders, because they know their own domain and they know what happened first. If we want to get real-time, on-time intelligence information on the happening to your coastal waters, get hold of our own traditional rulers. And that's why we are having problems, we are getting things wrong. Unless we begin to realize, bringing the stakeholders together and make sure that we don't relegate the communities, the coastal communities, then that is when we will get our own things right. I believe Rear Admiral Akon will take that area with all seriousness and other things. We have India here. NIMASA, in dealing with non-kinetic operations, we do consider the National Seafarers Development Program, where we pick younger generations from the coastal communities that doesn't have the opportunity to go to school and send them to various institutions of learning abroad, especially India, Greece, UK. India is one of the largest countries that we do patronize in sending our own children. I think more than half of the total number of our Nigerian CPRS students, they are graduated in India. So I want to welcome you back. Other officers of the Nigerian Navy, men and women, distinguished guests, good afternoon. My task is simple. I was asked to give a keynote address on the maritime domain awareness. I will try my best to see what I can say as far as the issue of the maritime domain awareness is concerned, so that the audience who are not very familiar with the maritime domain can understand the concept of the maritime domain. Normally, sometimes back when we talk maritime domain, we consider mostly the issue of security. It's much more than that. And this is one of the key issues that the NIIA seek to achieve, to create awareness and to broaden the knowledge. That is why the creations of governance, in terms of ocean governance, in terms of their own curriculum. So I want to welcome you all and thank you very much. Let me start this discourse by a poster to the effect that there is a saying that if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve or manage it. I draw allusion to this question, to this quotation, in view of the fact that maritime domain is boundless and difficult to put a fine scope to. For boundaries of land, we can have an easy delineation. We can build walls and manage the ingress and exit. This, for one, makes insecurity on land somewhat easier to manage than that of the sea. Although the challenges in relation to the insecurity of land, that is demography, in fact, everyone in the maritime community should have long known and accepted the boundless openness and vulnerabilities of our many ports and coastal areas. This realization, therefore, should be trigger for a more poignant, proactive, and focused attention on what transpires in the maritime domain. Back to Sforza. While the General Court says, if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve or manage it, a renowned economist and strategist, W. Edwards Deming, presented a narrative that it is costly myth to force that if it cannot be measured, it can be managed. In his words, he said, it is wrong to suppose that if you cannot measure it, you can manage it. A costly myth. One cannot agree any less with a strategist, because if you conclude that we cannot manage our coastal areas and maritime domain simply because it is open and borderless, then we have so much to lose in view of the fact that 95% of our trade and livelihood occurs and depend on these open and boundless waters. And I tend to agree with this statement because towards the end of 2020, we do experience an average attack in our territorial waters maybe about 6 times in a week, average 1 in a day per vessel. Now today we are celebrating over 1.5 years without attack courtesy of the Nigerian Navy. Even though last week the Gulf of Guinea broke that silence far away, about close to 500 nautical miles away from Nigeria, we experienced another attack for the first time in the last 1.5 years. So that means truly, no matter what, no matter the issue of boundless maritime domain we have, there are men and women out there. When we are sleeping, when we are relaxing, when we are in the market, they sacrifice their life to make sure that they manage and police our own maritime domain. And that's what transpired, and that's what we are seeing now in Nigerian territorial water and beyond. That is the entire Gulf of Guinea. Today, the Gulf of Guinea is being removed as the most dangerous waters to trade, and we are also removed as part of those. I have been seeing right off there is a difference between war risk insurance or the issue of dangers of our own waters. We are yet to get to the level where we can get out of war risk insurance. We are still making consultation with the international communities and the Lloyd's of London to make sure that Nigeria is being removed from that particular list. But what we are removed from, the risk aspect of it. That risk aspect of it concerns the trade between, or the contract between ship owner and the CPRs. If Nigeria is tagged as a high-risk area, the CPR, even if he signed agreement with the ship owner, he has the right to say, I'm not going to Nigeria. And irrespective of the contractual agreement, the ship owner cannot challenge the CPR. Secondly, if the CPR's salary is $10,000 US, if you are going to areas where it's being tagged as the high-risk area, it means you have to pay double. You have to pay him double as an incentive, irrespective of whatever challenges he pays and whatever insurance they are going to pay on his own behalf. So that has been removed also. This is reducing the cost of shipping and the cost of freight. So until when we get to that level, I just want to make this clearance, because I have seen right up saying that we are out of war risk insurance. We are not yet out. We are at the risk, out of risk area, and we are no longer the most dangerous waters to trade in. Now, the foregoing background is simply to intimate you on how and why we should perceive the significance of maritime domain awareness in relation to achieving the effective security architecture in the African maritime space. But what exactly maritime domain awareness means? Maritime domain awareness, according to the International Maritime Organization, is the effective understanding of anything associated with the maritime domain that could impact security, safety, the economy, or the maritime environment itself. It is therefore incumbent on all African coastal nations, including Nigeria, to take the subject of maritime domain awareness seriously, especially about matters of their national security, strategy, and economic development. One core and simplified way of appreciating maritime domain awareness is to state that the maritime domain awareness is the sharing of information and security, safety, responsibility among agencies, entities, and nations affected by the maritime domain. A maritime domain in itself includes every territory area or sphere of influence referring to the both spatial infrastructures and facilities of the maritime sector. It involves all components of maritime activities: infrastructure, people, institutions, vessels, cargo, and other conveyances. Accordingly, maritime domain awareness is the conscientious responsiveness of these components. The concept of maritime domain awareness provides many opportunities for the comprehensive understanding and inventory of the maritime sector, for planning,
strategy and policy development. Thus, it provides the baseline information for early risk detection and intervention planning. The outcome of domain awareness exposes problem, risk, and vulnerabilities, infrastructure, deficiencies, and requisite collaboration and intervention required. Understanding the maritime domain awareness is very important. And this is perhaps why several countries have undertaken specific initiatives to develop thematic policies around the concept. You can live in your own house and you don't know your own neighbors. You don't know your own who does what is doing. You see your neighbors stockpiling arms. You are just watching a car park. You will see arms carried into his house. You know he's out for something. So you have to start planning. That is maritime domain. You must understand the infrastructures around your own maritime domain. What cargo are you carrying? Who is doing business with you? What type of ship? Is it tanker? Is it container? Is it bulk carrier? You must understand this concept. And that is all about the maritime domain. The purpose of maritime domain is to facilitate timely, accurate decision making that is related to the maritime activities, providing institutional awareness of the maritime operation to ensure they are safe and secure. This helps to reduce sea blindness and mitigate the various risks at sea, such as the unregulated and unreported fishing and illegal activities like drug and weapon smuggling, human trafficking, terrorism, etc. These risks threaten the maritime ecosystem, resources, commercial, trade routes, and national boundaries. As a developing continent, it is imperative that we take a cue from the developed nation so that we can so take time to address and solve strategic problems and minimize in this regard. The U.S. President Joe Biden in May 2022 announced the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, an initiative with the regional partners and allies to promote a free and open Pacific. The Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness intends to connect regional partners and allies with American technologies to provide greater maritime situational awareness in real time, on time. This is following the trend of every other previous administration in taking collaborative efforts to improve the security architecture within the maritime domain worldwide. For a country like Nigeria, a major player in the Gulf of Guinea, it is imperative to assert that the several agencies share a synchronized role in the attainment of the effective maritime domain awareness. These agencies include the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the Nigerian Immigration Services, the Nigerian Customs Service, and several other stakeholders. These agencies and stakeholders are necessarily required to share information effectively among themselves based on statutory responsibilities to improve maritime security. You cannot achieve it all alone. Once there is an issue of security threat or safety, it affects everybody. So it's a matter of all. All those players must come together under one umbrella. That's why we created what we call Shared Gulf of Guinea. Not only Nigeria, but also all other players, because the water we have here in Nigeria, if you drop pure water, nothing obstructed, it will move from here up to United States. It will continue to move. And that is the key issue on insecurity. If there is insecurity, we have been hearing insecurity in Somalia, in the Indian Oceans, and other things like that. Nigeria, we laugh. We thought that is their own business. Today is our turn, even though we achieve what so many countries cannot achieve within the shortest possible time. For instance, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, by virtue of Section 22 of the NIMASA Act, bears, among others, duty of providing maritime security and to perform any other duty for ensuring maritime safety and security or do all matters incidental hereto. Section 22 of the NIMASA Act. The collaborative capacity of NIMASA is also statutorily enabled. The Section 23, subsection 10 of NIMASA Act stipulate that the existing powers under the Part 4, the agency may collaborate, request for all, and shall be entitled to assistance by other designated government agencies responsible for maintenance of security in the maritime zone. It is on the foregoing that NIMASA takes part of the role in galvanizing the action with other players in attainment of an effective maritime domain awareness. This can easily be seen in the setup of the Nigerian Industry Working Group, which includes Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Ministry of Transportation, Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Port Authority, the Marine Police, Interpol, the oil business and transportation industry, BIMCO, Intertanko, Intercargo, the Nigerian Ship Owners Association, the Nigerian Shippers Council, and the Nigerian Customs Service, among others. The objective of this working group is to accelerate efforts to tackle maritime threats by facilitating interaction between the stakeholders, pursuing the project through mutual collaboration, coordination, cooperation, and communication, and enhancing transparency between the government and the industry in addressing the shared goal and achieving the permanent prevention of insecurity and armed robbery in our own maritime domain. Another pivotal effort towards achieving an effective maritime domain awareness is the facilitation of the Deep Blue Project, which involves the C4I Center, which the Deep Blue Project itself is one of the country's total spectrum maritime security drive by the Nigerian Navy, anchored by 4 pillars: situational awareness, response capability, law enforcement, and local partnership and regional cooperation. The C4I Center, which is component of the project, is command, control, computer, and communication system, as well as intelligence, domain awareness for intelligence gathering. The C4I Center present operational headquarters of the project is an all-embracing strategy for the participation of the agencies in the Deep Blue Project. This is where the Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Air Force have collaborated to achieve the desired objective of the project without any issues in terms of either operations or relationship. For the first time, we are seeing all the stakeholders under one umbrella, including civilians. The Deep Blue Project is an all-encompassing with a lot of civilian mix. I used to call it rice and beans. You have military uniform, you have civilians cooperating together to ensure that we achieve the same goal for our dear nation. At the regional level, Nigeria has made effort in working with other African countries in achieving the effective maritime domain awareness, following the United Nations Security Council issuing 2 resolutions within the span of 2 years, urging the regional countries to urgently tackle the menace of maritime insecurity. Nigeria, alongside 24 other countries within ECOWAS, ECAS, and the Gulf of Guinea, came together to sign a joint declaration on the 25th of June 2013 in Yaoundé, Cameroon. The declaration, known as Yaoundé Architecture, was the regional member states to collaborate, fight piracy and other criminalities in our own waters. The Yaoundé Architecture for the Maritime Safety and Security laid the establishment of Interregional Coordination Center in Yaoundé, with each regional maritime security coordination center for West Africa in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and Regional Maritime Security Center in Central Africa in Pointe-Noire, Congo, respectively. The entire structure is for the information and intelligence sharing. The maritime domain awareness with strong support of the European Union in fulfillment of the 2013 declaration to further seek international collaboration. Nigeria with ICC Yaoundé International Coordinating Center engage with major international shipping industry and commodities group, Intertanko, Intercargo, as I mentioned earlier, to develop a framework known as Gulf of Guinea Maritime Collaboration Forum on Shared Awareness Deconfliction, that is Shared Gulf of Guinea, which was announced on the 26th of April 2021. The framework is multilateral initiative involving industry stakeholders and member countries in West and Central Africa. The Gulf of Guinea on the information sharing and incident reporting cooperation at sea and deconfliction. The G7++ Prince Gulf of Guinea is another multilateral cooperation with regional countries on the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the background of the maritime domain awareness, the definition, and what NIMASA's role in that. I believe the paper presenter, whom I know for over close to 30 years, will do justice on the operationality of this insecurity, and he has been a power player on land and at sea. While foregoing collaborative efforts take within Nigeria and Africa is to ensure attainment of an well-built maritime domain awareness, which can impact African maritime architecture, it is imperative to note there are still challenges in putting the efficient maritime domain awareness. And most notable of these challenges, reckoned by the Center of International Maritime Security, is the bestness of the maritime domain and regular activities thereon, which makes the attainment of holistic maritime domain awareness, challenging the government entities, shippers, and practically all entities throughout the maritime ecosystem. In Nigeria and Africa, is to accordingly attain, if Nigeria and Africa is to accordingly attain holistic maritime domain awareness, there is need for a stronger collaboration, which we can hear how that collaboration will look like from the experience of the speaker, and commitment of funds in setting up the C4I centers, that is command and control centers, in more African countries to work collaboratively, more importantly, and in relation to the setting up of these centers in acquisition of maritime domain awareness technologies and artificial intelligence. The technology can help to protect national borders by identifying hidden risk and profiling vessels entering into various territorial waters. Bearing in mind all that has been done in terms of regional collaborations, I am confident that Africa is in the right direction in attaining a stronger maritime domain awareness. All that simply must be done is to maintain a sense of continuity and constant review of operations while improving technologies devices. There is also be more transparency among the nations, as Jesper and Dana recommended and see understanding the share model when they noted that achieving awareness will require that maritime activities and actors become more transparent and what is seen is properly understood, and that is visibility and understanding be shared as widely as possible among the members of the maritime community. I cannot agree any less with the preposition and also proceed to recommend same. I also strongly believe that it is wrong to suppose that if we cannot measure our maritime domain, should not be conclude that we cannot manage it. To hold otherwise, it will be very costly for our growing economy and progressive livelihood, and it is on this note that I encourage the stakeholders and national entities to exhibit more commitment in order to advance further winning the war against maritime insecurity while fortifying our own maritime architecture. Finally, I would like to sincerely thank and appreciate the Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and his team for finding it worthy to address issues that concerns our own maritime domain. This will continue to revolve into sustaining our own fragile security achievement recorded so far, which is being recognized worldwide. I want to thank you most sincerely once again, and thank you for listening, and wish you fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
I would have preferred that we started with a video clip. I don't know how Control can assist me with that. Control, can you start with the video clip for me after my introduction, please? Right Reverend and Dr. Mrs. Solomon Okoro, Admiral Ayo Lubode. Ayo Lubode is not just a naval officer of distinction. He loves what we are doing here, taking part in the academics of maritime security.
Nigeria's 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone is alive with maritime activity. But what looks innocent at first glance may actually camouflage illegal activity. Nigeria has acquired new strategic capabilities, becoming a regional maritime superpower, able to constantly monitor and track all EEZ events and identify the criminals that cost its economy billions of dollars a year. True maritime security means pinpointing the events that really matter within this huge area. That's why Nigeria chose Falconeye. See how Falconeye creates a unified maritime picture, detecting and analyzing illegal actions, alerting your personnel, and helping them take decisive action through interception. Here's an example of what Falconeye can do. The Casper, a Liberian flag tanker, has left Calabar en route to Lagos. This routine event is reported by the AIS automatic identification system. But Falconeye sees beyond the obvious. Its constantly learning systems reveal that Casper has a history of suspicious activity. Falconeye issues a system alert, flagging the vessel for further observation. 25 nautical miles south of Calabar, Casper stops AIS transmissions. Falconeye's intelligence system reveals that Casper has repeatedly done this in the past. The system issues an alert. Falconeye combines advanced coastal radars and unique over-the-horizon radars. It provides comprehensive coverage of all maritime events, even those taking place far beyond the horizon. Coastal command posts stream all data to naval headquarters. Meanwhile, coastal radar detects 2 unknown targets leaving the Port Harcourt delta, potentially in the direction of the Casper. Falconeye tracks the vessels. Its intelligence system matches their movement patterns with past events involving criminal activity. It projects a potential rendezvous with the Casper. Falconeye declares a ship-to-ship encounter, assessing a 95% probability of illegal oil transfer. It's time for action. Falconeye provides the command echelon with all the information for effective, responsible decision-making, including presidential-level authorization when required. Falconeye dispatches multiple naval forces to stop the criminals. Falconeye plots optimal interception routes, predicts time to target, and receives real-time imagery. Based on this timely input, the criminals have been caught in the act, sending future criminals a clear message about Nigeria's deterrent capability. Falconeye designed and installed a comprehensive array of state-of-the-art technologies, enabling real-time detection and identification of suspicious targets, creating effective deterrence and causing a significant decline in illegal activity. Nigeria's Navy now carries out pinpoint, mission-oriented patrols, saving operational costs, defeating oil theft, eliminating piracy, putting an end to seaborne smuggling, and halting illegal fishing. Nigeria enhanced its national security and saved its economy billions of dollars. Here's how it happened. With continuous coverage, Falconeye created a unified maritime picture. Working automatically, it correlated real-time sensor input with intelligence to detect and analyze suspicious behavior. Input from Nigeria's regional command and control centers was integrated in the MCC at Naval Headquarters, providing full situational awareness to guide security forces to the sites of action, a successful interception. That's why Nigeria chose the world's most sophisticated maritime operational intelligence system, Falcon Eye.
Mr. Chairman, members of the High Tribunal, I thought I could just whet our appetite after sitting for so long with a short clip on the Falcon Eye. The Falcon Eye is a maritime domain awareness platform instituted by the federal government and domiciled in the Nigerian Navy. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, allow me to recognize one of the eldest statesmen in the country, the pioneer DG of the Nigerian Policy Institute, now called NIPS, Elder Dr. Umar Eliazu. He stands tall at 90 plus. You're welcome, sir. A man who has authored so many books and wrote the commendation on the Admiral's Compass. Let me also introduce Elder E.D. Akan. Elder E.D. Akan was an executive director at NNPC and did a lot in post-story DPR as we have it today. I also wish to introduce my friend that is known to a lot of us, Emeka Ugu of NESH. You're welcome, Emeka. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also welcome you and to thank you for your patience, having waited for more than 2 hours, plus no fault of us, but of course, you know, technicalities can occur in events like this. But please bear with us as we go into the main paper of the round table on maritime domain awareness for Africa's maritime security architecture. As a form of introduction, more than 95% of the world's trade and travels is by sea. The world's submarine cables transmit 95% of telecommunications data and earn about roughly $10 trillion per day. Not per year, per day. Submarine cables are crewable to telecoms. Any attempt, for example, to cut such cables could black out a third of the world's internet. Maritime crimes and malfeasance at sea facilitates transnational criminal networks, but most especially, they fund terrorist activities. The proliferation of small, medium, and small arms, heavy weapons trafficking, fuel conflicts across the globe, and of course, with more private armed activities at sea, the gap between states and non-state actors is widening and closing up in some aspects. In some aspects where you have good vigilance and good maritime domain awareness, it's closing up. Where you don't, it's widening. Globally, it has become evident that life today depends on the maritime domain. Today, we'll be looking at the aspect of the domain from the perspective of security and seeing what other regions in Africa have done or other areas in Africa has done to be able to ensure that we have a kind of architecture for maritime security in the continent. So much of it won't be about blue economy, because I know that the Institute will make arrangement to bring the experts on that, but we'll be touching on the blue economy from the perspective of the knowledge and of course how to secure it. In Africa, maritime security represents one of the number of peace and security related policy fields in the making, and also allow for insights to division of labor emerging among stakeholders such as the African Union, the regional economic commissions, etc. In summary, I would like to state that maritime domain awareness is all about offshore actionable intelligence, and I'm sure Dr. Bashir Jimo has spoken a lot about MDs, but I'd like to just make some emphasis. It's an initiative of the Maritime Safety Committee of the International Maritime Organization. That was as a result of course, the September 11, 2001 attack on the U.S. by terrorists. And prior to that, there was an attack on a U.S. destroyer called USS Cole in the Gulf of Aden in the Arabian Peninsula. Ultimately, maritime domain awareness, like the DG said, is to identify threats as early as they develop, distant from the shores, so as to give us enough time to analyze such threats but most importantly, to respond to such trends. The continent of Africa has 54 countries with 39 states, 14 landlocked states on an island, the island of Madagascar. The importance of the maritime economy to the littoral and the landlocked states can only be imagined. Any disturbance or persistent malfeasance to the marine ecosystem reverberates untoward circumstances to the well-being and economy of the continent. In the past 7 years, there have been discussions about political and economic appreciation of the vast ocean capital we have in the continent. This paper therefore seeks to address the absence of the consequence of appropriate governance over Africa's maritime domain. The topic, Maritime Domain Awareness for Africa's Maritime Security Architecture, will address the dire need to harness the various platforms, infrastructure, and technology for an effective continental ocean governance. Arising, therefore, from these premises are some pertinent questions. Firstly, what are the security threats, challenges, and risks within Africa's maritime domain? How can maritime domain awareness efforts be integrated into Africa? And finally, and to what extent can Africa's maritime security architecture be improved? To discuss, my aim, very short aim, and brief too, is to discuss the integration of maritime domain awareness alignments for an improved Africa's maritime security architecture. This paper will cover, to achieve this aim, the following. We'll look at some concepts. We'll look at the relationships between the domain, maritime domain awareness, and maritime security. We'll examine the threats, challenges, and risks associated with the maritime domain. We'll look at maritime domain architecture, infrastructure, in tackling maritime security challenges in Africa. We'll examine the challenges and, of course, proffer a few strategies in order to improve the maritime security architecture. We'll look at, briefly, maritime domain awareness. I think from the conceptual point of view, the DG has spoken about maritime domain. I won't bore you. Let's go to the next slide, please. All seas and all things, all waters relating to, adjacent to, bordering on the sea, lakes, peninsula, rivers are all part of the maritime domain. The purpose, briefly, is to ensure that you have capability to observe what happens in the maritime domain. The purpose, capability. The need, of course, is to ensure that we have the capacity to ensure we have a conducive environment for effective trade and commerce. The essence of maritime security is for effective trade and commerce over a vast maritime domain. And effectively, we have the various tools and equipment to combat that aspect. I will go quickly to maritime security. Maritime security embraces a wide range of elements that are required to create a peaceful template that may include defense, intelligence, and economy to environmental issues. More importantly than not are the environmental issues. Environmental issues are the maritime domain. Maritime security includes the continuous surveillance and reconnaissance partnership and awareness of one's maritime domain, which encompasses the oceans, the seas, the bays, the estuaries, the islands, coastal towns, and the airspace above these littorals. One of the latest concepts is that of Madam Natalie Kling. Security, he said, may best be understood from two key perspectives. Firstly, the traditional security concerns and responses to perceived maritime security threats, and later, of course, refers to the steps taken to reduce the risk of certain crimes or activities which they believe could prejudice or injure their interests in society. Maritime security are those measures taken by government agencies, owners, and operators of vessels, offshore oil installations, ports and maritime organizations like the MASA to protect maritime activities. Some scholars are of the opinion that maritime security are those tasks operators conduct to protect sovereignty and maritime resources, support free and open seaborne commerce, and combat maritime-related crimes. There is a relationship, but firstly, let me remind us of Mahan. Mahan's theory is classic, and his concept again and again, I like to mention, because it is classic. Madam states that maritime security is the assurance of unhindered ocean trade, safe navigation, safeguarding of our coastal communities and their means of livelihood, protecting the food chain and preserving the maritime contribution to economic well-being of the littoral states. Mayan's concept, for me, I think what is embodied is that for the demographics along the littorals, we need to do more, because whatever we do onshore influences activities at sea. And most of the things we do at sea influences our lives onshore. And most of the activities by nature that take place at sea influences activities of the demographics along the littorals. For example, if there's a tsunami, there's a huge displacement. For us, without mincing words, the highest density in terms of population are along the littorals. And so when there's a tsunami, there's a displacement of our own that live along the littorals. And that creates a lot of building up of what we call rehabilitation centers, are really slum breeding platforms. So the actions at sea influence actions at the littorals. So we must be bothered at the demographics along the coast, and of course our actions along the coast and our actions at sea. There is a relationship between maritime domain awareness and maritime security. I think we've touched on the concepts, and you can see that from the fact that maritime domain awareness is about information gathering, intelligence sharing, and responses to malfeasance. Maritime security, on the other hand, is aimed at the development of maritime governance capacity in areas of strategic maritime importance. The same can be described as the protection of maritime assets, the prevention of crimes at sea, the maintenance of seaborne trades and commerce, and the promotion of economic development of the nation. Overall, these efforts are for the sustainable development for a peaceful maritime sector and to recognize the critical importance of the blue economy. We'll look at the threats that bedevil the maritime domain. We'll look at the national, because most of them are transnational in nature, and we'll look at the regional, and of course we'll look at the sub-regional threats. I have, for simplicity, classified them into tangibles and intangibles. The tangibles you may also want to define as operational threats, whilst the intangible, I want us to look at them as political threats. Let's start with the intangibles. The intangibles, which are operational threats, include the irregular, unauthorized, and irregular fishing. It is important to look at this aspect because if we neglect curbing the excess of IUUs, we reduce our protein potency from the sea. If we neglect it, we're losing about $1 billion a year from our neglect of this practice of IUUs. The other tangible threats in no particular order includes resource theft, illegal oil bunkering, trafficking of drugs, human beings, narcotics, stolen activities. I think that should concern our royalty, Chief Obaseki. Diverted natural resources, piracy, maritime terrorism, sea robbery. Piracy occurs at the high sea, sea robbery in our local waters, insecure navigation routes around coastal waters, money laundering, illicit financial activities, climate change, environmental degradation, coastal erosion, and toxic waste dumping along our littorals. The extant pollution from chemicals, oil and gas exploration activities are germane to the onerous threats to our littorals. We'll look quickly at the political and institutional threats. These include, but not limited to, the endemic multidimensional poverty, high unemployment, food insecurity, political instability, and corruption. While these have been isolated from the tangibles, it is imperative to observe that they influence maritime safety and security. Now, from a regional perspective, we'll start from the east, Indian Ocean states. The movement of heroin over the ocean has increased dramatically in recent years and threatens to strengthen transnational criminal networks while incapacitating significant proportion of our working age population of the affected countries. Heroin does not affect only the eastern horn of Africa, but its influence across the continent is germane to threats. In the north, migrant smuggling across the Mediterranean Sea has over the years caught international attention, constituting to the continent a serious challenge. Equally of concern are the incident of coastal fuel smuggling serving as a major source for illicit terrorist network in the Mediterranean region. This will attract more attention in the nearest future. In West and Central Africa, a diversity of challenges ranging from piracy and armed robbery at sea to illicit oil and fuel activities, trafficking and smuggling of all sorts of goods, including various environmental crimes, which threaten the safety, the security and sustainability of the maritime space. The improvement of the maritime forces and law enforcement within the littorals of this region manifests in the attacks becoming more brazen and occurring far into the sea for international waters. This has raised and heightened the cost of maritime shipping and insurance, which the MD Nimasa mentioned, with an overall improvement on navies, coast guards, and maritime forces. Malfeasances at sea have reduced tremendously, with Nigeria exiting out of the piracy-threatened states by the International Maritime Organization. Now let us look. Please clap for Nigeria. Maritime domain awareness infrastructure in tackling maritime security challenges in Africa. The surge in reported maritime incidents in the Gulf of Aden and the Gulf of Guinea from the year 2000 has revealed how African maritime states have been unable to prevent piracy and other maritime crimes. It has further created an interest in having situational overview that display the location of all shipping and probable location of criminals at sea. This development is particularly important as some African maritime states and stakeholders have suffered from the collective inability to prevent, respond, or to even monitor or track criminal activities. African maritime domain remains largely ungoverned, allowing criminals to commit malfeasance, transgressions, unobserved and with some level of impunity. African countries need to combat and need to confront the wider problems that the extent and impact of maritime crime is frequently transnational in nature, as comprehensively set out in Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy 2050. I think the list is as shown on the screen. It's quite a long list, but it culminates with what has been thought about by Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy. The International Maritime Organization Florence Conference of 2000 created sub-regional maritime rescue coordinating centers. This was because of the plight of safety and what have you in Africa's wide maritime domain. The essence was to have final links with multilateral agreements of the coverage of the entire coastline for Africa for search and rescue coordinated purposes. Africa was split into 5 centers with Liberia, Nigeria, Morocco, Kenya, and South Africa as the hubs. However, it also served as platforms for sharing of information derived from these centers, which complemented the important role in the fight against piracy, kidnapping for ransom on the high sea, unregistered and unreported fishing, and illegal trafficking of persons and drugs, and other criminal activities in the continent. So from a search and rescue hub, it was developed to becoming center for monitoring all, if not all, the malfeasance. In 2013, the Code of Conduct for the Repression of Piracy, Armed Robbery Against Ships, and Illicit Maritime Activities in West Africa and Central Africa was developed by ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, and ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States, and of course, the Gulf of Guinea Commission. These codes were achieved with the assistance of the International Maritime Organization pursuant to the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2018 of 2011 and 2039 of 2012. These resolutions encourage the member states of ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS, and the Gulf of Guinea Commission to develop a comprehensive regional strategy and framework to counter the malfeasance at sea. On the 25th of June 2013, 10 years ago, these resolutions were adopted by heads of state and their representatives from 25 West African and Central African countries as the Code of Conduct in Yaoundé, Cameroon. Further to these resolutions was the development of the Maritime Organization for West African and Central Africa called MOWCA, MOCA for short, by the IMO. MOCA is comprising of 20 coastal maritime states for the provision of a stable maritime environment and corresponding centers at Abidjan for ECOWAS and Pointe-Noire for ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States. To look at the national efforts, I want to start with Ghana. Ghana, in tandem with the resolutions, developed a vessel traffic monitoring information system, VTMIS, in 2013. Thus, apart from, of course, vessel management system and traffic system, being solely for information services, it assisted agencies like Fisheries Department in Ghana, Customs of Ghana, Immigration Services, Port Authorities, Intelligence, and of course for the Navy, Search and Rescue Unit, for the planning and execution and response to maritime-related crime. Indeed, the VTMIS in Ghana enhanced continuous electronic surveillance of the entire coast of Ghana. It consists of 8 center sites, 3 remote base stations, and 10 monitoring stations, fed through 4 control sites to the National Control Center. The Maritime Domain Awareness Infrastructure in Ghana has assisted the operations towards reducing of incidents of maritime crimes, culminating with the exercise of Bangame Express in March 2021. With the use of Sea Vision, a web-based system for the monitoring of the EEZ in Ghana, it involved both naval and civilian staff attached to the Maritime Domain Alignment. The exercise of Bangame Express was sponsored by the U.S. Command for Africa. It's designed to improve regional cooperation, maritime domain awareness, information sharing practices, tactical interdiction expertise to enhance collective capabilities of participating. In 2021, 32 maritime nations took part in the exercise of Bangame Express. They include our own, Nigeria, Brazil, Spain, Canada, DRC, and the Netherlands, among others. In Nigeria, I just showed you a clip of the Falcon Eye. It's a system that is efficiently and security-oriented. It's a surveillance, monitoring, and control solution for the coverage of Nigeria's maritime domain, including the Gulf of Guinea. It was commissioned by the President Commander-in-Chief on the 13th of July 2021. However, it was inaugurated by the National Security Advisor in July 2017. And since the system has been functioning with 13 coastal radars, 5 high-frequency over-the-horizon radar, fed through regional control centers in Lagos, Yenagoa, and Calabar, which are, of course, the operational headquarters of the Nigerian Navy commands. The Falcon Eye system has been functioning with 0% redundancy since 2017. The Falcon Eye system is fed from multiple sources to include satellite imagery system from Nigeria's communication satellite, radars, electro-optical imaging cameras, and terrestrial linked AIS. It deploys a huge maritime operational intelligence system called MOIS, which tracks, receives data, stores for over years, presents a comprehensive maritime picture, provides an alarm algorithm where suspicious and dangerous situation occurs, and analysis for further command action. The main command and control center provides desk for all maritime stakeholders, to include the MASA, LPA, Customs, Immigration, etc., and the center still exists. The Falcon Eye system covers up to 200 nautical miles seaward from the joint development zone between Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea and the Republic of Congo. The system has aided Nigerian Navy operations to the extent, and of course we've mentioned that about exiting us from the piracy quotient. The Deep Blue project, which the DG Nimasa has mentioned, was established in Nimasa, but there's a need to mention it as one of our national efforts. It's of course been established with the objectives which the DG mentioned, to include prevention of illegal activities in the EEZ, enforcement of maritime regulation, enhancing of safety of life at sea, provision of illegal activities in the Niger Delta backwaters, and of course the inland waterways. The components, let me repeat again, through a C4I operational center, we have the Maritime Intelligence System, helicopters, complements of the helicopters have been flown by the Navy, interceptor vessels, special mission aircraft, UAVs, armored vessels. Now, the potency of myriads of maritime domain awareness platforms in Nigeria could have been enhanced if all the platforms were integrated to a unique, formidable system. Like other crimes, we must develop the political will to collapse all the boundaries that exist in NIMASA, the boundaries of the system that exists in MPA, and every other maritime stakeholder has its own MDA infrastructure. We need to collapse them into one formidable unit, and I can assure you we'll be better off. So like other crimes, we have to develop the will. Probably we'll look at that as strategies later, but we need to develop the will so that small corporate empires can become a national incredible outfit. We also have other platforms called, like the Regional Maritime Awareness Center. It was established by the United States government, and we have them installed not just in the Navy, also in NIMASA and at Nigerian Ports Authority. Next slide, please. It has and of course, like I said, it integrates radars, cameras, AIS, and marine radios to a common user interface. The Aromax Centers has added value to the prevailing doctrine for standard operational procedures, not just for Navy, but for every other center that has been privileged to have them, including NIMASA. Other surveillance technologies in Nigeria that have been introducing in our national quest for improved system are the ATR-42 Maritime Patrol Aircraft. As seen on the screen, it's acquired by the Nigerian Air Force. The ATR-42s are to contribute to the development and build-up of real-time maritime picture for Nigeria. Its concept, which includes manning of the aircraft by Navy officers, is to facilitate the attainment of high index of Nigerian maritime security and strategic information sharing analysis, responses to malfeasance in the maritime domain. The aircraft can be deployed in the following roles: maritime patrol missions, search and rescue, identification of vessels, and environmental control missions. Now, the total radar coverage of Nigeria TRACON project was completed in May 2010 with the successful integration of 5 radar sites into a radar network. Thus, for all intents and purposes, our airspace is covered by an integral air traffic safety network. This is a strategic partnership between the navies of West Africa and Central Africa in information intelligence sharing in line with their Yawande Code of Conduct. To that extent, and to this extent, several piracy attacks have been countered through appropriate response and others thwarted through proactive measures with presence of both naval surface and air assets at sea. Now let us look at the West Indian effort. Of course, the area surrounding the Gulf of Aden. The next slide. The West Indian effort. Now, the Djibouti Code of Conduct is concerned with the repression of piracy and armed robbery against ships in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden. The code, which was adopted by 21 countries, including South Africa and Madagascar, also provides information sharing among member states with the network centers at Mombasa, Kenya, Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and Sanaa in Yemen. In 2017, a revised code of conduct was adopted known as the Jeddah Amendment to the Djibouti Code. Key to the code is the inclusion and intention of member states to take on national strategies that will enhance the development of the blue economy. In July 2021, the Sea Vision was used again by the U.S. African Command with 15 member countries of the Code of Djibouti. The exercise Cutlass Express allowed the deployment of a web-based situational awareness tool called Sea Vision that enabled participants assigned to the Joint Operations Center to view and share a broad array of maritime information that improves maritime operations. The Sea Vision was developed in 2012 for your information by the United States Department of Transportation for U.S. Naval Forces Africa in response to the need for enhanced maritime domain awareness. Presently, next slide, the Sea Vision has now evolved into a global platform and information sharing tool. During exercise Cutlass Express in 2021, the participants were able to, among other things, conduct several maritime security exchanges to include vessel queries, shipboarding, airborne maritime patrol operations, search and rescue drills. It also gave the participants the wherewithal to improve interoperability and gain valuable experiences working with neighboring countries through information sharing and building a maritime security picture in order to obtain full maritime domain awareness. Let us share the South African experience. South Africa has the largest exclusive economic zones, 1.5 million square kilometers, by virtue of her geographical position, and the largest coastline in Africa, 3,200 kilometers, extending, of course, from the west, Namibia, to the east, Mozambique. Thus, it must have a unique capacity for a greater strategic and coordinated approach to delivering more effective maritime surveillance within its ocean areas of the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. You remember also that it is bordered by the Indian Ocean to the east and the Atlantic to the west. You will find that where the two oceans meet, it's an imaginary line. You will see the line between the brackish waters of the Indian Ocean and the clear blue waters of the Atlantic Ocean. To complement the maritime surveillance system, there are fixed and land-based radars with automatic identification systems and the long-range identical tracking systems. The Institute of Maritime Technology in South Africa, a division of the Armament Corporation of Southern Africa, has developed the VisaNet remote sensor and track data VisaNet ocean shipping traffic. The monitoring system for the Navy and Defense Intelligence. This generates a common operational picture by integrating data collected from multiple sensors around South African coastline through the modifications of the integrated Transnet National Ports radar sites. Again, like I said, other sources being used in this system include South Africa's Space Agency satellite system, South Africa's maritime safety, just like NIMASA, among others. It has over 14 shareholders benefiting from the gamut of information to include all countries in the South African Development Community, just like our ECOWAS. The system provides decision-making support tools for effective governance of marine resources, prevention of crime, and the improvement of maritime security. Let us go ahead and share the experience of the 5+5 Defense Initiative of the Mediterranean Ocean. The 5+5 Defense Initiative is a gradual and effective reconfiguration of the maritime security over the Mediterranean Sea area. The membership consists of France, Algeria, Italy, Libya, Malta, Mauritania, Morocco, Portugal, Spain, and Tunisia. Against the backdrop of the problems of homogeneity, the initiative has been effective in curbing the relative excesses of maritime malfeasance in the Mediterranean Sea, especially the issue of human trafficking across the Mediterranean Sea. The 5+5 Maritime Initiative will continue to be a sub-regional approach to seemingly collective efforts based on simplicity, aimed at providing adequate maritime awareness information over its jurisdiction. One of the notable achievements of this initiative is the engagement of the member countries in the utilization of the Partnership and Cooperation Program made available with the European Security and Defense College, reinforcing networking and augmenting bilateral knowledge and exchange of experience of the utilization of the ideals of the Mediterranean Sea. To state that the Mediterranean Sea is not properly watched is to make an understatement. Every aspect of the Mediterranean Sea has either a radar, either a submarine, either a tracker, either a satellite over the whole of the Mediterranean Sea. And then you will ask, why then has the malfeasances of human trafficking across the Mediterranean not been curbed? The question is that it is the capacity to respond to the various signals sent across the regional membership of the 5+5 initiative. 5 North African countries cannot afford to have all their ships at sea to prevent the smuggling of immigrants across the Mediterranean to Europe. And so those and many others will climax as the challenges towards integrating maritime domain awareness infrastructure in Africa. We look at the holistic knowledge. The lack of holistic knowledge of the ocean, both physically and biochemically, is attributable to sea blindness. The next slide, please. We're looking at the challenges. The ocean governance policy remains woefully understudied compared to other fields or scales, like banking, finance, gender issues, social sciences, etc. The lack of legislation, except for Southern Africa, Operation FASICA, for the establishment of maritime domain awareness, ensuring that individual and institutional platforms and alignment are integrated to a national entity for the enhancement of maritime security objectives. Soon as we can integrate the national alignment, then the sub-regional alignments can, of course, be easily integrated. The lack of culture of information sharing due to francophone, anglophone, and lusophone dichotomy, thus hindering the functions of the regional coordination cells as envisioned by the African Integrated Maritime Strategy 2020. I think this aspect has been watered down by the lot of protocols and, of course, unhindered cooperation between West African and Central African states and, of course, countries in SADC and in the East and North Africa. The dependence on advanced countries for the activities and exercises that serve as rallying points for coordination of efforts of the NDA. I think we must begin to reduce the dependence on foreign assistance and begin to develop capacity within our region and, of course, our nationals and sub-regions. The lack of knowledge of the potential of the blue economy to the overall economic development of the continent and the absence of the realization that in tandem with the African Union Agenda of 2063, economy is yet to be perceived as the future for Africa, beyond the shores of the coastal states to include the adjacent landlocked communities and countries. Next slide, please. We'll look at the strategies to see how we can improve maritime domain awareness for a sustainable and a better maritime security architecture in Africa. The development of the knowledge of the sea to reduce sea blindness must be a deliberate continental policy. Adopted continentally, we should be able to adopt same nationally and, of course, sub-regionally. This must be through the introduction of the curriculum in schools and institutions of higher learning. Africa cannot afford to neglect the huge resources in our 26,000 nautical miles of coastline and, of course, an ocean of prosperity, both the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. Next, the lack of knowledge of ocean governance in most African countries makes it impossible to monitor the various territorial waters and inclusive economic zones. It's expensive to build navies, it's expensive to build coast guards, but we need to start. In the spirit of the new Partnership for African Development for the evolving blue economy, the continent must believe to look inwards for maritime security solutions. The complete reliance on foreign nations to organize exercises for fleets in the continent must be reduced. I'm not saying that we should be totally independent from now, but we need to reduce that dependence and be able to develop capacities within ourselves as a continent. The African Union Agenda of 2063 sees blue economy as a major contributor to the growth, and the 2050 Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy recognizes the vast wealth creation of our oceans and seas and rivers. The multinational cooperation among the navies of Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, and Benin in successfully interdicting the MT Maximus among other collaborative efforts across the continent is a clear example of the need for us to have more cooperative efforts within the sub-region and within the continent. In conclusion, please go to the next slide. We have looked at comparatively, and thanks to DG Nimasa, some of the concepts and definitions to have a grounding of what we're going to discuss. We look at a short clip of Falcon Eye. Indeed, we examined the various threats that we face, most importantly, are the environmental threats. That is the most important, apart from what we experience from the tsunamis to the demographics along our littorals. We must take seriously the issue of environmental degradation in our state. As we speak, all the oil pollution that we have experienced in the past 50 years or 60 years of oil exploration are still there in the Niger Delta. They are still there. They've deprived the littorals from their natural occupation of fishing and farming. They hardly have water to drink. They hardly have crop to plant because the soil has been degraded to a large extent. That's why I say that for blue economy, it is the act of revamping the littorals and demographics in the littorals. For blue economy, is the act of preserving what is on the littorals, prowl on the coastline, and of course, inshore to sea. Sea blindness is a very terrible disease, but it also leads to wealth blindness. Sea blindness is the lack of knowledge, imperial knowledge of what you have at sea. But wealth blindness is worse. It's when you do not have the capacity to effectively cost what you have at sea. And so you give licenses to fishing trawlers. They go there, fish today and our future stock, and they pay pittance in terms of tax to our revenue collectors. Sea blindness leads to wealth blindness, which has been engendered through our lack of knowledge. So we need to improve on the knowledge of both. Africa, and indeed West Africa, do not like protocols. You've seen all the length and breadth of protocols I've read, and which you also know. But we need to domesticate these protocols and make it more effective. And I think one of the most effective things that happens in a democracy is to legislate these protocols, to make them, domesticate them, and make them more effective, and call and hold the various responsible stakeholders to account for any failures. Last but not the least is that we need to start more subregional exercises without the enigmas of the big boys. But of course, for NAPE is a must, but we need to internally develop that capacity and strategy to exercise ourselves to be able to have maritime domain, which we can plow our equipment, put our platforms, monitor, analyze, prevent, and respond when there are malfeasance at sea. The efforts towards a better maritime security architecture is feasible in the future. This discussion was not happening independently. Most of our resources on land. The next place we need to venture to is at sea. And we can only do that with the tenets of the blue economy, having in place the endowed maritime domain awareness to monitor activities at sea. Thank you very much.
Necessary materials, because this is a very great area where very few people understand. Me, I'm a legal practitioner. I've actually come in here to honor my boss, Prince Adewale, who is here. I was the gubernatorial candidate for his party in Lagos State here. And we believe that it is important to speak up. And he has spoken up. Though not a politician, but I think Prince has signaled to me that we'll be a consultant in the Social Democratic Party. Thank you very much.
And this has afforded me opportunity of once again meeting Prof. Asage. I will come again. Thank you. So, as he was giving the lecture, something struck me. You know, there are many realignments in the world now, and we have been hearing about BRICS. How will maritime domain security be affected, that is our own, be affected if Nigeria decides to join the BRICS? Prof, you can teach us on that one.
Who has done a very wonderful work as far as the maritime domain is concerned. But I also expected, I am a civil society person, and I also know that civil society has also contributed immensely to national development. Unfortunately, while all of these activities have taken place that we're hearing today, the civil society has been very quiet, on issues of maritime awareness, maritime security and safety and all of that. And I think that probably that could be as a result of capacity in that sector. And so my question would be, what do we do to integrate or mainstream civil society activities to the maritime domain, just so that they can also be active in that area? As we know, the civil society can mobilize the resources, can also advocate to ensure that certain decisions and policies can also be carried out at the level of the country. Beyond that, we also have some sort of fishnet alliance along the Gulf of Guinea, trying to encourage fisher folks across countries in the Gulf of Guinea to have that kind of network and ability to integrate and work together. That would be useful if we're talking about developing our blue economy and all of that. So I think, what do we do to mainstream civil society sector in this conversation and discourse? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think the question I would tackle here would be similar to what the elder spoke about. Most of the centers that are across of Africa are basically U.S. centers. They've been developed and are managed by the U.S. So with the BRICS coming in place, how do we own these centers and take them on? I think that would be a good one to have.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
To play large roles, several roles of advocacy. I've been to the National Assembly a couple of times in the last 4 years to look at the proponents of new ways, the new acts, even the ones submitted by NIMASA, of course, to advocate for the wider dimensions that it will open for the Navy as a maritime force. So I think that having had, like I said, there is a depth knowledge of literature on maritime domain, depth knowledge. You have to research, find out the happenstance of maritime domain in Nigeria, find out what are the prevailing protocols. You will realize that there are huge gaps to be filled, and I think civil society can do better. Firstly, you can hold stakeholders accountable through advocacy and through your insistence. You can hold stakeholders accountable for action they should take to maintain and provide the conducive maritime environment that we need for trade and economy to thrive. You can. Secondly, you can advocate for a merger. Let me use the lame word, a merger or integration of all that platforms that I mentioned in Nigeria to one credible, multi-functional platform. That is where I think civil society can come in. And the doors of the leadership of the maritime stakeholders are open to you. There are. You can find out from DG NIMASA. I've never had or gone there and seen restraint or people from your the civil society being held back from accessing his departments or whatever the hierarchy of the place is a public place. It's owned by you. So you have access to leadership of the stakeholders in the maritime domain. Because of the narrowness and the limitation, the literature of maritime security, etc., you need to do more research. You need to ask them to open up libraries. You need to encourage them to give you more conferences. You need to ask them to tell you about their roles through conferences, through roundtables like this. They will not come to you. They are busy people. Go to them, ask for more roundtable conferences, visit the institute, open up, and I can assure you a lot of jobs for you to do. Secondly, the issue of BRICS. BRICS was normally BRICS, we were included, but I think with some form, I don't know what formula they devised, they knocked us out and it became BRICS. Well, from the four regional perspective, you find there is the influence of the Britons to an extent in some of us that were, I don't like to use the word colonies, but so some of us that we are affiliated with the British colonizers, we still have a little bit of pattern of relationship. If you look at, there's a new ingress from the East, the Chinese, they are coming in. We have some influence of the Indians also, in terms of numbers. Look, there is no ICT you are going to develop in Nigeria today. There are no telecoms industry. There are no beverage industries. There are no food industries that will. The biggest food industry in Nigeria are owned by either an Indian or Indians, a cooperative Indian investment. So key is who is influencing us. What influences now is the economics of relationship with people. And so the economics of BRICS will influence how much we endeavor to expand the scope of the maritime domain awareness. There's a relationship between economy and security. Huge relationship. It spans across the politics of economy and the politics of security. There's a huge relationship. And so for relationship with BRICS, it depends on how we intend to play it from the continental level. What is AU's stance on the vagaries of maritime security? I won't go into the other economies of it, but let's look at what is AU's stance. 10 years ago, it developed an African integrated maritime strategy for other subcontinental organizations to draw in and develop their own strategy. Have we all done so? I think the lead on this could either be ECOWAS or SADC, the South African Development Community. So we need to see from that perspective of the continental strategy how we can expand the reach of maritime domain awareness to enable maritime security architecture in Africa. For BRICS, the Indian influence, the Russian influence, we're here to see they're doing a lot of mining and what have you in Central Africa. The Indians, like I told you, on ICT, trade and investment. South Africa, I think at that time when it was BRICS, they had edged us a little on our GDP. Maybe today, if it is revisited, we might be included on the BRICS, that brings again or what have you. But like I said, I think it will be the economics of maritime security that will endear us to partnership with whoever are in BRICS or other larger bodies. I hope I've attempted to answer this question. Thank you.
Aina from far away Canada, and he has been a consistent follower of all the activities, all the programs of the Institute. He requests a comment from you on one thing, which is the Navy's statutory role and efforts to curb sea brigandry and other threats. Just a minute will do, sir.
Thank you, sir. Maritime security is a collective. It's a collective between maritime forces and stakeholders. Maritime security is not the individual responsibility of services, but in all the collectives, like I said, there is what they call the maritime community. Maritime security is the combination of the efforts of the maritime community of Nigeria, which includes the hegemony, the Navy, because they carry arms, NIMASA, MPA, immigrations, customs, NUA, the Marine Police, and all endeavors towards ensuring that we provide a conducive maritime environment for sea trade and commerce to thrive. For the war against piracy, it's also a collegiate. There's a law, the Act on Piracy, Anti-Piracy Act. There's the development of the NSA, who in fact is the driver of the Anti-Terrorist Act, and inclusive of the Piracy Act. Because others do not have the arm of force, maritime domain awareness, like I said, if integrated, points out malfeasance at sea. The Navy responds, and of course, malfeasance are quelled. It took quite a while for Navy to get the various platforms it requires. It is very frustrating for you to sit in the luxury of your office, you can ask Ayo about that, and see things going on at sea, and you cannot respond. It's been happening. But today, I think, if I want to count back, I'm sorry I've been a strategic part of the Navy, even after retirement. I think they can boast of more than 200 boats, inshore, patrol craft. They can boast of over 20 vessels that can go for interventions between Lagos and Calabar. They have more than 6 capital ships. They've included a landing platform dock, which can carry troops to any part of the world, just like you had landing ship tanks. I think their fleet of helicopters have been buoyed by the addition of new fleets from NIMASA. So capabilities have not been an issue. And like I said, it doesn't take a piece of cake for you to be exited from the club of piracy-infected states. Nigeria has been exited, and it is for good. And I can assure you, with the effort of maritime stakeholders and the Navy, that is the theme of the past. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think let me build on where Admiral made mention that the platforms we have and contributed tremendously in trying to exit Nigeria from the piracy list. You know, sometimes when you have military around you, the things that will come to your mind is the issue of bullet, guns, you know, bombs and other things. On the part of NIMASA, we have the mandate of issue of capacity building. This capacity building has to do with human element, has to do with infrastructural development. Now, he gave you an answer where you can go for advocacy, seminars and conferences. In addition to that, the agency embarked in building maritime institutions across the 6 geopolitical zones. For the Southwest zone, we are building maritime institution in Unilag. For the South-South, we already built Maritime University of Kerankoko, and we are investing heavily in Niger Delta University. And then in addition to that, in North Central, we are building maritime institution in IBB Lapai. In Northwest, we are building maritime institution in Kaduna State University. And then in the Southeast, we picked Nsukka and Anambra. So we have 2 maritime institutions there. So there is no maritime institution, there is no university in Nigeria zonal level that we did not build such infrastructure. Some of them are over 90% in completion. So I think the civil society, what they can commandeer themselves is to try and see how they can learn what is the maritime domain, the maritime security aspect, the maritime safety aspect, because it's not only meant, that's why in my own keynote address, I made mention that it's a maritime you know, domain is multifaceted area where everybody can come and play and live. You too, you have your own role to play. In addition to this maritime institution, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, in the Resource Center, we just created Kita Claim Regional Maritime Safety and Security Center of Excellence. We have a library there, like he mentioned. You get to the library, we have e-library, and we apply to the International Maritime Organization to link up with the e-library. So there are more information now at our own domain. What you need to do is to educate your members. They can have access to it at all the times. For those who are interested in reading, they can now have themselves tooled with the informations in these universities that I mentioned. Thank you very much.
And gentlemen, before I call on the next distinguished guest to say 18 or 2 for a minute, I want to do something that is out of, for those who are aware, the safety of our maritime domain and the administration of that sector has witnessed a significant boost in the tenure of this gentleman. If you look at the records, you will find out that we have dropped off the list of countries that have been blacklisted because of the intensity of piracy and other maritime crimes. No thanks to Dr. Bashir Jamo and his team. Please, on behalf of our great country, accept, yes, I said safety, but we are talking security, and I think the law is very clear on who handles security. Thank you very much. It's safety and administration that I'm talking about. When the Navy comes, I will re-acknowledge, as I have done before, their role. But for now, sir, the spotlight is only for you and your team here present on behalf of NIMASA nationwide. Please, a round of applause for them. This applause would be louder For those of us that have lost friends on the high sea, we know what you have done for this country. Well done, sir. Well done. Congratulations, and you have the gratitude of this institute and the gratitude of this country. You may be seated. Thank you, sir. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I will call on Rear Admiral A.O. Olubode for a few minutes of remarks. Earlier, I have stated the very sterling role of the Navy in securing our maritime space. Admiral, sir.
My big brother and friend, DG Nimasa, Dr. Bashir Jamo, like the master of ceremonies said, Father, I'm not Catholic, but I call you Father. And indeed, Admiral Akpan, who happens to be, what do I call it? Mentor, father, friend, and senior colleague. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd first of all start by thanking the Director General for giving me, you invited me in my person as Managing Director of Admiralty Maritime Services Limited to attend this occasion. This hallowed institution of intellectual learning is somewhere, I would say maybe close to maybe 30, 40 years. I had a first interaction when the Nigerian Master Mariners Association was inaugurated here. My father was the president at the time. No, well, he was, I think he was one of the founding members, but I came here. So I know this place, and I'm maritime by birth. And it's gladdening to see that you're still talking about the maritime issues. But I thought there's need to put things in perspective. Nigeria, which we all know, is a bona fide maritime nation by history, by economy, and by geography. What does this portend? We have 37 billion barrels proven crude reserve. Only 2% of that is being exploited today. We have 209 scoff of gas. Only 1.4% of that is being produced annually. Going by OPEC data, that will mean that 237 years of reserves we have of oil, condensate, associated gas. Now, let's put this whole cliche so that it doesn't look like a buzzword. Maritime domain awareness. What is the essence? I think the essence goes beyond just infrastructure. It is an infrastructure aimed at providing opportunity to extract the benefits of the sea. The sea, in terms of its economic utility, by way of transport, freedom of navigation, shipping, but the huge resources. I went to sea about 2 weeks ago, and honestly, with due respect, I've said this before to a DG of Nimasa before, when I was seconded there for about 2 years. That's where I met him. That's why I call him my big brother. I told him, I said, sir, let's go and do board management meeting at sea, because it will change. It will change the way we're talking here. At the time, we had, what do you call it? A situation on the 14th of February 2010, 9 or 10, where about 15, 20 vessels were washed ashore, and I was at the center of that rescue operation. And some people were arguing about the resources we needed to deploy. For a mariner, for anybody who is at sea, who has been at sea, the greatest thing that we have done is that when we see ourselves as mariners, for a merchant ship, she dips and we acknowledge. She dips her flag, which is, the flag she carries. And we see ourselves as brothers. So when we come on land and then we start to, differentiate what we're doing, it means that we don't understand the purpose of what we are going to. our main objective is to harness optimally, environmentally responsibly, or responsibly environmentally, I don't know which one comes first, but to exploit the resources that God has endowed to us, you know, collectively. So one thing we need to put on the table for maritime domain awareness is burden sharing. We must carry our burdens, because the infrastructure you put there, if you put it there for DG Nimasa, for example, all he's looking for is to, amongst other provisions of, you know, implementing the IMO conventions, protocols, he also wants to increase the flag registration, and he cannot achieve it if he doesn't have security of, you know, of the maritime domain. So it behoves on him or the institution to put whatever architecture support resource behind maritime domain awareness, and which he has done, and we thank you for what you have done. For Nigerian Ports Authority, is the shipping throughput. You want more tonnage, you want more port calls. If you do not have maritime domain awareness, you can't get the port calls. Because like we all have, I mean, that's been exhausted, the issue of war risk and, you know, the risk classification. When we did an assessment of the risk, vulnerabilities and threats on Nigerian waters between, say, 2015 and 20 now, we saw a clear, you know, spike upwards when the maritime security, or rather when the issues of piracy and sea robbery went down, there were more port calls. So, like somebody once said, it's good business to invest in the Navy or in maritime security here. It's good business because Chairman said it very well. All we are wearing, probably what we ate today, came by sea. 95% is the statistics globally. We need to understand this thing deeper. It's not the maritime domain, but what is it going to deliver? It's delivering the dividends of a maritime nation, which we have not optimized. I think we needed to put that on the table. In one of my appointments, I was defense advisor in India, and I thought since the the consul is here, I'll say "Aap kaise hain? Sab kuch theek hai?" My Hindi is still it's still there. Anyway, so I was there when India opened its maritime domain awareness infrastructure in New Delhi. That's where the center is. But they have, I think, 34 coastal stations across the country, 74 AIS repeaters, and they launched a satellite which integrates all that into one architecture. But what happened? Unfortunately, unlike us, it was out of the Mumbai bombing, a sad incident. If you remember the Mumbai bombing, where, India was struck, and they took a vow at that occasion, it was said that never again will India be hit from the maritime axis. Call it on Christmas Day at 12 midnight, you dare not enter into India. These were the words of, the guest of honor that day. And when you go to Delhi, you see the center there, it sees the entire, Indian coastline. So we have something like that in the Falcon Eye. However, densification will only improve, the imagery. And that's an ongoing project. But beyond that, I think with AI, there's a lot being said about AI now in the global space. The human capital, for the civil society, there's so much that you can do. The river inlets into Nigeria, the communities that live there have so much that they can give us beyond using technology and surveillance. And if you integrate it either by way of research or by way of an annual report, this can go a long way in creating our awareness. When I was at sea last month, we were just doing an operation alongside another vessel. In 5 minutes, 5 minutes, the weather changed from 10 knots to 17 knots. And what happened? We had, a very turbulent thing. We needed to disconnect ourselves from the vessel. You see, somebody spoke about environment here. Those are things that should be recorded. And I told them, on the rig I went to, I said, look, these things like this, we should have a way of sending it, because it was a sketch. I'm a hydrographer. I did oceanography. I understand meteorology. All weather systems developed from sea. That same day in Port Harcourt Airport, the next day I was flying out, the flight came from Lagos, turned back. So you can see, I saw the correlation. It started at sea, but it ended up on land. Now, the corollary to that is this. All maritime crimes, all maritime activities in the first place originate on land. So, it means that we have a depth of work to do on land to ensure that the sea is safe. And that's where we must embrace a whole of society approach to this maritime domain awareness. In the UK, you would not find the yachties either in Portsmouth or in Plymouth Sounds doing anything without collaborating with the harbour master there, who tells them, you dare not sail out of this thing until you call on channel 16. But you try and cross Lagos Commodore's pool, and everybody is just doing what he wants. So this thing is a deeper thing, but let us not be exasperated. We are sitting here talking about domain awareness. 2011, I stood before the president then to deliver a presentation with then a retired Admiral Ogbo on maritime domain awareness. Then Falcon 9 had not come. Today we have Falcon 9. So sometimes we are too hard on ourselves that we haven't done much. 2011 is some time, but these advocacies do work. So DG sir, I want to commend you for bringing us here. I'm sure we won't take another 12 years to achieve the next level of what we need to do, but advocacy in any form, and particularly in the maritime industry, Nigeria has not actualized the resources, the knowledge. The chairman did say something about River Etiopoloku. I mean, I'm very familiar with that, because sometime in 1854, River Niger was being used for trade up to Yola. A man called Led McGregor came from Liverpool, put a steamer at at River Nun, and a smaller vessel escorted by the Navy. That was how they explored, with Samuel Ajayi Crowther, explored the Niger. There's even, I can say that there's more domain awareness about River Niger in 1854 than now. So, please, everybody who is interested in this topic, we have a collective rule. You don't need to go to sea. Go to a Lashe beach.
kò ní jókòó tì wá. Ilé ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa yóò máa rójú. Ọba tó máa ń bùkún ni bí ọ̀rọ̀ yàwó Olúwa yóò bùkún ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa. A ò ní padà gbé gbára. Ẹni ẹlẹ́ni ò ní gbà ṣe wá ṣe. Gbogbo àwọn tó kù náà kọ́ fẹ́ ní ọwọ́ nínú nǹkan báyìí ní orúkọ Jésù Olúwa yóò gbé ọmọ wọn sókè. A ó máa wọnú ògo lọ. Jésù Olúwa wa.
David Bello that gave us the sermon. Thank you. I know several of our fathers in the Lord, especially are here with us. I want to recognize some of you. I want to Kabisi. I've seen some of our, service chiefs that are here. Thank you. Deputy, we will not greet ourselves when we get to the office. We greet my wife here. So I greet my wife too. The acting CJ I greet you. I've seen several faces. Kabisi, Okiyo, gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa tí ó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ Okiyo, Kabisi Olúìlàlò, Kabisi Kọ̀ọ̀kọ̀ Kabisi Olówó àti gbogbo àwọn Kabisi that are here. But today we are here to celebrate our Kabisi Aláké tí gbogbo lẹ́gbàá tí mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ dárúkọ bàbá wa Kabisi Adédọ̀tun Gbádébọ̀ Òkìyàn. But we are celebrating Kabisi today. But I think there's someone that is actually doing this birthday, and that is Olori Mami. Congratulations, happy birthday. I missed what you said about Kabisi yesterday. Kabisi repeated that Kabisi is very good, very everything. Thank you. I know that, and Kabisi said something yesterday that all of these very good things that you said about me, don't change it at any time. So, and I want to support Kabisi that, please man, exactly what you said about Kabisi is what we know and what we believe. So Kabisi, well done. Then we know who is the well done. So Kabisi, so thank you man. To my brothers and sisters, congratulations. Kabisi has been what I call a very, very good Baba. Because there will be, and I said it yesterday too, that there are Kabisis that their age will not bring progress, will not bring prosperity. But Kabisi's reign is the one that will say, Papa to get to that you are to about to pick up your Kabisi. And I was okay for Baba, we go to the Gao, in that Kabisi. Àwọn mèremère tá a sọ pé àrísì kékeré ló máa jẹ́ lágbára olúwa ní ìgbà tí Kábíyèsí o. Kábíyèsí àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni we just started. The whole of Ogun State will be, people will not even believe what we are in Ogun State, which is Abeokuta. Of course, we rank with any capital of the world. It is during your time, during your reign, and this is happening. And it will continue to happen. And we pray yesterday, this is the house of God. We need to be in good health. Kabisi, the good Lord will continue to be with you. The good Lord will continue to make your reign very peaceful, very prosperous for all of us, not just in Ghana, but in the entire Ogun State. To all the, I want to thank you, and to our mothers, because nobody was left behind. Everybody was part of this. So I thank all of you. Kabisi, Olile náà la máa ṣe ilé ìgbà òrìrẹ́ ìlú ìgbà tí ó tún tù wá lára yìí á túbọ̀ máa tù wá lára yìí. I want to thank my fathers in the Lord. Thank you for your counsel all of the time. I've listened to I think Reverend David Bello. Thank you. I listened to what you said. That is what he that is not to be counseled and not be saved. All these things that you tell us, of course, we'll note them and we'll use it in our daily with the people. I agree with you entirely that when you are called upon like this, should do is to serve. Because one day we are all going to answer the call of the Almighty God. And it's what we do here that people will remember. And that's where we will be honoring. I pray, I'm almost through. I have just a few months to go. And I'm sure that I pray to Almighty God that the day I'm leading Ogun State farewell, my prayer is that I came in a place of glory. And that when I'm leaving, it will be more glory for me. So please pray for me. Thank you for your support, because without the support, primarily of the Almighty God, and what the good people of the state is giving to us, we didn't have achieved anything. But there's still more to be done. And I mentioned that up to the very last moment, up to the very last second, we'll be working for the good people of the state. So once again, I thank all of you, and God will be with us.
Ẹ bá bẹ̀ wọ́n, kọ́ bá ṣe tọ̀nà abúlé wa. Gbogbo ọ̀dà máa ṣe. Lọ́kùnrin wa ń rìn lọ́wọ́. Títí ọ̀gbọ́n náà.
category for our next conference. You will soon be receiving our letter, Admiral, sir. But meanwhile, we thank you and we appreciate you so much. When our Director General spends hours making up his mind who to invite to an event, sometimes we young research fellows get extremely tired and exasperated at him. Of course, you won't complain because he's your chief executive. But it is when events like this unfold and our resource persons take the podium that we say, okay, we now see the logic. When he mentioned Admiral's name, I have not had the privilege of having any serious engagement. But these last few minutes, as I stood behind, I said, yes, I can see the logic behind my DG's work. Thank you, sir. I think the curtain is gradually dropping on our program. But the chairman, as always, has the last word. And so, on that note, I'd like to invite His Excellency to please come and share his last words with us before the curtain finally drops. Your Excellency, sir. Thank you.
Spending enough money to face the sea, more important to us than land. If anybody grabs 1 inch of Nigerian land, you see the whole army and air force and everything, but we are not paying enough attention to the sea. The Navy, the other security agencies who have to man maritime domain control are not being funded enough. That is what I want to contribute to this forum, and to say that the NIA needs to specially invite our lawmakers and let them go through this kind of program that you are presenting today. It is very important for our nation. Thank you so much for offering me this opportunity. Thank you. I have to leave the forum to go and say my prayers, but I'm back. Thank you so much, Mr. BG. I commend you for what you've been doing at NIA, together with your past colleagues who have kept this flag flying. Please keep it up. NIA is so important to Nigeria, and I hope our powers that be understand this and fund you appropriately. Thank you.
Well, let me go say admirals and save myself the pronoun. The most important thing is that you could see how everything rounds up, because he was also, apart from being a very great admiral, was also our chief negotiator for the World Trade Organization when he was our minister in charge of trade and industry, commerce. So I did a very good job, and you will find out that we are not allowed as politicians to pay. One of our code of conduct as a politicians never praise the military. It's one of our requirements. But you will notice that during our military rules, those states that had naval officers as governors, administrators, they were well served, and that's because of the multidisciplinary exposure. The international exposure of seafarers and Navy officers. What my job here, number one, is to save you time by not talking too much. Number two is to remind you that we have not wasted your time, and to summarize what we have done, and so that when you get home and people say, where did you go and what did you gain, you can spread the message. And I will assume that I'm addressing all Nigerians. I assume that you are senators and representatives in National Assembly, and what can you do with this? The most important thing we need to understand is that it may sound esoteric, maritime domain awareness. Let me just replace one word: governance. What we are discussing is governance at sea, and governance of our maritime resources, and it intersects our governance at home. So you can have sea blindness, you can have web blindness, but that will not surprise you if you already have governance blindness. already. So the degree to which we are aware, we have what we call situational awareness or appreciation of our situation as a country. If we are aware of that, then we will know that everything that happens to us, on the positive or negative side, the constant is our governance. And governance, Achebe has summarized governance to mean leadership. Because everything you need to make Nigeria great is in this room. And I know many of you will be asking questions, because I was asking myself, because you will notice that one of the highlights of my presidential run was to talk about resource theft. And at the NBA conference, I broke the news that a lot of our oil resources are being stolen. And I did visit, I went to many parts of our maritime corridors. I passed through your boys at NNS Thunder when I went to Focados to do, because I didn't want to be a politician who would just talk and not see, to go to all those places. So people will be asking the question, we have, okay, we have all of these platforms. Why is it that, even of recent, we are still saying that our crude oil is being stolen? So where was Falcon Eye? Was Falcon sleeping, or was Falcon blocking his eyes? So it may be that there's a problem of political will. It may be that the infrastructure, the architecture can be there, but maybe there's not enough loyalty to the country, or maybe some other sub-optimized interest. So it means that all of us here are stakeholders. So it is good that the people in authority, the professionals, are finding solutions. But those who are in politics, like me, ought to bring leadership into it and make issue mainstream. Lucky for me, I'm having very serious meetings between the opposition people and the government, incoming government people, sometime next week. And I will be your ambassador there to say, look, I went to a conference, whatever you people are arguing about, tribe and religion, that won't help you. If you focus on the sea, where there's no tribe and where there's no religion, maybe you will solve your problems there. Then we already know, we have been told about the issue that, first, we know that we are just little islanders inside the sea. Our small planet is majorly water. So there's nothing we can do that will not impact on the sea, or the sea impact on us. That's what Admiral Akpan has told us. But today's paper, let us understand so that you don't go away and say, oh, there are many things we didn't talk about. Today's paper focus on security. So there are other aspects to it: safety, the blue economy, navigational opportunities, recreational opportunities, power projection, all those things. In fact, a lot of what we are discussing here has given a lot of assignment to the NIA. There are a lot of diplomatic protocols that needs to be developed, a lot of diplomatic engagement that needs to be developed. And you could see today that India is present here. It's an extension of diplomacy. And you can see everything you do in the world, your friend is also your competitor. So India is coming to talk to us to see how they can work with us. They are also thinking on how to take Admiral Francis Akpan to India to go and work for India. So that's how the world works. So we need to start to deal with it. And we have seen examples of how it has worked 5+5 in the Mediterranean Sea. But you could see from there, they have not managed to stop the problems that is most important to them. For example, this irregular migration. But you find out that the technology is there, the whole place is covered by radar and everything. But when a violator is at sea and is seen by Greece, Greece will say, I'm not going to be the one to go and capture them, because I capture them, I have to take them to my own country. Italy will say, I haven't seen them, don't report. So there are other diplomatic moves that need to be done. So sometimes when you see something happen, don't assume that the capacity is not there. Sometimes it is leadership problem, sometimes other factors talk about it. And then Admiral Akpan talked about action on land affect action at sea and vice versa. I will also say that when developing the paper further, it should not limit it to actions. It should also extend it to events. Because there are things that are not anthropomorphic, they're not caused by human beings, like what your brother Admiral noticed. What happened to me at sea? The weather situation was an event. It was not an action of any other person. So all of these things have to do with understanding what is going on. And then the last part is governance, which is the issue of harmonization. Because when you have all this intercalary of infrastructure, there is always this territorial fight. I believe that you can see how fantastically nice the DG Namasa has been to us. But if you try to amend the law to take some of his duties and give to the Navy, you will see that it's a serious fighter. So those are the things which leadership has to provide to show that, well, you may lose it here, but it will redound on you positively elsewhere. And you will see that the coordinator of our security is the NSA. Even the NSA, in this administration, had to fight for his own life because everybody is competing with everybody. So to have that coordination is what we will assist the incoming government to do. So that from that center, if it's well harmonized and personal interest, career interest, procurement interest, all of those things are well managed, we will do better than we are doing. And then we are looking at the issue of partnership. And I've seen that our elder has talked about it. He didn't, because as a policy planner, he didn't want to make it controversial. But what he is asking us is that your partners are also your competitors. And the interest of America and the Gulf of Guinea and African does not mean 100% is our interest. And we need to be careful when we take this support to see that we do not reprioritize our interest to reflect the interest of the person who says assisting. So I think it's also on leadership. So by and large, the three things I will say in conclusion is that all these things lie in your hand because you are the voters. You are the one electing political leaders. And some of these issues should be added to the bouquet of what you consider when you are dealing with choosing leadership. Because these professionals, there's a limit to what they can do. Under our constitution, you are under political authority. And the leadership of that political authority, what they know, what motivates them, what they organize their political parties and ideas around is important. That's why people remember Nkrumah, remember Awolowo, remember all those other great leaders, Azikiwe and Ahmadu Bello and co. That is why, because political leadership is very important. Lastly, the community has a role to play. Anything that has to do with security has to do with the community. So if the communities have a better sense of equity and will cooperate with the law enforcement agencies, cooperate with the government, we will achieve a lot and the benefits will come to everybody, not only those in uniform, but those in government. So I thank you for your attention.
So much, Doctor. I trust we all enjoyed today's episode of Roundtable Discussion. It is enriching and very, very impactful, isn't it? Please clap for yourselves. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, please I crave your esteemed indulgence to stand on the already established protocols. With deep sense of gratitude and responsibility, I want to say on behalf of the staff and management of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs that we extend our heartfelt appreciation to everyone present today. If not for you, I don't think we will have such an impactful experience we just witnessed. Thank you so much. Chief among those we are thanking is Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency. Mr. Chairman, I've read a lot about you on papers and I've watched you on television. This is the first time seeing you, and I can say, with your personality and your person put in front of this country, we are surely going to step into our El Dorado. Thank you so much for sparing your time for us. And again, I want to also appreciate the efforts of our ever assiduous and dutiful Director General. I call him the Capacity DG, the Director General of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, Professor Emusa Emmanuel Osagai, for putting in place all modalities to make this roundtable discourse impactful and fruitful. Thank you so much, sir. Also, our Capacity DG of the Nigerian Maritime Administration, and Safety Agency, Dr. Bashir Jamo. I can say, sir, that you are an encyclopedia of erudition, a round peg in a round hole. Please clap for him. You know, when a man is speaking, you determine and define a man through his achievement. Before Doctor stepped in as the DG of NIMASA, you heard what was happening in that particular sector and our water environment. Before he came in, we were experiencing water attacks like 6 times in a week. But as a DG of NIMASA, I think for the past a year and a half, nothing of such has happened. Please clap for him. Then our super keynote speaker, Rear Admiral Francis Akpan, retired but not tired. He's not tired. I think every university in the world will be fortunate to have him as a lecturer on maritime studies. Yes, he qualifies to be so. With short explanations on all concepts surrounding maritime administration, surrounding maritime domain awareness and all security issues and steps we should take as the tallest child of Africa to safeguard our waters. I'm sure the keynote speaker did justice with the subject. Please clap for him. So many dignitaries here present and time may not permit me. The representatives from ANPW, the representatives from the India Council, special guests from the Body of Christ led by Right Reverend Solomon Okoro and his spouse, Rear Admiral A.O. Olubode. Thank you, sir. Elder Dr. Elias Uman, thank you for your presence. Elder Effion Abban, thank you. Austin Obiepe of the LDA, thank you for your presence. The former GMD of First Bank, Mr. UK Eke, we appreciate your presence, sir. Reverend D.K. Ewa and Dr. Owen Obaseki, the Otaifo of Igbodo Kingdom. Thank you for your presence and your entourage. Mr. Emeka Ogu, Rear Admiral J.F. Martin, and our virtual commentator, we say thank you for making such impactful remark. And to all esteemed members of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, present and those of you, we say thank you for sparing your time for this event. For your information, the NIIA, under the distinguished directors of our DG, is fully lubricated and is fully repositioned, so to speak, and very charged to set itself high on formulating issues relating to foreign policy and international affairs. That is why every now and then the DG takes it upon himself to ensure that we have episodes, events, symposiums, seminars as this that will enrich body of knowledge to further strengthen us as the giant of Africa and to make sure that we chart a course and a path that will be fruitful in our relationship with the international world. I wish you all safe journey back to your respective destinations. I say thank you.
Thank you, along with our esteemed participants online. We want to appreciate you all, and we
This is to extend profound gratitude and warmest appreciation to all those who gave a huge support, which resulted in the success of the Abuja and Lagos celebration of the 70th birthday anniversary of Prince Bisola Tilo, Nigeria's quintessential multilingual broadcasting legend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President Federal Republic of Nigeria. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, OON, who is a friend of the family. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, who was the chairman of Prince Bisola Tilo's birthday lecture in Abuja. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr., GCON, chairman of Globalcom. Dr. John Momo, OON, chairman Channels TV Media Group, who delivered the birthday lecture on the topic Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria. Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, and Senator Osita Izunaso, representing Imo West Senatorial District, who were the coordinators of the Abuja end of Prince Bisi Olatilo's 70th birthday celebration. For the celebration proper in Lagos on Wednesday, 20th December 2023, we thank most profoundly Pastor Dr. Wole Oladin of CLAM Global for setting the celebration on the right spiritual note with Thanksgiving service. We remain eternally grateful to Nigeria's special gift to the world, former President Olusegun Obasanjo GCFR, who was the chairman of the event, Sake Singtin Adebukola Adebutu OON CON CFR, who flew in from the United Kingdom for Prince Bisi Olatilo's 70th birthday to further confirm his uncommon love and support for the birthday boy. What can Biscon Communication do without Dark Communications, owners of AIT and Ray Power? The entire event was broadcast live to all parts of the world as a special birthday present to Prince Bisi Olatilo at 70. Our prayers is that God Almighty will continue to grant the soul of High Chief Raymond Tokwesi eternal rest. Amen. Once again, we thank all those who contributed to the successful outcome of Prince Bisi Olatilo's graceful ascension to the glorious 7th floor. God bless you all. Amen.
God bless you. Heavenly Father, we thank you. And Lord, because you are omnipotent and omnipresent doors. We thank you for this gathering this afternoon, Heavenly Father. We pray that you guide us in all our deliberations. Be with every one of us here. Of course, to glorify your name. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
I had to stand in because the secretary was not here and the social is here. Please come and recognize the rest of the team so that the lady can start off with the speakers. Thank you, sir. Please, a round of applause for the social secretary.
Special occasion. You all welcome. Then I'd like to call on the moderator for today to please join me here so that she can begin what we asked her to do here today. Madam, what's your name? Queen of the mic. You're welcome. So, let's hear from you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. My name is Queen of the mic, and I'll be moderating today's panel session, Team Essence of Prosperity and Wellbeing, Integrating Health, Risk, and Wealth Management Opportunities. We have powerful speakers in our midst today, amazing personalities, and I'm sure we all can't wait to hear from them, learn from them, because I'm promising you it's going to be very insightful, and I can't just wait, and I'm sure we all can't wait. So I'll be calling them to join me on stage, and I'll be telling you, giving you little information about them. So our first speaker for today is no other person than Professor Ayodele Olurotimi Koka. Please can we clap for him as he comes on stage? Professor Ayodele, of psychiatry, consultant psychiatrist, clinical psychologist, and behavioral scientist. Professor Koka lectures at the Lagos State University College of Medicine and also consults at Lagos State University Teaching Hospital Ikeja, Lagos. He is the socialite of repute and belongs to many social clubs such as Ikoyi Club, Island Club, Yoruba Tennis Club, and Abeokuta Sports Club. He loves photography, he enjoys playing piano, guitar, and great tennis player and aficionado. I hope I pronounced it. Please can you clap for him as he makes his way on stage. The speaker is Mr. Moni Boba. I hope I pronounced that well, sir. Yes, Moni Boba. Mr. Moni Boba joined ARM Investment Managers in November 2022 as an executive director with oversight of the manager's investment unit, retail and institutional asset management and operation units. He has over 25 years of cumulative experience in managing various assets in Paris, London, Madrid, and Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for him, please? Ajayi. He is an executive director at Leadway Assurance Company Limited. He is an experienced business leader with over 15 years in senior positions. He is executive director in iCore Insurance PLC. Can you please clap for him as well? Abimbola Suleiman. Yes. She currently serves as the executive director for the investments division at ARM Pension Managers. Can you please clap for her? Also joining us on stage is Dr. Remile Konduro-Jaye. She's an international trained physiotherapist with over 35 years of active practice within and outside Nigeria. She's also the chairman of Nigerian Society of Physiotherapy Lagos. Can you clap for her, please? And finally, we have Dr. Gideon Anumbar. He is the head of operations at Leadway Health. He's an accomplished medical and health insurance practitioner with almost 20 years of experience. Can we clap for him, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you so much for coming and your patience. On this note, I'd like to invite the chairman of the Ghana Club, Prince Abimbola, to please come and give his opening remarks. Thank you so much. A round of applause for the chairman.
On behalf of the entirety of the members of Ghana, I apologize for ignorance of the answers in the end of the law. You see the first time about 12 behind you. And as you all know, this is your club. There's no being saying that we are watching our getting in the club. It's almost like that. The members are very important. They are not time conscious of anything. We remember throughout the week, we went to groups, soliciting for them to come in time. It's no question of them. If it's Sunday idea now, I think we is coming to basics in this hall. It's surprising to see that we apologize on behalf for keeping sincerely. This is a business event in our program of the 88th anniversary of Ireland. Like I've said, it's no big saying wine and dine with time. We're here to listen to our speakers, give us a lot of good things, people, a lot of topics which I think will be beneficial to all of us actually. Just get away from whining and dining with time. So that's all. Learning is not anything that does not end. People they have some desire they see just their table, take their paper, still read all the time, continue to gain experience who they are. And what is happening in the world today, so that we know how advancing the world is now. So we continue to learn. And this is why we are here today, to listen to speakers, to give us a good topic, something to take home as one of the better business works. So on behalf of the club,
welcome you to this approved event, and I hope you'll be able to gain something. Thank you for all what you do. Thank you.
I think we can do better. Let's give me one more.
Prosperity and well-being, integrated health, risk, and wealth management opportunity. So all we're going to be talking about in this panel session is wealth, prosperity, health, risk management, and these amazing personalities on stage with me represent each factor. So I'll plead with you to get your notepad and your pen because there's a lot to learn from this panel session. So Mr. Professor Ayodele Olurotimi Coker, over to you. Can we please clap for him, please?
Thank you very much. The chairman of Island Club and the very important dignitaries on the high table. Because of time, I will stand on the existing protocol. Good afternoon. We need to remind ourselves on how to embrace the 4 dimensions of health. So, it's very important that we must be healthy physically, mentally, socially, and spiritually. And once we are healthy, then you can boast to be fit. Have strong physical body, you have good sleep, brain health, your attention, concentration, memory, and geography fantastic. So it is imperative that we need to remind ourselves to be healthy. And what is the definition of health? By the World Health Organization is a state of complete health, physical fitness, mental fitness, and social well-being, and not just the absence of an illness. In Africa, we've been able to add spiritual well-being because of our village people. So we must be fit at all times physically, we must be fit at all times mentally, we must also have social intelligence and well-being, and that's one of the reasons we're here, and must be fit physically. So to be fit physically, we must carry out physical exercises 3 or 4 times a week for 1 hour to increase our heartbeats to 100 beats per minute, and that's when you can boast to be fit physically. You can join a gym or play your favorite sports, or you just take a walk to get your 10,000 steps. Then you can say you are fit. And I'm glad to tell you that everybody who is a tennis player in this hall are strong players of tennis that are extremely fit. And that is me. I play my favorite sport, tennis, and I'm also the president of the tennis section. And I also swim at the Koi Club. So when you are fit, you have physical endurance, you have stamina, you have personal power to go after difficult goals. You will not have physical ailments because you will be strong enough to prevent illnesses such as diabetes and hypertension. Then we go to, this is what most people don't know, and that's why mental disorders are on the increase in our society. So how do you improve your mental well-being? The definition by World Health Organization is a state of well-being where you must maximize your abilities and potentials, cope with the normal stress of life, be fruitful and productive at home and at work, contribute to your community with your time, talents, and treasures, and ability to manage your thoughts, feelings, and emotions. And when we are fit mentally, these are the benefits. Enhanced emotional intelligence, greater frustration tolerance, ability to cope with sudden changes, capacity to bounce back after a setback, better quantity and quality of life, fantastic intra and interpersonal relationship skills, an ability to be happy at all times, And the caveat to that is that you must make sure that you are contributing to your community, your time, talents, and treasures. And when you do this, there will be prevention of common mental disorders such as depression and anxiety that are on an increase in this society.
So the next one is social health and social intelligence. Every island club member or any clubber has this one faith. It's the ability to initiate and sustain quality relationships anywhere you find yourself. Ability to adapt to any social environment that you find yourself. In all events and circumstances, for example, if you find yourself in a remote area in China or whatever, you'll be able to socially adapt. And that's what we're doing here. And it's the quest to fulfill greater social intelligence that makes people to join social clubs like Island Club, Ikoyi Club, Yoruba Tennis Club, and their professional or cultural clubs. So you want to socially belong. And what are the benefits of this? Enriched circle of influence. Anywhere you find yourself, you become influential and charismatic. You make friends and keep them easily. One's problem-solving skills will be enhanced, and you will be a good team member or team leader anywhere you find yourself. Spiritual health and well-being. Ability to connect with the supernatural divine power and use that power to solve life's problems and use that power to cope effectively with the stress of life. And I can tell you, the stress in Nigeria is enormous and it must be seen to be coping. And that's why you say with God, all things are possible. And what God cannot do does not exist. And all you need to do to acquire this power is to have faith in yourself and faith in the supernatural being. And that faith is what they say, you have faith as tiny as a mustard seed, you shall tell the mountain to move, it shall move, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. And they said, evidence of the things that you hope for, and substance of nothing, or substance of things you hope for, and evidence of things not seen. So, it's difficult in Lagos. If you can't do 8 hours, please do 6 hours. Ask for help. Ask for help, and the problem shared is half solved. Take vacation regularly, connect with people in your society, be ready for sudden change in your environment, and recognize your stressor and deal with them. Learn a new language or musical instrument, be fit, physically, mentally, I've said it. Have a purpose in life, and it's your contribution to your community. Love, hug, and kiss your spouse unconditionally. If you didn't do that when you were coming here, when you get back home today, call Madam and say, Madam, come here. And hug her and give her a good kiss. She will say, where did you learn that one from? From the business lunch I like her. Take responsibility for all the choices in your life. For all your bad decisions, you must take responsibility and stop taking responsibility for other people in your life. Do all that it takes to make you happy. Cultivate your own garden. Don't be envious of other people's achievements. Learn to smile. In my workshops and seminars, we have 5 minutes that will just be laughing heartily. So this is it. For you to be healthy, you must be healthy physically, a healthy person. So to round up, for you to be healthy, you must keep on developing yourself in these 4 dimensions to have better quantity and quality of life. On this note, gentlemen and ladies, I say thank you very much for the invitation.
In fact, I'm quite stressed because I realize my boss is just here. So, Dr. Oledimiji, hello. I appreciate you. So basically, he's my chairman of AR Investment Manager. So we don't have any slides. I mean, we are told, there's no presentation. So I work for ARM Investment Managers. ARM is an asset manager which manages assets, both traditional and alternative assets. We have presence in wealth management. So this is the division where I am, where Mr. Dr. Halo is the chairman. But also pension. We'll hear later from my colleague Abimbola Suleiman, Executive Director of the investment side. But also securities, trustees. We talk about estate planning quickly. but also alternative investment, such as agribusiness, infrastructure, private equity, but also real estate with mixed up. Our entities are regulated by companies such as the Securities and Exchange Commission, but also pension commissions for the pension side. Yeah, we've been around for 29 years and with a good rating, because we are rated about the best rating in Nigeria for the wealth management unit. So today, I would like an interactive discussion, definitely, so that's why there's no slide, no presentation. We'll be covering risk and wealth management. One aspect that is very important about wealth management and prosperity is financial planning. So I will just give you a few tips on financial planning, and then obviously during the Q&A, we'll be willing to answer any questions you may have. So financial planning, what is that? Financial planning basically is a process, is a roadmap to reach financial goals. Okay, so financial plannings provide peace of mind and help you keep an eye on your financial goals. So what are financial plannings? I mean, there are 5 components of financial plannings. Financial goals, I will develop. Budgeting. Secondly, third, investment planning. Fourth, risk management. And lastly, estate planning, because you will be transferring your wealth. So in terms of financial goals, what are financial goals? Financial goals are simply goals that you set for yourself. So they are time-bound. You want to reach them within a specific time. They are specific, and there is an amount that you set to it. We have various financial goals. But before I define them, and I give you some examples of financial goals, it's important to note that everybody, I mean, we used to split. It's important that for one to know exactly where you are in your financial life cycle. We used to split this in 4 parts. So when you start in your career, let's say around 20 to 30, then when you start a family, so let's say up to 45, 50, then the period before the retirement, so let's say 45, 50 up to 60, and then the retirement. So the first part is literally when you start working. So this is where your income is high, your costs are quite low. So you save a lot. Basically, you save a lot in order to start a family. Then once you start a family, this is where expenses kick massively. Basically, you focus on mortgage, you have kids, so I mean, you all went through that journey. You know what I'm talking about. So expenses are very high, but even during that period, you still need to save and invest for the future. So the first part is basically wealth accumulation. The second part, you need to do what we call wealth enhancement. The third part is where the kids have left. So basically, you have an empty nest. Your cost at that time dropped massively. Okay. So basically, you are saving, your saving power is at the highest level. You are saving for your retirement. So, but you need to protect. It's also a period where we are talking about capital protection. And then the last part, of course, is retirement. So you are retired. Obviously, at that time, it's more about distribution and gifting. Okay. So those are the 4 phases of the financial life cycle. So it's very important for each person to know exactly where you are. But now, let me take one concrete example. Even if, let's assume, for example, 2 twins, born exactly the same day, went to the same school, working in the same company, they had the same career growth, so, and they reach their 50. So basically, you can imagine that their income are exactly the same. But one was married and has 4 kids. The other one is not married. obviously they will not have the same financial goals. You realize that. Income is exactly the same. One must still think about education trust, education funds, because kids are around. We continue to save, to invest for the kids, while the other one probably because she didn't have the same kind of expenses, she has a way higher saving. She may afford to retire earlier than her train. So it's very important in setting your goal, your financial goals, you analyze your own situation. So you have asset management company, wealth management company, you can come and meet, like ARM obviously, ARM investment managers, and we can sit with you, analyze, do what we call a risk profile, understand exactly what are your needs, what do you want to achieve, and then draw a plan and manage your wealth. So this was around financial life cycle. So what are financial goals? Okay, we can split financial goals in 3 buckets: short term, medium term, long term. Short term basically are goals for a very short term, typically less than 1 year. Okay, so they will require an investment, a planning that will match those needs within the year. So typically it can be a financial goal for vacation coming in the next few months. It can be to pay off a credit debt. It can be to purchase an appliances. So those are examples of short-term financial goals. Mid-term financial goals are somewhere between 1 year and 5 years. Okay, so again, you will save. You need to be sure that you have an investment plan that can cover that period. So what can this be? Obviously, it can be to pay off a mortgage. It can be to start an education fund for your kids, to pay off a mortgage. And then the last part, the long-term financial goals are goals that are into decades. So probably you are building for your retirement. You want to reach a certain level of wealth. You want to start a business. So those are long-term financial goals. So it's very important really to be clear on your financial goals. So this is the first part of financial planning. The second part is budgeting. Okay? I may not elaborate a lot, but budgeting is basically to keep an eye on your income and expenses. I'm not going to give you, there are some rules to how to spread your income. Income can come from salary or coming from your savings or your investment, obviously. There are some rules on how to manage your budget. Again, this has to be customized, personalized. So you have wealth managers, such as us, that can help you analyze, okay, so to split between what you need, your fundamental needs, what you want, so what you use for leisure, for going out, yeah, so this is around budgeting. And budgeting, this process is not something that is set in stone. You need to revisit it regularly. It's a dynamic exercise, basically. Again, your wealth manager can help you look at your budgeting and advise. Third part is investment planning. So now that I've spoken about inflation, let me elaborate a bit around that. As I said, you have various financial goals. To match your financial goals, you must have an investment that will match. So if you are on short term, okay, so I will wrap up. Investment, so basically you have an investment plan, okay? So investment plan, and again, inflation proof. Very quickly, I'm not going to make a lecture on inflation, but there are asset classes that can help you beat inflation, okay? Both on traditional and alternative asset classes. On traditional, for example, this year, the stock market would have helped you if you were invested, beat inflation. The 9-month return of the index Nigerian
NGX30, which is the top 40 stocks within the Nigerian market, yielded a total return performance of 40% up to end of September. Annualized is to 52% return, which is double the level of inflation of 26%. And I'm talking about someone who comes and just buys the 30 stocks without having the skill of selecting, having the timing, doing the sector rotation and everything. Okay? So you have traditional assets that help you beat inflation, but also alternative. So real estate, obviously. Commodity is also a store of value. Commodity is not just gold. You have some derivatives, some commodity exchanges where you can buy derivatives that will help you beat this inflation. This year, the price, obviously, you will all know it, the price of rice has increased by 50%. So basically, anyone who has invested on the derivatives on the rice would have, again, beaten inflation. The fourth pillar, I would say, of financial planning is risk management, debt management, insurance. Okay. What happens? Basically, you need to take into account that you will have incidents, unfortunately. As we say, prepare for the best. Plan for the best, but get ready for the worst. So basically, get insurance. So I think my co-panelists will talk about this. Okay, take life insurance, take car insurance, take health insurance. Okay, because unfortunately, unexpected events will happen. Manage properly your debt. Avoid high interest debt. Pay off your debt. This is another thing. Have an emergency fund. Okay, it's very important also to run this. So this is all the aspect around risk management. Okay, this will help you wealth manage and target this prosperity. But the last part, which is at the end of the journey, so that I wrap up, is an estate planning. Basically, there are too many cases where, unfortunately, people are leaving a massive wealth without having a trust will. Okay, you need to have an estate planning. So estate planning basically is transferring your assets following your desire. So it's something also that is fundamental you need to take into account in this wealth management journey. I will stop here.
All right, can we please clap for him? Thank you.
Moving forward, so I would like to keep this short and sharp. Let me just start with this. I was at an Old Boys Association meeting a couple of weeks ago. Okay. The title of the presentation, it's actually still the broad one, Essence of Prosperity and Well-Being, Integrating Health, Risk, and Wealth Management. I'm happy to see the cross-section of speakers, and I'm going to take this mainly from the risk management perspective. As I was saying, an Old Boys Association meeting, and one of the members stood up, and quite fit young man, he's about 60 years old, well built, well chiseled, exercised as well. So he said, look, he's just done a medical checkup, clean bill of health. At 60, he believes he will live at least to 100. 40 years more ahead of him. Time enough to start a new career and everything. And a lot of people were looking at him. And somebody raised his hand up at the back and said, do you go to parties? He said, no. Do you drink? No. Do you smoke? With the permission of Dr. Koka? He said, no. Do you womanize? No. And they asked him, so why exactly do you want to live another 40 years? That just says, beyond being fit, it's important to enjoy life. Beyond having the financial resources, there is more to the totality of that, of what we need. So I'll just take a quick look. I need to move to the next slide. Okay, I think I have the control here myself.
And does this work? Okay. Right at the heart of what we're saying, the last speaker, Mr. Muniro, closed with issues around risk management and insurance. It's very easy to focus on creating wealth, making money. But the reality is this, life happens to all of us. There are things that we do not plan for, they are fortuitous incidents. Growing old is a natural risk of life. It is guaranteed, it will happen. But whether you are healthy or not, depends on the quite number of factors, genetics, lifestyle. So the best thing you can do, and sometimes we find that people who actually even do the best of lifestyles still fall ill. So some form of element of risk management must begin. And that risk management is to accept that we do not control everything. We do not know everything. Sometimes what we call the acts of God comes to play. So we have two options. As a typical Nigerians, hope for the best, believe that we go to church, we go to mosque, and because we are good people, nothing bad will happen to us. But guess what? Accidents happen every day. Buildings collapse every day. People have showers in their bathrooms before. Businesses collapse. A business that's been built for 30 years, you've done so much to put structures in place. For whatever reason, COVID happens. COVID wiped out quite a number of businesses. But guess what? Wimbledon is the tennis tournament that happens every year. They'll be buying an insurance policy that could, just in case something happens that they cannot control. You know the British love to plan, so they've taken up planning into consideration. But what if there's something they still did not foresee? So they have a policy. Guess what? That policy paid out during COVID. I heard it's about £280 million. So whoever finances the Wimbledon tournament did not suffer a loss as a result of COVID. This I'm saying in that there is a need to adjust the way we look at life. There's a need to adjust the way we plan for life. Nigerians are chronically optimistic people. And that optimism is putting us at risk. Because we just believe that nothing will happen. But guess what? Life happens to everybody. I'm sorry I'm being factual and realistic, but that's the truth. So beyond building wealth, so we've been building wealth, we have assumed that the capacity to build wealth will be there. We've assumed that all the structures will be there. So what do we do? How can we manage things we cannot plan for? So of course, from a risk management perspective, a quick look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Our biological needs are there, physiological needs are there. They need to have good food. They need to sleep. Thank God, Mocha phone is here. So those of us who are having trouble sleeping, please, you can test it. Can we? It is important to invest in our physical safety. These are risks, especially in a country like Nigeria, beyond insurance. So even if you have a car, one of the things that we'll do when we're pricing your car insurance is ask you where you park your car. Do you park your car on the street, or do you park it inside a gated compound? That should affect the price of your insurance. Of course, love and belonging. The reality is that a lot of the things that we need to have a decent life can be met by our financial investments and the revenues we make. But those financial investments and revenues and the capacity to continue to provide them are subject to risk that we can use insurance to manage. A quick one, look at the Vanderbilts. I think my brother there has spoken about wealth management. The Vanderbilts and the Rothschilds, I'm sure these are...
Speak to you this afternoon, and I will stand on all established protocols. And my topic today, I'm kind of following behind Professor Coker in terms of health, but we've narrowed it down to the effects of what sleep has with our well-being, the effects of sleep in our well-being. So before they give me my 5-minute warning, okay. So he already talked about the components of a healthy lifestyle. And we have sleep, diet, what we eat, exercise, which is an integral part of our day, or should be, and relaxation and stress management. Under stress management and relaxation, he's covered the mental health issue and basically how we interact within our workspace, communities, families. All those play an important aspect on our mental health, stress management, and our ability to relax. As somebody has already mentioned, sometimes the lifestyle we lead is very stressful. You know, you wake up very early, you go to bed very late, so that's a very difficult part or component to manage. But these are the 4 elements that actually dictate when we say we have a healthy lifestyle. Next slide, please, so it'll be easier. Okay. So some of the myths and facts about sleep. It says your body gets used to lack of sleep. The fact is, a lack of sleep takes a toll on both your body and your brain. And how long you sleep is all that matters. Again, I tell people all the time, for every age group, when we say we go to bed at, maybe today you go to bed at 10 o'clock. Oh, I get 5 hours of sleep. Let me start with that. I get 5 hours of sleep, but today you go to bed at noon and you wake, midnight, you wake up at 5. The next day you go to bed at 11 and you wake up at 4. So your schedule is constantly changing. So even though you are having 5 hours of sleep, you do not have a regular sleep pattern. So for you to have a regular sleep pattern means going to bed at the same time every day and waking up at the same time. The next myth is if you're having trouble falling asleep, stay in bed until you count sheep and all of that. But experts say it's recommended getting out of bed if you've spent 20 minutes trying to fall asleep. Move around and then lay back down and try again. One thing they don't recommend is us going on our phones and iPads and electronics, because that in itself causes us to actually wake up even more. So this reading is an alternative from a book, not from your phone. And the other one, alcohol before bed improves sleep. Your sleep quality, you may fall asleep because you have had too much alcohol. It doesn't mean you're actually sleeping well. You're probably comatose because of the alcohol. So really, sleep declines your ability to actually, declines your ability to have appropriate restful sleep. Next slide. Thank you. A warm bedroom temperature is best for sleep. It says most people sleep best in the temperature between 65 and 80 degrees. In this country, we don't have a choice. So, I mean, that temperature is actually quite cool. So what they're saying is the hotter the temperature in the room, the more difficult it is for you to fall asleep and for you to have more restful sleep. So the cooler you are, the better your sleep. Sleeping with a light on is harmless. You're better off. Our bodies are made to sleep at night, which is why it's dark outside, for a reason. That when it is dark, you're able to completely shut down. So anybody sleeping with a radio on, or the most things we're guilty of right now is charging our devices in our bedrooms next to our beds, because they all emit some amount of light. Some of our charging ports have this blue light. So all those things actually serve to disrupt the level of sleep that you're getting, the quality of sleep. Women and men have equal risks of insomnia. It says women have a lifetime risk of insomnia that is as much as 40% greater than men. And insomnia is the ability, some people have the inability to actually fall asleep or if they fall asleep, they cannot stay asleep. And that's a whole lecture all on its own. Snoring is harmless, and nothing can be done to reduce it. Well, it might not be harmless for the person sleeping who's not listening to it. Or if you have a partner who's listening to your snoring, then it's disrupting two people's sleep. And it really needs to be addressed because it actually can be a cause of serious other medical issues that are going on that need to be addressed. So snoring is an indication that something is not right. Because we typically, when a baby sleeps, they don't snore. So, but as we get older, different elements change in our lifestyle, and then we start to snore. So it is something that needs medical attention. Okay, next slide. So sleep is really a necessary function for us as humans. And we've heard of some forms of torture as sleep deprivation. So just to show you how important it is that we do have appropriate sleep. It's a vital form. It's vital for our daily systemic functions to help our immune system, neurological system, endocrine system, and cognitive and learning. So even when we don't have enough sleep, our ability to really function appropriately in all domains of our life is actually affected. And when we sleep is when the body recovers. When we sleep, the body heals, the body kind of finds a balance. And any alteration in that sleep quality will affect the functioning of our bodies. And I talked about, in terms of sleeping, your sleep schedule matters, not just you sleeping a certain amount of hours every day. Okay, next slide, please. Sleep problems are one of the most common comorbidities in pain patients. A lot of patients who suffer from a lot of pain always have issues with sleep, and 50 to 70% of people with chronic low back pain also have compromised sleep quality. And as a physiotherapist, since COVID, we are seeing a lot of back issues because a larger percentage of the population is working in front of a screen. So we've seen a significant rise in not just low back pain, but upper thoracic and neck pain from people staring at screens that may not even be at the right height for them. So sleep and pain share a complex reciprocal relationship, and it will disrupt your sleep and have other negative effects. Next slide, please. So lack of sleep is what we call insomnia. Some people have problems going to sleep, some people have problems actually staying asleep. And some people fall asleep and are light sleepers, so they're disrupted very easily. Narcolepsy is excessive daytime sleeping. So you have people who will fall asleep, they sit in a chair, the next thing you know, you're talking to them and they're asleep. People fall asleep and they'll then wake up and not even realize actually that they fell asleep. So a severe condition of that is called narcolepsy, where people will just fall asleep basically at the drop of a hat. And it's sometimes combined with sudden muscle weakness and other signs like that. We have restless leg syndrome. Some people actually, their legs shake when they try to sleep at night and when they lay down. And then you have sleep apnea, which is directly correlated to snoring. And basically, the person who's sleeping, their breathing stops and starts. And that's what sleep apnea is. So the person doesn't get enough oxygen to the brain during the night that they're sleeping. And these are the kind of patients that will be referred for a sleep test, there's such a thing, and they will maybe be given what's called a CPAP machine, which is a continuous positive airway. So it forces you to keep breathing during the course of the night, something people will use during the night when they're sleeping. Next slide. So chronic pain and sleep disorders. This just shows you the cycle. The more pain you have, it stops you from falling to sleep or staying asleep. Because you cannot sleep, your body doesn't heal. And so there is a delay in the healing recovery process of the body, and the pain continues, and the cycle, that's the cycle that needs to be broken into. The next slide, please. How poor sleep impacts our cognitive function makes us, on the short term, where the inability to concentrate, it affects our mood, your ability to, from memory to remember things, and visible signs of fatigue. I mean, that can literally be your inability to even concentrate. You're reading something and you've read it 5 times and you still don't know what it's saying. That's part of fatigue. And in the long term, you have poor work performance, because a job that should take you maybe 15 minutes is now taking you an hour. You have decline in your cognitive function, and there's a heightened risk as we get older for dementia. So those are some of the long-term effects of lack of sleep. The next slide, please. Just a few statistics that I found. 35% of the US population gets less than the recommended 7 hours of sleep. And in Nigeria, I know that percentage is a lot higher. And 25 to 50% of children suffer from sleep deprivation. And 62% of people globally now have issues with sleep. So it's actually a really serious medical issue. So the next slide was what I really wanted to go over. Please, next slide, please. So this shows you the pattern of sleep. So when we actually fall asleep, we go into different levels of unconsciousness. And the deepest level of sleep is called REM. And that's the level where typically you shouldn't be woken up from, or if somebody wakes you up from REM sleep, you get a headache, you feel completely, I use the word discombobulated. Your whole system just goes into a panic. So that's when somebody wakes you up from really deep sleep. So basically you would go into stage 1, which should last 1 to 7 minutes. Stage 2 should last 10 to 25 minutes. And then you go into stage 4, which is 20 to 40 minutes, and you hit REM sleep, which should last up to an hour. And if you have a good sleeping pattern, your REM sleep should be longer, because that's when you're getting the maximal amount of rest and recovery of your whole function of your body. So this gives us an idea that, sometimes we're dozing, or you sleep for 10 minutes and you think, oh, I've slept, but you haven't even got into REM sleep, okay? So, finally, the benefits of sleeping help. And the other thing too with sleep, next slide please. For those of us, we talked about healthy lifestyle, eating, exercising, sleeping, and our mental health. The more sleep we get, the better we are at all those components coming in and working together for us to have a healthy lifestyle. Because I already talked about that during sleep is when the body regroups and all our functions become balanced. We reach equilibrium that we lose when we're awake. Next slide, please. It also helps with immunity and better mood. The less sleep you have, the more irritable you are. There's a strong association with lack of sleep and chronic blood pressure, diabetes. All those things can result from lack of sleep and inconsistent sleeping patterns. And next slide, please. This is actually really important. It talks about how much sleep we need, and that will kind of come to the end of my talk. So for infants, they sleep for 12 to 16 hours. For toddlers, 11 to 14 hours. Preschool children, 0 to 13 hours. 9 to 12 hours, sorry. Preschool is 0 to 13. And then school age, 9 to 12. teenagers 8 to 10, and adults 7 hours or more. I'm sure in this room, nobody has had 7 hours of sleep in the last couple of days. For us adults, 7 hours. If you've had 7 hours, you're among one of the unique few, especially if your 7 hours is at a regular time schedule. So this is very important to know just how much sleep the body needs to recover and to sustain itself. And my next slide basically just goes over what was discussed, how much exercise you need, eating healthy. The pillow you sleep on is important, that it supports your head, and not in months you should change your pillows. Pillows are a critical aspect of how well your sleep is going to be. Thank you very much.
That's all I want today. All right, so next we'll be having Abimbola Sulaiman. Can we clap for her, please?
This afternoon, I'm Abimbola Sulaiman. I'm an executive director. Also, I don't want to call it weaknesses, but a lot of opportunities for improvement and for change. You know, if you mention pension in Nigeria, most times your first reaction is fraud or it's, you know, just headache. But all of this was prior to 1999, when we had this new dispensation of democracy in 1999. The federal government had over $15 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. At that time, we were, you know, continuing to run that defined benefit scheme that we all know, and all of those negative associations that we have around pensions was really related to the defunct defined benefit scheme. The government's inability, first of all, to fund those liabilities, but to also to meet them and to operate them efficiently. I would say, I would argue, of course I'm biased, I work in the pension industry, I would say that one of the critical achievements that we have made as a country since this return to democracy was really the Pension Reform Act. It was very groundbreaking. It continues to make a significant difference in the lives of the populace. There's not a lot in terms of legislative achievements that we can point to that impacts so many people in such a meaningful way. So the Pension Reform Act, we attribute it, we associate it with a lot of successes. Many African countries are starting to borrow the Nigerian model to try to follow that legislative agenda and implement what we've done in Nigeria. In a lot of ways, it's been a great success. Pension assets today, over 22 trillion naira in pension assets. And that is one thing that we always tout as a key achievement. And while acknowledging that achievement, I want to talk about all the missed opportunities. So while 22 trillion naira seems like a lot of money, if you think about it, we only still have 10 million contributors in the scheme. For the sheer scale of what Nigeria is, the population of the country in general, but also the working population, 10 million people is just scratching the surface. It's a really, really small number. And that is the case because if you look at what that Pension Act says, it essentially transitioned us from a defined benefit system to a system where you are contributing and saving for yourself for retirement and your employer also matches that contribution. The Act says that each employee or whoever is working in Nigeria today must contribute 8% of their annual emoluments into a pension account. And the employer has to contribute 10%. So a minimum recommended contribution of 18%. Of course, with that design, you then realize that this scheme is really built for people that are working white collar, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. But you know, the vast majority of Nigerian working people are not really in white collar employment. Young people today, they are photographers, they are makeup artists, they are traders, they are influencers, they're doing social media, you know, and we're entering into a new age and a new economy that the Pension Reform Act has not really envisaged and has not really figured out how to account for that. The second big challenge is the fact that our working population today is largely public sector. The public sector still remains the greatest employer of labor. in the country. So when you take public sector, what are we talking about? It's really federal government, maybe half of the public sector workers, and then state governments. Today, unfortunately, the majority of the states are still not compliant with the Pension Reform Act. Kudos to the Lagos state government, because you can really, when you are thinking about state government and compliance with Pension Act, it is Lagos state and then a handful of others. We have actually seen some state governments that have enacted regulation to implement pension reform and then gone back to their state assemblies to try to repeal those regulations. So today, the vast majority of public sector workers that work for state governments have no pension provisions or pension protection for them. So how does all of this then fit into the theme for today? We're talking about prosperity and well-being. If we step away from our own personal prosperity and our own personal well-being and think about societal prosperity, how can you really start to have a conversation about a prosperous populace if people are generally retiring into poverty? And that's what's happening today. Of course, it's not front of mind because we don't really have an aging population. The average age in Nigeria today is still 18. So this problem is a major problem, but it seems so far away. Because when you talk to young people and say pensions, they just say, I have bigger things to worry about right now. I don't want to talk about pensions. People think that pension is a conversation for people that are 60 and above. And those people, to a large extent, are still a minority of the population in the country. So there isn't enough attention or enough conversation around the fact that you have a large population of people today who have absolutely no financial plan for retirement, whether they are working in the private sector or in the public sector, or actually whether they are in the informal sector, which is really the major knot that still needs to be cracked. So having 10 million people saving for retirement is vastly insufficient, particularly for a country that doesn't really have any social safety nets. So in a lot of other markets, your pension is just kind of one piece of the puzzle as you get into retirement. Perhaps there's social health care, perhaps there's social housing for seniors, or there's subsidized transportation for seniors. We don't really have a lot of the safety nets. What you really have to rely on is, insurance, like some of the speakers earlier said, but also just what have you put away for that time. So the message from this is that the 10 million people contributing today are not contributing anywhere near enough to be able to retire in prosperity. And then you have a vast majority of people outside of this 10 million who are not even contributing at all. And it's a social time bomb, a conversation we need to have. So focus needs to go away from this 22 trillion naira number that we have and to start to think about the vast opportunity that is yet untapped. The final point I will make is we've talked about 22 trillion, but where is the money? We're not really seeing the impact of this large accumulation of pension savings in the real economy. Today, maybe 70% of the assets still invested in federal government bonds. What this means is that the assets are essentially being loaned to the government. That in and of itself is not a bad thing if the government is channeling these funds into productive activities. But unfortunately, with our government's finances, we're in a very difficult fiscal position that the managers of these pension assets, ourselves included, have to now start to think about how you can get this money to make meaningful changes and impact in people's lives. We should be investing in infrastructure. We should be investing in all of these areas where investments have been lacking in the country. So power, roads, airports, and this is what obtains, everywhere else in the world. So we still need to do that. What's the advantage if I pay you 100,000 naira a month in pension, for example, but you still have to spend all of that money kind of buying diesel for your generator and hiring security and hiring. So we should see the pension assets as a means to achieving societal benefits. And that means investing in critical infrastructure. So the pension scheme has started to do that, but we're not doing that to anywhere near the levels that we should be doing it. I will give you 2 or 3 examples of great infrastructure, public-private partnerships that have been funded by pension assets. So there's a Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway. There's a concession that was just awarded to a consortium called Africa Plus Partners. all of the PFAs are the cornerstone investors in that fund that is now tasked to build the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway as well as the Benin-Asaba Expressway. Of course, this is new and we want to make sure that it works and so that that model can be replicated, across geographies, but also across different segments of infrastructure. If you go to the developed world, pension funds own airports, own critical transport infrastructure, own power plants, and we need to get to that point where the pension fund is not just seen as captive assets for the federal government to borrow, but starting to direct those assets into very, very productive segments of the economy so that well-being is not really just about the alerts you receive every month. So do we all have a society that we can be proud of to retire into, regardless of whether your retirement savings are massive or little? The retirement plan should not be for all of us to want to retire and run, outside of Nigeria. Can we use this opportunity to build our country such that this prosperity we talk about is not in the hands of a small minority, but that we are promoting general societal prosperity and well-being? So I'll be leaving you with those thoughts. I think I've left you with more questions than answers, but that was deliberate, just to direct our thinking into not just clapping for ourselves for what we have done, but thinking about what more can we be doing and where are the opportunities and where are the gaps. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Abimbola. Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Gideon Anova. Can we clap for him, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will stand on existing protocol. Being the last speaker usually presents a challenge. One is that the audience had heard a lot and maybe they are beginning to get distracted and get boring. And the second part is that the time that all the initial... So I will give myself a break and set the time for myself so that I can quickly get done here, because there's also a good side to being the last speaker. All the distinguished speakers that have spoken here today have done a lot of justice to the topic at hand. So while I was sitting there, I've actually gotten wiser myself. So when I now speak, I'm speaking not just on what I came with, but I'm speaking from the fountain of the wisdom that has been poured out here by the other speakers. So I don't have a slide, but I was given a topic for this occasion. The topic is optimizing Nigeria healthcare system, ensuring access to quality health for all. I'll start by saying that healthcare is a public good. And when I say public good, I'm talking about a product. And just the simple way I can put it across for us to understand what a public good is any product that any one person, no matter how rich or well-resourced he is, cannot provide 100% of what he needs by himself. So an example I could put is, no matter how wealthy you are, you cannot build all the roads you need to drive on. So it is in your interest that roads are built in Abuja, even though you live in Lagos, so that when you find yourself in Abuja, you will be able to drive on roads that are well built. And the same thing applies to health. So just imagine I'm so rich and I can set up my own hospital in my own house and employ all the doctors that there is. Will I wake up and sleep in that house indefinitely? By the time the emergency that requires health arises, I may not be in that my house. And even if I were in my house, the number of specialties that do exist currently are currently approaching almost 500. So how many of such doctors and how boring are they going to be staying in my house? So essentially you cannot, purchase or produce, all the health that you need by yourself. So it is in our common interest that we then look at healthcare from a public good point of view and then contribute towards making it happen. Just to provide context, healthcare is a fundamental human right according to the WHO. Then beyond the WHO, our constitution also guarantees that every human being every Nigerian citizen is entitled to, having good health. But in spite of, all these noble, ideals that have been put forward, healthcare is far from being available in the quantum that it is needed. So I'm going to just describe our problem, put it in two buckets so that you can, kind of understand it. When you talk about healthcare and healthcare systems, you can broadly divide it into two. You are talking about the provision and you are talking about the demand. Now, provision and demand is almost like the egg and the chicken kind of situation, where you are saying which one should come first. Should there be provision and in the expectation that there will be demand, or should there be demand so that provision will be created to meet demand and all of that? But I'm going to kind of break it down so that we understand what we mean by the provision. When we talk about provision, the infrastructure for the provision of health, the hospital, the equipment, everything that you need to put together for someone that needs help to be able to access health speaks to the provision side of health. Whoever put that in place is providing health. Then you talk about personnel. Now in Nigeria, our provision is in a very dire state, and I'm going to touch on just a few. We are very good at talking about the problems, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about where we find ourselves in terms of provision and the infrastructure. All of us have been hearing about brain drain and the fact that doctors are leaving, nurses are leaving, pharmacists are leaving, physiotherapists are leaving, everybody's leaving. And we really do not have an understanding of how dire the situation is. So I'm just going to throw out a few numbers and I move on from there. The WHO recommends that every 600 people in a population should have one doctor. So that's the ratio that the WHO recommends. Nigeria as of today is 1 in 9,000. Now, if we are to achieve the WHO standard of 1 in 600, we are going to need at the barest minimum an additional 360,000 doctors. How many doctors do we have today practicing in Nigeria? The most recent figures is 24,000, and we need 360,000 more such doctors. How many doctors are we producing in Nigeria every year? Currently, Nigerian institutions, both private and public, are graduating about 3,000 doctors every year. I am giving this number so that we can realize that the JAPA is not really our only problem. Because if the 3,000 doctors that are produced every year remain in Nigeria without JAPA, it will take another 20 years before we will get the number of doctors we need to be here. So just, and I'm not going to dwell so much on that. I don't have plenty of time, for this topic. So that is to dimension it. And also remember that our population is growing. So it means that these numbers I have put out there are not static. The population of Nigeria next year is going to be more, so the demand for this is going to, continue to, is going to increase. Now, somebody will say supply and demand. That's my little economics that I remembered. If there are so few doctors and so much patients, that doctors should be flying a aeroplane. But unfortunately, in the Nigerian system, the few doctors that are here are overworked and underpaid. So, where is the problem coming from? The problem is coming from the fact that the demand we have is not backed by funding. So I need healthcare, but can I pay for it? As long as I cannot afford to pay for healthcare, I will be ill, there will be a hospital just near me, and I wouldn't enter the hospital. Now, before I move on from that and start talking solutions, I also want to point out that there is a very huge problem with the distribution of that limited healthcare that we have. I've talked about 24,000, so doctors practicing. About 11,000 of that 24,000 are in about 10 states. So it means that the remaining 26 states, plus if you count the federal capital, that's 27, are having to share less than 14,000. That means most states as it stands today, have less than 500 doctors in the whole state. That is our stark reality. Now, when we talk about the demand, the only way to dimension demand is who pays for the healthcare. As of today, 70% of the money that is being spent on healthcare in Nigeria are spent by individuals, most of that coming out of their pockets. Health insurance in Nigeria, we have talked about it as a way to, and just to link this all to everything that we are saying. I can lose my wealth if I have my health. I can build my health. I can. Quote, in context, in quotes, I can build my wealth back. But when you do not have your health, you cannot even begin to build wealth. And when you have wealth and lose your health, I can tell you that illness can eat all the wealth you have built for lunch if you have not made provision to protect yourself, from that health. And that is the reality, stark reality of Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians are paying for their health out of pocket, and healthcare bills have created, very many poor people around, and at the end of the day, people still don't get the help they need because the provision is lacking and the funding is lacking. So even when you have the money, if you call for an ambulance now, you may be dead before the ambulance arrives because the provision side is lacking. Now, if I am to postulate, how do we begin to address this problem? I would say that the one that comes first would be to get a framework that makes available the fund or the demand, because once there is the funding, the adequate funding, the demand, real demand, that if I build a hospital now, that there will be patients that will be able to afford the care that is there, I can assure you that there are lots of funds all over the globe that will be attracted, to make a lot of investments in healthcare. So we need to, address the funding, and that is the only way we can then achieve what we call the universal health coverage, which has remained an utopia. Everybody is aspiring, every nation is aspiring, some of them are getting there, but the only vehicle that can potentially get us to universal health coverage is the vehicle of health insurance, pooling of resources such that those that then need the care, there is a pool of funds to pay for that care without it having to come out of their pocket. If you have health insurance, your health-seeking behavior will also change. As of today, the population of Nigerians that are covered by health insurance sits between 3 and 5%. Just 3 and 5%. So if you now are looking at you have a population of 200 million and you have just 5%, then you can now begin to imagine the problem that we are looking at. Luckily for us, last year, before the last administration, as they are in their twilight, as they were going out of office, they passed a new law, the National Health Insurance Authority Act 2022, which has made health insurance mandatory for every citizen in Nigeria. So, if we can only get the implementation of that act right, just like the speaker that preceded me talked about how the Pension Reforms Act have transformed Nigeria from moving from having a deficit in the billions of dollars of unfunded liability in terms of providing pension for retirees to now having a 22 a 22 trillion that is still just being contributed by just 10%, 10 million people out of maybe up to 50, 60, 70 million, working people. So you can imagine if that can grow, what amount of fund that can be used to stimulate the economy that will happen. Then talk about on the health side, that even a 5% growth will represent a doubling of the current status quo in terms of funds that are available. These 3% that are paying health insurance, if I use the Lagos picture as an example, are responsible for 50% of the revenue of most hospitals. So the question is, the other 97%, 95%, where are they spending their healthcare? They start with Abu, they graduate with pharmacy, they end up in the public sector, which is, inadequate and all of that. So we need the government and the policymakers to understand that the role of government in this transformation of healthcare that is going to guarantee access to health for all Nigerians, that their core and primary role is the role of an enabler, but they will then need to regulate and allow the private sector to transform the healthcare system through making available the demand side that will then drive the provision, and there will be investment in healthcare and people will be able to access the care. My last point, because I know I don't have all the time and we are also getting bored, is that I have a suggestion or an opinion about the way we have been looking at the brain drain of doctors. Now we have established through my discussion that stopping JAPA will not ordinarily solve the problem of the scarcity of doctors even in the next 20 years. Can we start thinking about, because no matter what policy you put in place, no matter how well you pay doctors, people are going to migrate for different reasons. Can we begin to think about having a strategic policy of increasing the number of doctors that Nigeria produces to match the demand that we are beginning to look at, so that even those that will JAPA will continue to contribute to diaspora remittances, which has been propping up our economy. Just imagine for 1 second that the diaspora remittances that are coming from doctors and healthcare workers that are abroad are to dry up where our naira is going to be. So we need to strategically come to the conclusion that doctors will always leave. Why not produce more? Because there will be some like us that will stay back. So if the quantity that is produced is significant enough, then the percentage that will stay will now become, something you can begin to use to address the situation. Thank you very much, and I will let us ask questions so I can share my other talk because time is out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vivian, for also keeping to your time. Thank you. We'll be taking it, one at a time for you to use to ask your question.
Distinguished personalities on the high table, I'd like to, first of all, congratulate the organizers of this event for the very, very high quality of the speakers that we had today. I am personally highly, highly impressed. Every of the speakers have given us lots and lots of information that we can work on. My question goes to the gentleman who spoke last, talking about health insurance. I wonder if those who are involved in health insurance actually know and understand one of the things impeding the growth of health insurance in Nigeria. From our experience, it would appear as if the hospitals discriminate against patients on health insurance. When you go to hospitals, I used to do hospital and was clear their name. For ordinary high blood pressure drugs, which you take once in a month, the entire thing costs like 4,000 naira. They will tell you they are phoning the health insurance HMO to confirm that they should get it. So you sit down for 1 hour, they're phoning HMO to confirm that you can get a 4,000 naira loan. When you have paid your premium, that's one thing. The second thing also is the way there is this antagonism that you find between the hospitals and those who have HMO. If you went as a cash-paying patient, they attend to you faster. So you need to look into that. If you are to encourage more and more people to get into health insurance, I'm sure you're also aware that most HMOs don't take anybody who's over 60. But once you are over 60, they tell you that there is no policy for you, except for the third party administrator, where you deposit your money and they help you manage the money. So please go back and let them know that they themselves are hindering the growth of health insurance in Nigeria. On that note, I thank you once again for allowing me to speak.
I'll start with Mr. Mune Boba. Yes. You talked about investment, and the truth is, when you were speaking, my mind was just calculating, like it was, I have like 1,000 questions to ask, but I'll just summarize. First of all, I want to ask a question on behalf of young ladies and men that fall into my category. When I mean category, we're making money. I don't know about others, but I'm making money. I multitask, like I'm an MC, OAP, media consultant. I have my own company. I pay staffs and all of that. What am I trying to say? I have less responsibilities right now, apart from probably sending allowance to my dad. Apart from that, I can flex my money, travel, do everything with my money. I say it dawned on me that I need to start having retirement. Yeah, it's growing, and I'm just saving. And a company, a real estate cloud, investing in real estate, and I was just calculating all the human hairs I've bought, and I'm like, oh my God, I would have gotten so much money if I invested or if I knew better. What am I trying to say? You mentioned age categories. At what age category should you start your financial goals? That's one. Two, when you now start having responsibility, I'm sure when I get married and start having kids, less human hair, less travels and all of that, I'll be thinking of how to, join forces with my husband to invest or plan for school fees and other stuff. So what am I trying to say? For people that are not privileged to be a boss or CEO or have your own business and they run 9 to 5, averagely, if your salary is about 200 or 300 or even 100 or 150, how do you divide or manage or save or invest your income without it being inconvenient? Because you have rent to save for, you have school fees to save for, and you have retirement investment to save for. How do you go about it? In general, how do you invest without getting choked? Permit me to use the word. Thank you.
Saving and investing, the sooner the better. If you have any kids who are 5 years old, 10 years old, just open an account for them and start investing. I can tell you a story of one of my investors. Started a few years ago, literally investing with as low as 10,000 naira. You don't need to have, I know most of the people in this audience are HMO.
Already invested.
So obviously we have billions of naira, but basically we have a product in asset management, class of product that are mutual fund. What are mutual fund? Basically they are collective investment scheme. We gather assets from everybody, we pull them and we go in the market to invest in securities. And some of the mutual funds you can invest with as low as 1,000 naira. You don't need a lot. So basically, even your teenager kid, just open an account, but what is important is the consistency, okay? If you can afford only to save 10,000 naira, do it every month. And what is important with finance, don't save more than you can. Because the time you will need your fund and you need to liquidate, it's always at the worst time, believe me. Because it will be time of economic uncertainties, you lost your job, job or a crisis like the one we are in. So, discipline, consistency, and you don't need much basically to start investing and saving. And so, and this story, I didn't tell. It was one of our clients in our balance fund. Balance fund is a mix of equity and fixed income. Starting with 10,000 naira every month. After 1 or 2 years, because of career growth, jumped to a few 100,000 naira. All in all, the person just saved for 4 million naira. After 2-3 years, redeemed, it was worth 12 million naira. You see, someone who started just with 10,000 naira. So consistency and discipline.
All right, so my final question, because I can feel, I don't know why I just feel I have my parents in the room. Before they are saying, so you've not been saving. All right, so I just bought my first property. It's better late than never. Okay, so secondly, I would like to ask, while some people say the best way to save is to invest is to save in other currencies, you understand? And some people just say the best way to invest is just invest in your children, and when you retire, they will take care of you. You know, everybody has their mentality of investment when it comes to retirement plan and even investment in general. What will you say or advise people should consider more when it comes to investment, especially when it comes to retirement and future goals?
Okay, no answer. So what I mean by that is that I'm not going to provide you one answer. The answer to this is fixed income. What you need is to have a broad range of investment, broad range of allocation to different asset classes, because there will be volatility. It's in the nature of things. So diversification is a solution. So sometimes real estate perform well, some of the time equities, some of the time alternative investment, derivatives, and so on. So basically diversify, and again, reach out to your asset manager, reach out to your wealth management company, and you'll be able to build a portfolio for you that we think can withstand any volatility.
All right, thank you very much. So my next question.
To ensure that we can spread it around, so that we have very limited time. Sorry to cut you off now, because I'm sure we will have a lot of questions for the ladies and gentlemen on this side. So I think we get back to you if you have the time, but let's take from the audience so that we can spread it very well. I hope you agree with this. Is that all right? Very well. Very well, quickly. So what I'm going to do now is, you signify if you have any questions so that we can take them all together. One. Yes, the gentleman there is one. So, number one, please, my lady, can you give the mic?
Party or spiritual health has been added. And I wonder if it is not a global parameter for health, how do we now say we're introducing that in this plan? I listened to you very well, and in your discussion, you made reference to several parameters which they can be judged. But when you talk about spiritual health, my worry is this. Spiritual health is based, or at the end of the day, ends with our Creator. And there are so many faiths and so many spiritual beliefs all over the world. We know when somebody has a mental problem, there's a specialist in that area. When we talk about emotional health, you have a specialist. But when you now have a deficiency in spiritual health, who do you seek help from? Is it a health declined person who is a Muslim, a Christian, a traditionalist, a Buddhist, or what? As you rounded up, you also gave us another hint when you said if you are spiritually fortified, you are very sure that when you go to your village, all those challenges and all that, you understand. So please, we will appreciate further education on this aspect of spiritual health. Especially on the fact that we may need parameters that are not only local, that are not only faith-based to justify that spirituality and health are having global standard and the
what you were talking about averaging 18. Then my second question was to the fact that when you said that the base number of people that are contributing to pension is about 10 million, and that the number is not sufficient, and you would like for the number to grow so that each and every one of us that are retiring as a pensioner can grow richer. Are you trying to say that the percentage of contribution should be increased from 18%, that is 10 and 8? How do I, as an individual, grow richer? Because the base of pension contributors has grown from maybe out of the 200 million has grown to 50 million. How does that affect you?
Snoring is like a disease that really needs a medical attention. Like, I really need to get it right. I want you to elaborate on it, man.
After this excessive because it's whether insurance or pension, citizen contributing something. But what we are seeing in this country, it's not even better. When you see people contributing like we as you are, at the end of the day when they retire, to get their benefits, very, very good. You see some of them, you have them to validate every 6 months. Them is strong, and they will die. All these things is the thing that after working in the process for about 16 years, you want to retire and get your benefit. I could remember even during the military era, the early military era, after contribution, they see budgets for pension for every year. And then at the end of the year, all this money will vanish. The following year, the budget for pension. Whereas some people are contributing. And we sometimes, about 4 or 5 years ago, we saw the man in charge of our pension here. Where we're pension over 300 billion. People saw. I think there's going to be, they have to have a way, either a law that is very, very positive in this particular aspect. Well, this kind of thing does not happen in advanced country. They don't toy with pension in advanced country. Some of us who are here are pensioners and we receive our pension without any stress or anything. I want to travel, my family want to travel. Just give them check and collect money from my pension to the bank. But the system in Nigeria, I think it's least people work hard and people get their pension. That's why they start.
Thank you, sir.
Please, looking at your program, you don't have a tea break. You don't let them see too much. It is not good for their health. When we are talking about health, and you keep them sitting down, blowing grammar, please let them have a tea break. Tea over pọ̀jù ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ò ní wọ̀ wọ́n létí. You know, it is. I used to be a preacher, and when I preach, I watch the audience. Tó bá ti ń pọ̀ jù, màá jẹ́ kó wà juicy. You understand? Please give them some break. Let them walk up and down. Let them go to the restroom. Then you can continue. God bless you.
From hospitals, the second-class treatment, you know, that people that are on HMO get. I would want to say, and the last question is about the age limit restriction for coming onto health insurance. You know, that antagonism comes from a place of not having an understanding that we are partners. Like the facts I have dropped here, it's a study that we have run at a point that for every hospital, private hospital in Lagos that have name recognition, that their revenues, 50% is currently coming from HMO. If you are seeing it from that point of view, what you should be doing from the hospital side is to see how can I make this work better and contributing 50%. So meaning that if the 5% grows to 10%, you are the one that stands to gain from it. So there is a lack of understanding on one side. And I also will not eliminate the issue of bad eggs, because in every business, so even though I'm in the industry, you know, the issue of bad eggs, the situation where there are claims you are not paid in the past, and so on and so forth. And that is where I can now start talking about, we have health insurance and we have legal health, so to speak. I have no authorization policy for every of those kind of primary care, the 4,000 naira drug and the rest. And this is what we are doing to make the life of the hospital easier, so that at the point you are there, they don't even need to get in touch with us. And we have gone a step further by using technology to set our system that if, in spite of the fact that I have asked you not to ask for authorization, you still go ahead and ask, so far you use the system to make that request, you will get an automatic response that does not depend on a human being, just to make people easy. And even if you don't use the system, I also have an SLA of 15 minutes to respond to authorization requests. So these are things that if regulation can enforce, then the industry begins to get better. It's not a matter of me trying to sell my market, it will be a requirement. And that is why I said that, you know, the government and regulation have a very big role to play in making sure that this thing works. Now, to your last question, Leadway Health have a special product that we call the Senior Citizen Plan that would continue to admit anybody that wants to enter health insurance up until 70 years. But the good part, or the more important part, which is one thing I didn't talk about, you know, when I was talking about how do we get care accessible to everybody, is the fact that we can talk about government, we can talk about providers, we can talk about everybody. You have your own responsibility. If you had joined my health insurance when you are 50, I'm not going to throw you out when you are 70. But if you are now waiting until when you are 70 to now start contributing, remember it's a pool. So if you have been contributing, then it gets to pay. So, but it's a mind shift. And I make bold to say that unlike conventional insurance, where you are asking yourself, I've been paying comprehensive, my car has not been stolen. It is not, health insurance is so personal and so, you know, it's almost impossible that a human being that is alive will go through 12 months, calendar months, and not have a cold or have a malaria or have a touch point where his health insurance can come and to him. So we have senior citizens, and we would admit anybody up until their 70th birthday. Thank you very much.
I will tell you that spirituality in health is not a local thing. The World Health Organization have been having discussion and a lot of research about including spirituality as part of the definition of mental health. So I'm sure very soon, some years to come, it won't just be a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being. It will also be that of spiritual well-being. And of course, research has shown that people that have high spirituality do well organizationally. People that have acquired spiritual powers overcome health issues. So that's why it's also, spirituality is part of health dimension actually, but the World Health Organization, as we speak, have not included it, but like I said, research is going on. You now said, if somebody has spiritual deficiency, who will the person see? An imam or a pastor? In my definition, I say the acquisition of supernatural divine powers. So it doesn't matter the kind of faith that you have, just have that supernatural divine powers which will fortify you, give you more strength to overcome whatever issues that you have in life. Thank you.
All right, there were a couple of questions there. I'll try to go through. Please let me know if the first one was around the average age. The point I was making was that if you take the population of Nigeria, today they say it's anywhere between 180 to 200 million people. It is widely accepted that a vast majority of these people, this 150 million that we say we are, or 200 million that we say we are, the vast majority, more than 50% of that number, are people below the age of 18. Nigeria is actually a country of children. We don't have that many adults, and you can argue whether it's a good thing or it's a bad thing. Of course, part of that is that life expectancy is low, and so you're having, population bulging at the lower ages. So that was my reference to the average age. And I said that in the context of pensions is typically a concern of older people. As you age and as retirement approaches, pension becomes more front of mind. When you are 18 or 25, your pension is not really front of mind. So I was illustrating that point to say that a lot of the conversations we should be having about pensions, we don't have it because the vast majority of the population are just not in that headspace right now. Now, to the point when I said 10 million people is too small, it's because the working population is estimated to be about 40 million. So the number of people that are grown up and working and therefore should be saving for pensions, about 40 million people. But today, only 10 million out of those are actually saving. So you've got about 30 million people that are working but are not saving for their retirement. And so when I said the number needs to grow, you need to get everybody working, saving. Whether they're saving, to Munir's point, a little or a lot, everybody should be saving something. And so that's why I said we're not tapping potential. So it's not for the 10 million people to save more, even though they need to, it's that you need to get more people into that net. And then to your final point, which was, how does it affect me if other people are not saving? Was that the point? So if more people are saving, how does that help you, right? So the thing is that there are things that are societal liabilities. And a lot of times we are not able to draw the connections of that societal liability to how it affects us. So when we say 20 million children are not in school, how does it affect me? It does not affect you today, but when those people start to fall into crime, you will start to feel it. When those people start to become miscreants, it will affect you. When the security situation of the country starts to go down, it will affect you. The same thing if you ask the elders, or not just elders, all of us here. You have your wife, you have your children. Apart from your wife and children, how many other people's liabilities are you carrying? I know that that number is not zero for anybody. There is always somebody somewhere that you're having to pay for because we don't have this societal safety net and that they're not able to take care of themselves. So you are here saving for yourself and thinking you're okay. And then you retire and you find out that 10 people around you don't have anything. They're going to ask to eat from what you kept for yourself. So that's how it affects you, is that for you to be doing well, really, in the true definition of well-being, and we have that problem in Nigeria, it's not about you. No matter how well you think you are doing on your own, if everything else around you is not working, it impairs what you have done for yourself. Sometimes directly, most times indirectly. And because we are not able to draw that straight line, so we don't talk about it and we don't pay attention to it. So it is a serious problem for all of those 10 million people that are saving today. It should be bothering you that a good 30 million people are not saving, and they're going to be somebody's liability when that time comes. It might be you, it might be the government, it might be the health system, but that burden is going to fall somewhere, and the fallout is going to impact you as well. So that's how I think it affects you.
All right, thank you very much. I hope that
somebody that's snoring, and you wanted to know that I said it was a disease. It's a medical condition. Because when you fall asleep, one, if somebody is snoring, they're not sleeping well. So when you don't sleep well, it can affect your blood pressure, it can affect your blood sugar, and all the other things I listed, cognitive functioning and all of that. So people who tend not to sleep very well, even if their blood pressure was not because of that problem at the time, if they now have issues sleeping, that is going to make controlling of that medical condition worse. In terms of the snoring itself, it comes from a variety of causes. And the person has to basically have a sleep study, is what it's called, and during the sleep study, they're able to establish what is actually the core cause of that person snoring. There's a myth also that snoring it's only people who are big who snore. That is not true. And there's no age limit for snoring either. So sometimes there is a medical condition going on that we call it a comorbidity that actually affects that. But the first step would be for the person to actually have a sleep study to find out what is going on when they're sleeping. And from that point is where a solution can be found.
All right, thank you very much. Still calculating how I need to send a proposal, how I have an event to host and all of that. How can you consciously divide your mental space with your body? Because sometimes you're tired, or because you have lots, in your head, or because you're a workaholic. Like I tell everyone, I'm more proactive at night. Very proactive. I'm not a morning person, but I can work from like 12 to 4 a.m. I'm not tired. And even if I have an appointment the next day by 8 a.m., I'm up and running. I know I'm forming Superwoman now, but I'm scared of the future repercussions. Please advise.
Okay. Next day. Function.
Like I slept 3 a.m. last night.
Function. Okay. Function comes in different forms. So it may not affect you today, but what you might find over time, you will develop comorbidities like the high blood pressure, like, I'm not going to say diabetes per se, but one thing leads to another. So what you need to do, and one thing I tell people, this is our biggest asset and our worst enemy, screens. If you can make sure you shut down from your screen time 30 minutes before you go and lay down. And don't charge your phone right by your head, where it's ringing and you're waking up in the middle of the night. So that in itself is going to cause you not to have continuous, even if you fall asleep. Because you're waiting for something, your brain is not resting. So my recommendation would be no screen time 30 minutes before you go lay down. Charge your phone in another room or across the room if you can't let it go out of your door, and see if that doesn't help. But I think we know what works best for us, but it's important for you to plan what you're doing in terms of your hours and have regular hours when you're sleeping.
All right, finally, you
can dictate that. The most important thing is to go to sleep at the same time and wake up at the same time the next day. I think that helps you regulate your system and regulate your body in terms of having the positive benefit of sleeping.
New thing. I've learned a lot.
And my chair, sir, please, I want to crave your indulgence to come and make some presentations to our sponsors. Please, a round of applause for the chairman, please, as he proceeds there. Sponsors for this particular business luncheon thing, and to please come forward. Representative of Arm Investment, please. We have a plug for you. Thank you.
This plaque is presented to Arm Investment for being our sponsors at the business lunch in commemoration of the Island Club 80th anniversary celebration. During this days, Thursday, 26th October 2023, on behalf of the entire members, say a big thank you for being our sponsor, for giving this flag. To live with assurance for being a sponsor. Thank you very much for sponsoring this program. It's business sponsor. commemoration of the Island Group 80th anniversary celebration. This is Thursday, 26th October 2023. On behalf of the Prime Minister of the Island Group, we present this. Thank you. I've been there for the past 2 weeks. Thank you for sponsoring my program. This what is being presented to the entire members of the Island Group was small business. Thank you. All right. The Island Group represented by being a sponsor for this business. Thank you for coming. We will be called upon any time. See sponsor this. Thank you. Thank you for sponsoring this program. So on behalf of the Island Club, we present this flag for you. We remember this day. We have a flag. This is for the this for Abis. The senior that's for comments. Present this flag for you. Remember this. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Island. All right, thank you so much, sir.
And our intention is that we should be having a quarterly business luncheon. Please, all our invited guests and sponsors, will be so willing, please contact us if you have ideas so that we can put that in our business luncheon quarterly. And we ask you for sponsorship too, so don't mind us. We're calling for sponsors of the club. Mr. Debola to make the following presentations. For the honorable commissioners here present, thank you so much. All right, and employment, the commissioner for youth and social development, and of course the commissioner for local government and community affairs. Please, when the photographs are taken, let's invite the
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anazie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, NSIPA coordinator arrested as ex-minister Umar Farouk faces EFCC today. Federal government shuts 18 foreign university campuses over fake degrees certification. Business, Nigeria Railway Corporation to commence night operations. Foreign, killing of Hamas deputy leader in Beirut raises risk of Gaza war spreading. Sports, Luke Littler, 16, beats Rob Cross to reach World Darts Championship finals. And now the news in full. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has arrested and detained the National Coordinator and Chief Executive Officer of the National Social Investment Program Agency, Halima Shehu, over the ongoing probe into the 37.1 billion naira allegedly laundered in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development under former Minister Sadia Umar Farouk. Newsmen gathered that EFCC operatives stormed NSIPA's office at the Federal Secretariat in the Federal Capital Territory on Tuesday and drove Shehu to the EFCC headquarters, Jani, Abuja. Impeccable senior officers of the anti-graft agency who spoke to newsmen revealed that Shehu was indicted in connection with the alleged 37.1 billion naira fraud as the former national coordinator of the Conditional Cash Transfer Program under the ministry. The former minister Sadia is also expected at the office today for questioning over the 37.1 billion naira money laundering case. The former minister was asked to appear before investigators at the EFCC headquarters, Jabi, Abuja, to give an account of the alleged monumental fraud that took place under her watch, newsmen revealed. The federal government has banned 18 foreign universities operating in Nigeria, describing them as degree mills, warning Nigerians to avoid enrolling in such institutions. The directive affected 5 universities from the United States, 6 from the United Kingdom, and 3 Ghanaian tertiary institutions. Also, the Federal Ministry of Education has announced the temporary suspension of evaluation and accreditation of degree certificates from the Republic of Benin and Togo. Announcing the ban in a statement published on its website, the National Universities Commission explained that the federal government had not licensed the affected universities and they had been closed down. The decision was sequel to an undercover investigative report titled "How Daily Nigerian Reporter Bagged Cotonou University Degree in 6 Weeks," published by Newsmen. In the same vein, the National Union of Nigerian Students, NANS, has asked the federal government to reassess the suspension placed on the accreditation and evaluation of degree certificates from neighboring Benin Republic and Togo. The Nigeria Railway Corporation has concluded plans to launch night operations before the second quarter of 2024. The managing director of NRC, Fidet Ohiria, disclosed this during an interview with Newsmen. He stated, "What is limiting the corporation is the night operations, saying that is not the way trains should operate." He further said that the train is meant to operate at all times. According to the NRC DG, this simply means that the corporation will begin 6 train trips daily on the standard gauge train across the board. Ohiria said the Nigerian Railway Corporation will increase the number of train trips to 6 on Lagos-Ibadan, Warri-Itakpe and Abuja-Kaduna, which means the trips will be 3 times to and fro, making 6 trips in a day. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is foreign news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. And now for the foreign news segment. Israel has killed Hamas deputy leader Saleh al-Arari in a drone strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, Lebanese and Palestinian security sources have said, raising the potential risk of the war in Gaza spreading well beyond the Palestinian enclave. Arari, 57, was the first senior Hamas political leader to be assassinated since Israel launched a shattering air and ground offensive against the group almost 3 months ago, after its shock assault and rampage into Israeli towns. Lebanon's heavily armed Hezbollah group, a Hamas ally, has been exchanging near daily fire with Israel across Lebanon's southern border since the war in Gaza began in October. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has warned Israel against carrying out any assassinations on Lebanese soil, vowing a severe reaction. Hezbollah said it had targeted a group of Israeli soldiers in the vicinity of Mari with missiles following Arari's killing. Israel has long accused Arari of lethal attacks on its citizens, but a Hamas official said he was also at the heart of the negotiations conducted by Qatar and Egypt over the outcome of the Gaza war and the release of Hamas-held Israeli hostages. Israel neither confirmed nor denied carrying out the killing, but its military spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, said Israeli forces were in a high state of readiness and prepared for any scenario. Up next is sports news. Do join us again. On the sports scene, Luke Littler's sensational run at the Professional Darts Corporation PDC World Championship continued as the 16-year-old beat Rob Cross to storm into the final. Littler, playing in his first World Tournament, won 6-2 and will face Luke Humphreys, who beat Scott Williams 6-0. Littler, who has now earned £200,000, is the youngest person to reach the finals, overtaking Kirk Shepherd, who was 21 years and 88 days old in 2008. Humphreys became the new world number 1 after reaching the finals for the first time and will represent Littler's toughest test. Littler, who turned 17 on 21 January, was serenaded by the Alexandra Palace crowd as the pair warmed up with "There's Only One Luke Littler" and "Walking in a Littler Wonderland" ringing round the famous amphitheatre. Many pundits predicted that Littler would outscore 2018 champion Cross 33, and that ended up being the case. Despite some initial scrappy and nervous darts, he finished with a 3-dart average of 106.05 compared to Cross's 102.77. It is the fourth match of the tournament that Littler has averaged more than 100. No other player has done that, with already eliminated Chris Dobie next on 3 occasions. Coming up next is entertainment news. Please stay tuned. On the entertainment scene, Funke Akindele's A Tribe Called Judah is now the highest grossing Nollywood title of all time. The film, an instant hit in the Nigerian box office, has now grossed over 854 million in just under 3 weeks, according to data Akindele shared on her social media page. However, the most recent data from the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria, CIAN, pegged its cumulative gross at just under 237 million. CIAN's data only considered numbers prior to the 21st of December, before the Christmas and New Year holidays, when cinema ticket sales typically skyrocket. This 854 million gross is the culmination of a long career by Akindele, catering to the cinematic taste of the Nigerian audience in an ever-changing media landscape. Since she became a star, playing the lead in the franchise Jennifer, by far one of the biggest movie franchises in the country, more than a decade ago, she has been able to maintain a steady rise, setting records at the box office. More recently, including with A Tribe Called Judah, she has focused on stories that tackle the ethnic divide in the country, a subject that rose to the top of the public consciousness in 2023, a highly heated election year in which she entered in political arena with her campaign for Deputy Governor of Lagos. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely day. Cool.
This is to extend profound gratitude and warmest appreciation to all those who gave a huge support, which resulted in the success of the Abuja and Lagos celebration of the 70th birthday anniversary of Prince Bisola Tilo, Nigeria's quintessential multilingual broadcasting legend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, OON, who is a friend of the family. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, who was the chairman of Prince Bisola Tilo's birthday lecture in Abuja. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr., GCON, chairman of Globalcom. Dr. John Momo, OON, chairman Channels TV Media Group, who delivered the birthday lecture on the topic Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria. Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, and Senator Osita Izunaso, representing Imo West Senatorial District, who were the coordinators of the Abuja end of Prince Bisola Tilo's 70th birthday celebration. For the celebration proper in Lagos on Wednesday, 20th December 2023, we thank most profoundly Pastor Dr. Wole Oladin of CLAM Global for setting the celebration on the right spiritual note with Thanksgiving service. We remain eternally grateful to Nigeria's special gift to the world, former President Olusegun Obasanjo GCFR, who was the chairman of the event, Sake Singtin Adebukola Adebutu OON CON CFR, who flew in from the United Kingdom for Prince Bisi Olatilo's 70th birthday to further confirm his uncommon love and support for the birthday boy. What can Biscon Communication do without Dark Communications, owners of AIT and Ray Power? The entire event was broadcast live to all parts of the world as a special birthday present to Prince Bisi Olatilo at 70. Our prayers is that God Almighty will continue to grant the soul of High Chief Raymond Dokwesi eternal rest. Amen. Once again, we thank all those who contributed to the successful outcome of Prince Bisi Olatilo's graceful ascension to the glorious 7th floor. God bless you all. Amen.
In front of me now, Honorable Akiyemi. Well, your club is thanking you for being our special guest at this business luncheon. On behalf of the chairman of the Island Club, the premier social club of Nigeria, Prince, and also the chairman, the moderator of this business luncheon, Dr. Dr. Sanyaolu. I have the honor and privilege to present this plaque to you to mark the 18th anniversary of our great club, the Island Club.
Thank you so much. All right. Please, the representative of
to present this plaque to Honorable Bolaji Kayode Robert. So the president of Eko Club is collecting on his behalf.
Round of applause.
On behalf of the chairman of the Island Club, Prince Rabi Odowa, and the organizer of this business luncheon, Dr. Soyaolu, I am presenting this plaque to you to mark 18th anniversary of the Island Club, to mark also our business luncheon. Congratulations.
All right.
Yes, I have the honor and privilege to present this plaque to Honorable Bolaji Linde, ably represented by Abiodun Dino. The plaque is representing and marking our 18th anniversary of the Island Club, the premier social club of Nigeria. On behalf of the chairman and all members of the Island Club and the organizer of this business luncheon, I hereby present this plaque to you.
Thank you, my trustee. Thank you so very much, my trustee. Please, with Elijah Masura. Hello. Please come forward for the plaque.
This plaque presented to Chairman Honorable Muidi Olagoyo, Executive Chairman, Lagos Island East, Lagos LCDA, being the special guest at the business luncheon, in commemoration of the Island Club 80th anniversary celebrations. Given this day, Thursday, 26th day of October, 2023, duly signed off by Prince Rabi Odowa, DCOP, Chairman of the Island Club. The Chairman is ably represented by Deputy. I don't know, but yes. Alaja Tosi Osura Balogo. Congratulations.
Thank you. Please, the representative of the chairman of Onigbogo LCDA, is there anybody?
Congratulations. This plaque is presented to Honorable Oladotun Olakonle, Executive Chairman, Onigbogo LCDA, being our special guest at this business luncheon in commemoration of the Island Club's 80th anniversary celebrations, given this day, Thursday, 26th of October 2023, duly signed off by our dear chairman, Prince Rabi Oluwa.
Thank you, sir. Is there any representative of the chairman for Mushi local government?
This plaque is presented to Honorable Emmanuel Olariwaju Amigoya, Executive Chairman, Mushi Local Government, for being our special guest at the business luncheon in commemoration of the Island Club's 80th anniversary celebrations, given this day, Thursday, 26th day of October 2023, duly signed off by Prince Rabi Oluwa, our dear Chairman. And I'm giving it over to the Honorable Executive Chairman, who is being ably represented by my dear brother, Mr. Mori. Thank you very much.
Please. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Allah the Meji Allah. The group, a member of the Island Club, the group presented a donation of 250,000 naira for this business luncheon. Please, a big round of applause for that group and the president of that group. The Diamond Group gave us 250,000 naira to support this luncheon. We don't have any plaque for you, but I want.
Business Luncheon Planning Committee. We'd like to thank the president of the Diamond Group of Ireland, as well as the members as well, for supporting this event with the amount that they did. We found the money very useful, and that was why we wanted to put this remarkable event together. So let's put our hands together for the Diamond Group.
We'd like to thank the organizers. We're highly impressed, and we promise to be a part of this going forward. Thank you very much.
What an afternoon it has been. I think we've all learned tremendously from the wealth of experience of the speakers today. And so, I think we can end this program on a very good note. Mr. Chairman, sir. The chairman is engrossed. Anyway, on planning business luncheon planning committee, I'd like to thank all our distinguished members, starting from the chairman and the trustees, and all our special guests, and all our other invited guests for turning up for this event. Once again, we hope you enjoyed yourself thoroughly. We hope you found the lecture delivered by the speakers very, very enriching and impacting. And we would like to enjoin you to please follow our business luncheon activities. Like Dr. rightly said, we'll be doing this on a quarterly basis now. And we hope that when we invite you to join us, that you would actually join us. So once again, thank you very much for coming. And please, members, before
as usual, and in Island Club we have a culture. So Island Club, Nigeria's premier club, is for club and you and me. Island Club with the emblem of the people is for truth and dignity. Fellowship is interracial, is for comradeship. In Highland Club, in Nigeria's premier club. 3 attitudes for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Hip-hip-hip! 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 3 attitudes for Lagos State. Hip-hip-hip! 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 3 attitudes for our premier social club. Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Thank you very much.
Racism is a belief that groups of humans possess different behavioral traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on the superiority of one race over another. It would also mean prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against other people because they are of a different race or ethnicity. Modern variants of racism are often based on social perceptions of biological differences between peoples. These views can take the form of social actions, practices, or beliefs of political systems in which different races are ranked as inherently superior or inferior to each other, based on presumed shared inheritable trait attributes and qualities. There have been attempts to legitimize racist beliefs through scientific means, such as scientific racism, which have been overwhelmingly shown to be unfounded. In terms of political systems like apartheid, the expression of prejudice or aversion in discriminatory practices or laws. Racist ideology may include associated social aspects such as nepotism, xenophobia, otherness, segregation, hierarchical ranking, and supremacism. While the concepts of race and ethnicity are considered to be separate in contemporary social science, the two terms have a long history of equivalence in popular usage and older social science literature. Ethnicity is often used in a sense close to one traditionally attributed to race. The division of human groups based on qualities assumed to be essential or innate to the group, e.g. shared ancestry and shared behavior. Racism and racial discrimination are often used to describe discrimination on an ethnic or cultural basis. Independent of whether these differences are described as racial, according to the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, no distinction between the terms racial and ethnic discrimination. It further concludes that superiority based on racial differentiation is scientifically false, morally condemnable, socially unjust, and dangerous. The convention also declared that there's no justification for racial discrimination anywhere, in theory or in practice. Racism is a relatively modern concept arising in the European age of imperialism, the subsequent growth of capitalism, and especially the Atlantic slave trade, of which it was a major driving force. It was also a major force behind racial segregation in the United States in the 19th and early 20th centuries, and of apartheid in South Africa. 19th and 20th century racism in Western culture is particularly well documented and constitutes a reference point in studies and discourses about racism. Racism has played a role in genocide such as the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, and the genocide of Serbs in the independent state of Croatia, as well as colonial projects including the European colonization of the Americas, Asia, and the population transfer in the Soviet Union, which include deportations of indigenous minorities. Indigenous peoples have been and are often subject to racist attitudes.
This is to extend profound gratitude and warmest appreciation to all those who gave a huge support, which resulted in the success of the Abuja and Lagos celebration of the 70th birthday anniversary of Prince Biscon Tv, Nigeria's quintessential multilingual broadcasting legend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, OON, who is a friend of the family. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, who was the chairman of Prince Biscon Tvi's birthday lecture in Abuja. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr., GCON, chairman of Globalcom. Dr. John Momo, OON, chairman Channels TV Media Group, who delivered the birthday lecture on the topic Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria. Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, and Senator Osita Izunaso, representing Imo West Senatorial District, who were the coordinators of the Abuja end of Prince Biscon Tvi's 70th birthday celebration. For the celebration proper in Lagos on Wednesday, 20th December 2023, we thank most profoundly Pastor Dr. Wole Oladin of CLAM Global for setting the celebration on the right spiritual note with Thanksgiving service. We remain eternally grateful to Nigeria's special gift to the world, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, who was the chairman of the event. Sake Singtin Adebukola Adebutu, OON, CON, CFR, who flew in from the United Kingdom for Prince Biscon Tvi's 70th birthday to further confirm his uncommon love and support for the birthday boy. What can Biscon Communication do without Dark Communications, owners of AIT and Repower? The entire event was broadcast live to all parts of the world as a special birthday present to Prince Biscon Tvi at 70. Our prayers is that God Almighty will continue to grant the soul of High Chief Raymond Tokwesi eternal rest. Amen. Once again, we thank all those who contributed to the successful outcome of Prince Biscon Tvi's graceful ascension to the glorious 7th floor. God bless you all. Amen.
African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, Mama Africa. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, Mama Africa. African mama, let me feel that taste. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table. Make I wash my hands. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, Mama Africa. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, Mama Africa. African mama, let me feel that taste. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my...
Top of the day to you, my wonderful and excellent viewers at home. I am so excited and happy to be with you once again. This is your #1 television cookery program, African Kitchen. I'm sure you've been expecting me. Yeah, here I am. Today promises to be so interesting, entertaining, and exciting. Why? Because I have a guest with me in the kitchen. You have been telling us that we should bring him, we should bring him, we should bring him, and we promise you that we're going to do that. And today he is here live and direct. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag. Just stay glued to your TV set. Don't change the dial. Don't go anywhere because, hey, if you blink like this, you don't miss plenty. Oh, I tell you, because today, you're in for a good show. I will be back with my guest when I come back. I am Buki Ogunote, your host. I'll see you after this break. Don't go anywhere. You are welcome back, viewers. If you are just joining, don't feel bad because the program is just taking off. Just settle down and let's enjoy the program together. It is African Kitchen and I'm Buki Ogunote. Without much ado, let me bring in my guests. And here we are. Please, in your style.
On your vera yo. On your vera. On your vera yo. On your vera. Emori nene. Emori baba. On your vera. Hey. Bookie.
Now so
yes, I don't lie you for that horrible.
I don't see her.
Yes,
you're welcome. I want you to greet viewers at home in your dialect first.
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Delta Urobo to be precise. Abraka. We greet Urobo Wado, Nigeria Wado, Lagos Wado.
Thank you.
Then you go tell me Migwo. Bredo. I am Ambassador Dr. Tony Akboshiri, a veteran Nollywood actor and a filmmaker. FTA.
God bless you.
Fellow of Theatre
Arts.
That's it. Think I clap for myself.
Clap for yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. It's been long because you're a veteran. How long have you been in the industry?
I should be going to 50-something years now, and I think because 1977 First Start, I was on that stage. And I started before then.
Wow.
So if you count now, I think First Start is going to, it should be about 15 or 50.
Well, there about 77.
But I started before 77.
77.
Yes.
That's nice. This energy, this stature, everything, still as the thing. The only thing will be different. The same that this gray hair, they come.
Maybe say I go paint and black tomorrow.
For where?
Even
if you paint and black, people go no. Please tell me, what's the secret of this book?
Bookie, I think it's just like you. Well, life is the way you play it.
Yes.
If you have money today, fine, thank God, and touch life. But if you don't have, take life and also know that tomorrow money will come. Because what is important is this. I've always told people that, look, before you were born, there was money. Before you were born, there was time. And this money, you will die, live on. And time, you go die, live on. So when you keep saying, time is going, I keep telling people, time is not going. It's you that is going. Yes, the main course of today, the main meal today, the main thing I'm going to cook today is ogbono.
Wow.
It's known as wild mango. Wild mango. I'm not talking wild animals. Wild mango, and which of course is ogbono here.
Wow.
And when you talk about ogbono is known all over Nigeria, if not the whole of Africa, because it's a popular food, it's a popular soup. And
so prepare this ogbono, what and what to do?
Well, I have ogbono, which of course is the main course.
Okay.
Then you have bomo kanda, that is yes. Bomo. This is bomo. We have bomo here.
Okay.
And this is dry pepper. Dry pepper is called. This dry pepper is called Cameroon pepper.
Okay.
Cameroon pepper.
Good, very good.
I'm also thinking. I think we have Nigeria pepper because there's also Cameroon pepper now. They here. At the time, don't reach to produce Nigeria pepper.
Get them plenty.
These onions. Anybody went enter kitchen must know what is called onions.
Thank you.
Then this is ogri. Does it have English name?
Well, I wouldn't know.
I know English will not give this.
Fermented locust bean or something.
And it's
very fermented.
Very, very good for the body.
For the body,
yes.
Good.
And of course, there's no way you can do with this without this. This is salt. And this is seasoning. That is those who want to do with seasoning, because most people who don't go on this, they just go with crayfish. And this is crayfish, you see. Crayfish. And of course, this is fresh palm oil. We produce this in Nigeria. I know that years back in the 70s and also in the 60s, it was produced in a large quantity. I don't know who is overtaking us. Then this is
that's Saint leaf.
That's Saint leaf. This Saint leaf. And this uziza.
Wow.
I love Uziza get English names. So they try. Okay. And of course, we all know this. This is my favorite. I hardly eat fresh, but I eat fresh. I eat dried catfish, and this is catfish.
Okay.
So,
That is what I'm going to prepare this.
All right, and we're going to eat this with, I tell you, you can eat it with any solid you like.
Yes.
Today, we are learning Tony Akoshere style. I'll be back, so I'm getting prepared to cook. Welcome back, viewers.
Catfish, we have to wash it. Wash it with warm water because you have every need to remove every sand. Can I have a spoon? Good.
Yoruba will say atelewe ni
yes, then where is the hot water?
Atelewe ni kin toni je.
Atelewe.
Your hands, no they deceive you.
Kuyota watari. Over where? I speak your own, you speak my own.
Atelewe ni kin toni je.
Water minyuli.
So
you leave it here for it to, the water will dissolve it, even enter inside to bring out.
Since it is ogbono, you know
yes,
you told me you want
yes.
to mix it with.
I have to mix
this
it.
This is his own style, viewers, so yes. Just follow suit.
I hope you're seeing it.
The
your ogbono has to be thick and you mix it with the oil. That is my own style. I may decide to pour the oil, depends, but then most of the time I just color. I just color and so that the oil will not be too much in the. For you, then you mix. You see, I'm sure even without putting it on fire, you're already perceiving the aroma. You see, now Tony Akoshere in here, when he cook like this, I won't talk too much because when you're talking too much, it's not good. When you so put that aside.
Okay.
Then the water.
Now this is where we want to cook our akpu.
The first thing you start with because.
Go ahead with yours. The water is boiling. I want to help you with
this
the pan.
This is kanda. You first put it in the water, the boiling water. Allow it to boil. Like I told you earlier on, this is Cameroon pepper. I know Nigeria pepper is still on the way and it's still here. People are still cooking with
Nigerian pepper.
Cameroon pepper is dry, very dry. You turn it because you cannot add pepper without turning it. Now I can dissolve this.
All right.
Okay. You have to mix. Make sure it's dissolved and, so that you will not scoop it inside your mouth while you're eating. I can imagine.
And it's good, even if you scoop it, it's good.
But then you will say,
it's good for your tummy.
It's good for the tummy, right?
Yes.
I know. I add it to the boiling pot. You must turn each time you drop something inside.
Can you perceive the aroma?
I am, especially the ogri. You know that ogri has so much, it's highly medicinal and good. I think it's about time we put the white mango, popularly known as ogbono.
It's not formless.
Good. Oyoko.
And by the time you're cooking, you feel it's too thick, you can still add more water.
It's rising already. See, I think, okay, I want it thick, but I know by the time I add all this, it will be yes, I think we should.
I'm sure we still need water.
Yeah, we need water. You see, one thing about this ogbono, you see, it's already mixed with pepper, even though I still added a little pepper here. Crayfish equally is there. So all it's mixed together. I think I need more water because it's yes. And I think when you are cooking ogbono, you don't cover.
No.
Because once you cover it, it's gone. Okay. It will become flat. Right now, it's not usually. Just about 3 seasoning cubes. You put it. Make sure you squeeze it where you are putting it, because I know some people will just dump it, and where you are eating, you go turn to like say they chop 1 pieces of meat. But by the time when the thing go do, they say, what didn't I eat? But Tony is a very good cook. He will tell you everything to be done. So right now, we come to the just a little salt, just a little salt. My hands clean, so I can just add little. Buki, I think we need more water here.
No problem.
Yes, more water here. That will do. Good. This is to enable the ingredients, other things I'm gonna. I've already added. Yes, so I'll just put crayfish.
Very well inside.
Crayfish.
Gently.
Yeah. Though crayfish was also inside the ogbono, which was of course mixed together, but then, you know, many years ago, before the seasoning thing came up, we eat only crayfish. Personally, even if I'm cooking in the house, I just go for that.
So we allow ogbono to really cook and cook well.
Keep turning it so that it won't burn. If it's burnt, it's another problem.
We have not forgotten our...
No. This is why you are a mother. There's no way you can forget that, even if you escape. Yes.
I should give you this thing to turn on.
Because I have muscles.
You should come and turn this thing.
Because I'm the one
turn the
cooking.
stick down.
You see? You thought because I'm going to 70, so I won't have power to turn a bit. Or what are you saying, Buki?
No, I'm not saying you do not have power.
Now, the next thing now is the fish.
Let me mix that water with it.
Okay.
Our pando yam is ready.
Yes, it's ready to be served.
And look at the ogbono.
See as yoko. Let me put the fish.
Go ahead.
Good. You can put fresh fish. You can use goat meat the same way, whichever. What is it called in the English now?
Goat, either ram, either chicken.
No, they will ask whichever protein you want.
We have to be very careful when you're adding your seasoning to ogbono because they used to say ogbono retains all this seasoning. Sure, you know.
Yeah.
It is when the thing don't reach the ground, when don't cold, you go come see your yash for outside. The way the salt go don't set.
So you go allow and well make it boil and make it a turner. I think we should go for the vegetable. You want to test it first before you.
Why not test it too? So that you know.
No, usually I just test when after applying all my,
So that you will know if you are okay with the salt and seasoning.
Okay, put on more. It's about time we apply
your vegetable. Beautiful.
Which of course is going to be at the last.
Remember we have combination of
this is scent leaf.
Beautiful.
This is scent leaf. I mean, just
you can put every little
it's a highly medicinal for your body. You know, yes. I put all. Then this is uziza. Uziza helps you for easy digestion and also pains. So some people even chew it raw this way, and I know why they chew it because especially the elders. I'm not saying the elders alone, but if you know, you have, because all these things when they remove them from here, take them abroad and machine that they bring them to you in form of tablet. Here, take it raw because we are so blessed with this.
No, I'm talking too much.
Good. Okay.
Uziza will give. Also give it. Most of you that like Tony that loves to eat bitter leaf, that bitter taste, Uziza will provide.
No, can't tell me say Uziza they give manpower too.
All right, as we're leaving the kitchen, I'm sure many people will like, I want to be like this man. I love to be like him in future. What do you have to say to people aspiring to be great actors?
Number one, you have to be hardworking, very disciplined, but discover yourself that you have this talent. We all have our talent in different ways, in different forms. Then again, once you discover that you have this talent, don't let somebody deceive you. Say, you're not there. Once you have a vision, pursue it. But I must warn you, it's a long, long road to travel. It's a long way in every field itself. But then, once you have this vision and once you've determined that, look, this is what you want to be, don't give away.
Thank you.
Don't let somebody deceive you.
All right, viewers, don't go anywhere. I'll see you together with Mr. Tony Akushe on the table. The program continues and it is African Kitchen. You're welcome back, viewers. We have a guest with us on the table. Let's meet you, madam.
My name is Mercy.
Mercy who?
Iyamu.
Mercy Iyamu.
Iyamu.
Yes.
I say Iyamu. Call her well like Africa.
Iyamu.
Iyamu is English.
Iyamu.
Iyamu.
Iyamu. Where are you from?
Iyamu from Edo State. Oh. That's the heartbeat of the nation.
Ah, I hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So, viewers, our lady has joined us on the table, and I believe you know this man very well.
Yes, I know.
Okay, join us to eat this. After now, we will come back. At least we will hear from our guest to know if indeed he has tried. Okay.
Can I eat too?
This one where they take glasses chop now. So you don't want me to see your face now.
And everybody, okay. It's good, make I see the thing where make I.
Now. Thanks for still staying tuned, viewers. Well, we always love to hear the feedback from our guests. So over to you, ma'am.
No, honestly, I don't like eating swallow. But seeing the face of the soup, I said, okay, let me give it a try.
Okay.
And my try was not bad at all. If there's something like 150 over 100, that would be my score for me.
Really?
I'm not saying because of him though, but because of what I ate.
Wow!
Practice.
Make a clap for myself.
For yourself.
Yes.
I join.
As you can see, I finished.
Wow!
So,
Anyway, I don't have any other thing to say again. How do you feel?
I feel great because you can see him, you can see my plate.
Even with her comments.
Yeah, I know, great. She said it, there's anything like 100 over 50. She's giving
100 over 150.
Oh.
150 over 100.
Okay, 150 over 100.
Yes.
So you see, I am great. Thank you. The thing is that, you see, what really interests me most is that usually she doesn't take swallow. But the moment she saw the sight of this, she said, no, let me give it a try. And she finished it all.
And she finished
You see?
That's good. That's good. Okay, so viewers at home, you have learned that you can prepare your ogbono in different ways. If you like, you boil your meat. That's what you want to use, or chicken. boil and start adding everything to it. And if you like, if you prefer it that dry ogbono, be sprinkling it and be mixing. If you know it will not get lumps, go ahead. It depends on your style. We have enjoyed Mr. Tony Akoshere's style and it came out well. You've heard it from her. No be saying me give her a mark. Thank you very much. High five.
This one and you it good? And you man.
All right. Okay.
I'll walk.
Thank you. So Yomi, otu di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ láyọ̀ ó dàbọ̀.
Orobo wa do wa ye ruo gana wi yoko wa gana wi yoki wujo bi o. Isi e gwa yo. Yeah.
Iye go warema.
Okay.
Wakoyo amigbe. Wakoyo.
Okay, you've heard it. We are complete Nigeria. And from every one of us will say bye.
This is to extend profound gratitude and warmest appreciation to all those who gave a huge support, which resulted in the success of the Abuja and Lagos celebration of the 70th birthday anniversary of Prince Biscon, Nigeria's quintessential multilingual broadcasting legend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, OON, who is a friend of the family. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, who was the chairman of Prince Biscon birthday lecture in Abuja, Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr., GCON, chairman of Globalcom, Dr. John Momo, OON, chairman Channels TV Media Group, who delivered the birthday lecture on the topic, Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria. Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, and Senator Osita Izunaso, representing Imo West Senatorial District, who were the coordinators of the Abuja end of Prince Biscon 70th birthday celebration. For the celebration proper in Lagos on Wednesday, 20th December 2023, we thank most profoundly Pastor Dr. Wole Oladin of CLAM Global for setting the celebration on the right spiritual note with Thanksgiving service. We remain eternally grateful to Nigeria's special gift to the world, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, who was the chairman of the event, Sake Singtin Adebukola Adebutu, OON, CON, CFR, who flew in from the United Kingdom for Prince Biscon 70th birthday to further confirm his uncommon love and support for the birthday boy. What can Biscon Communication do without Dark Communications, owners of AIT and Repower? The entire event was broadcast live to all parts of the world as a special birthday present to Prince Biscon at 70. Our prayers is that God Almighty will continue to grant the soul of High Chief Raymond Dokwesi eternal rest. Amen. Once again, we thank all those who contributed to the successful outcome of Prince Biscon's graceful ascension to the glorious 7th floor. God bless you all. Amen.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble, BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
This is to extend profound gratitude and warmest appreciation to all those who gave a huge support, which resulted in the success of the Abuja and Lagos celebration of the 70th birthday anniversary of Prince Bisola Tilo, Nigeria's quintessential multilingual broadcasting legend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, OON, who is a friend of the family. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, who was the chairman of Prince Bisola Tilo's birthday lecture in Abuja, Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr., GCON, chairman of Globalcom, Dr. John Momo, OON, chairman Channels TV Media Group, who delivered the birthday lecture on the topic Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria. Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, and Senator Osita Izunaso, representing Imo West Senatorial District, who were the coordinators of the Abuja end of Prince Bisola Tilo's 70th birthday celebration. For the celebration proper in Lagos on Wednesday, 20th December 2023, we thank most profoundly Pastor Dr. Wole Oladin of CLAM Global for setting the celebration on the right spiritual note with Thanksgiving service. We remain eternally grateful to Nigeria's special gift to the world, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, who was the chairman of the event, Sake Singtin Adebukola Adebutu, OON, CON, CFR, who flew in from the United Kingdom for Prince Bisola Tilo's 70th birthday to further confirm his uncommon love and support for the birthday boy. What can Biscon Communication do without Dark Communications, owners of AIT and Ray Power? The entire event was broadcast live to all parts of the world as a special birthday present to Prince Bisola Tilo at 70. Our prayers is that God Almighty will continue to grant the soul of High Chief Raymond Tokwesi eternal rest. Amen. Once again, we thank all those who contributed to the successful outcome of Prince Bisola Tilo's graceful ascension to the glorious 7th floor. God bless you all. Amen.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anazie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, NSIPA coordinator arrested as ex-minister Umar Farouk faces EFCC today. Federal government shuts 18 foreign university campuses over fake degrees certification. Business, Nigeria Railway Corporation to commence night operations. Foreign, killing of Hamas deputy leader in Beirut raises risk of Gaza war spreading. Sports, Luke Littler, 16, beats Rob Cross to reach World Darts Championship finals. And now the news in full. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has arrested and detained the National Coordinator and Chief Executive Officer of the National Social Investment Program Agency, Halima Shehu, over the ongoing probe into the 37.1 billion naira allegedly laundered in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development under former Minister Sadia Umar Farouk. Newsmen gathered that EFCC operatives stormed NSIPA's office at the Federal Secretariat in the Federal Capital Territory on Tuesday and drove Shehu to the EFCC headquarters, Jani, Abuja. Impeccable senior officers of the anti-graft agency who spoke to newsmen revealed that Shehu was indicted in connection with the alleged 37.1 billion naira fraud as the former national coordinator of the Conditional Cash Transfer Program under the ministry. The former minister Sadia is also expected at the office today for questioning over the 37.1 billion naira money laundering case. The former minister was asked to appear before investigators at the EFCC headquarters, Jabi, Abuja, to give an account of the alleged monumental fraud that took place under her watch, newsmen revealed. The federal government has banned 18 foreign universities operating in Nigeria, describing them as degree mills, warning Nigerians to avoid enrolling in such institutions. The directive affected 5 universities from the United States, 6 from the United Kingdom, and 3 Ghanaian tertiary institutions. Also, the Federal Ministry of Education has announced the temporary suspension of evaluation and accreditation of degree certificates from the Republic of Benin and Togo. Announcing the ban in a statement published on its website, the National Universities Commission explained that the federal government had not licensed the affected universities and they had been closed down. The decision was sequel to an undercover investigative report titled "How Daily Nigerian Reporter Bagged Cotonou University Degree in 6 Weeks," published by Newsmen. In the same vein, the National Union of Nigerian Students, NANS, has asked the federal government to reassess the suspension placed on the accreditation and evaluation of degree certificates from neighboring Benin Republic and Togo. The Nigeria Railway Corporation has concluded plans to launch night operations before the second quarter of 2024. The managing director of NRC, Fidet Ohiria, disclosed this during an interview with Newsmen. He stated, "What is limiting the corporation is the night operations, saying that is not the way trains should operate." He further said that the train is meant to operate at all times. According to the NRC DG, this simply means that the corporation will begin 6 train trips daily on the standard gauge train across the board. Ohiria said the Nigerian Railway Corporation will increase the number of train trips to 6 on Lagos-Ibadan, Warri-Itakpe and Abuja-Kaduna, which means the trips will be 3 times to and fro, making 6 trips in a day. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is foreign news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. And now for the foreign news segment. Israel has killed Hamas deputy leader Saleh al-Arari in a drone strike in Lebanon's capital Beirut, Lebanese and Palestinian security sources have said, raising the potential risk of the war in Gaza spreading well beyond the Palestinian enclave. Arari, 57, was the first senior Hamas political leader to be assassinated since Israel launched a shattering air and ground offensive against the group almost 3 months ago, after its shock assault and rampage into Israeli towns. Lebanon's heavily armed Hezbollah group, a Hamas ally, has been exchanging near daily fire with Israel across Lebanon's southern border since the war in Gaza began in October. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has warned Israel against carrying out any assassinations on Lebanese soil, vowing a severe reaction. Hezbollah said it had targeted a group of Israeli soldiers in the vicinity of Mari with missiles following Arari's killing. Israel has long accused Arari of lethal attacks on its citizens, but a Hamas official said he was also at the heart of the negotiations conducted by Qatar and Egypt over the outcome of the Gaza war and the release of Hamas-held Israeli hostages. Israel neither confirmed nor denied carrying out the killing, but its military spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, said Israeli forces were in a high state of readiness and prepared for any scenario. Up next is sports news. Do join us again. On the sports scene, Luke Littler's sensational run at the Professional Darts Corporation PDC World Championship continued as the 16-year-old beat Rob Cross to storm into the final. Littler, playing in his first World Tournament, won 6-2 and will face Luke Humphreys, who beat Scott Williams 6-0. Littler, who has now earned £200,000, is the youngest person to reach the finals, overtaking Kirk Shepherd, who was 21 years and 88 days old in 2008. Humphreys became the new world number one after reaching the finals for the first time and will represent Littler's toughest test. Littler, who turned 17 on 21 January, was serenaded by the Alexandra Palace crowd as the pair warmed up with "There's Only One Luke Littler" and "Walking in a Littler Wonderland" ringing round the famous amphitheatre. Many pundits predicted that Littler would outscore 2018 champion Cross 33, and that ended up being the case. Despite some initial scrappy and nervous darts, he finished with a 3-dart average of 106.05 compared to Cross's 102.77. It is the fourth match of the tournament that Littler has averaged more than 100. No other player has done that, with already eliminated Chris Dobie next on 3 occasions. Coming up next is entertainment news. Please stay tuned. On the entertainment scene, Funke Akindele's A Tribe Called Judah is now the highest grossing Nollywood title of all time. The film, an instant hit in the Nigerian box office, has now grossed over 854 million in just under 3 weeks, according to data Akindele shared on her social media page. However, the most recent data from the Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria, CIAN, pegged its cumulative gross at just under 237 million. CIAN's data only considered numbers prior to the 21st of December, before the Christmas and New Year holidays, when cinema ticket sales typically skyrocket. This 854 million gross is the culmination of a long career by Akindele, catering to the cinematic taste of the Nigerian audience in an ever-changing media landscape. Since she became a star, playing the lead in the franchise Jennifer, by far one of the biggest movie franchises in the country, more than a decade ago, she has been able to maintain a steady rise, setting records at the box office. More recently, including with A Tribe Called Judah, she has focused on stories that tackle the ethnic divide in the country, a subject that rose to the top of the public consciousness in 2023, a highly heated election year in which she entered in political arena with her campaign for Deputy Governor of Lagos. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely day.
This is to extend profound gratitude and warmest appreciation to all those who gave a huge support, which resulted in the success of the Abuja and Lagos celebration of the 70th birthday anniversary of Prince Biscon, Nigeria's quintessential multilingual broadcasting legend. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President Federal Republic of Nigeria. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, OON, who is a friend of the family. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, who was the chairman of Prince Bisi Olatilo's birthday lecture in Abuja, Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr., GCON, chairman of Globalcom, Dr. John Momo, OON, chairman Channels TV Media Group, who delivered the birthday lecture on the topic, Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria. Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, and Senator Osita Izunaso, representing Imo West Senatorial District, who were the coordinators of the Abuja end of Prince Prince Bisi Olatilo's 70th birthday celebration. For the celebration proper in Lagos on Wednesday, 20th December 2023, we thank most profoundly Pastor Dr. Wole Oladin of Clam Global for setting the celebration on the right spiritual note with Thanksgiving service. We remain eternally grateful to Nigeria's special gift to the world, former President Olusegun Obasanjo GCFR, who was the chairman of the event, Sake Singtin Adebukola Adebutu OON CON CFR, who flew in from the United Kingdom for Prince Bisi Olatilo's 70th birthday to further confirm his uncommon love and support for the birthday boy. What can Biscon Communication do without Dark Communications, owners of AIT and Repower? The entire event was broadcast live to all parts of the world as a special birthday present to Prince Bisi Olatilo at 70. Our prayers is that God Almighty will continue to grant the soul of High Chief Raymond Tokwesi eternal rest. Amen. Once again, we thank all those who contributed to the successful outcome of Prince Bisi Olatilo's graceful ascension to the glorious 7th floor. God bless you all. Amen.
Day 2 of the Diaspora Festival Badagry, tagged African Door of Return Experience, was held on Friday, October 20th, 2023. The Diaspora Festival Badagry is an annual cultural event which commemorates the era of slavery and the slave trade, to highlight the diversity of African cultures and the fruitful cultural interactions sparked by the history in the diaspora. The 2023 edition of the program had diaspora delegates, including the founder, Marcus Garvey Institute, and son of Pan-African legend, Marcus Garvey, Dr. Julius Garvey, Chief Mountain of Badagry and founder and president of Gracism Global, Dr. David Anderson, Executive Director of Panifest and Chair of the Diaspora Coalition in Ghana, Mr. Halevi Nathanya Yehuda Rabbi, among many others. They all toured the heritage sites and monuments, starting with the Badagry Heritage Museum, where curator Peter Olaide Mesewaku gave explanations on the most informative exhibitions of transatlantic triangular trade activities. They were shown antiquated shackles used to bind captured slaves across West Africa, pictures of the dehumanizing conditions they were subjected to, facilitators of slave trade, slave ships and loading patterns, cannon guns, resistant punishment gallery, among others. At the Mobi Royal Family, Original Slave Relics Museum, curator Anago Osho and Temitope Mobi took the delegates on a tour showing slavery activities that took place between Nigeria and Benin Republic, and some artistic exhibitions of the untold hardship meted on slaves and how they now influence contemporary fashion. The contingents then proceeded to the royal palace of the Mobi of Badagry Kingdom, His Royal Highness Menutonyo II. The monarch appreciated their gesture with a song and further expressed joy and excitement over the visit, adding that Africans are one regardless of where they are from across the globe.
We are one. You are part of us. But by one thing or the other, you find yourself in diaspora. But now you want to come back home, and the door of return has already been placed somewhere. By tomorrow, you will see the door of return where you're going to pass through and enter your motherland. Thank you very much, all of you. I don't want to waste your time because you have not seen anything. By tomorrow, Badagry will showcase the potentials they have for you as our tradition and culture. May God bless you. If you finish tomorrow, God will see you back. Amen. Where you come from. Amen. By the grace of God. You are welcome.
The contingents appreciated the monarch and had a brief photo and video session with them. The next port of call for the delegates was the 40 cells Seriki Faremi Williams Abbas Slave Museum, also called Brazilian Barracoon, the ancient barracoon which, according to the curator, Ango Osho, used to be the final boarding point for slaves before departure to unknown destinations, built right in front of a large body of lagoon called the Point of No Return. After the interesting and informative tour of the heritage sites and monuments, the delegates finally proceeded to the Akran Palace of Badagry Kingdom for a traditional naming ceremony and the award of honorary chieftaincy titles. They were well received by the Akran of Badagry Kingdom, His Royal Highness Dehenu Aholu Menu Toye I, OFR. The ceremony was coordinated by the Chairman and CEO Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Abike Dabiri-Arewa, who is also the initiator, Chairman Planning Committee, Door of Return Experience. She was assisted by the co-initiator, the Vice Chairman of the African Door of Return Experience, Dr. Babatunde Mesewaku. The traditional naming ceremony was then conducted by His Honor, High Chief Michael Akapo, JP, the Jenge of Badagry Kingdom, where the diaspora returnees were given lovely indigenous names in a very traditional fashion. This was followed by the conferment of the chieftaincy title of Ajigo of Badagry Kingdom on the founder, Marcus Garvey Institute, vascular surgeon and professor of medicine, Dr. Julius Garvey, by His Honor, High Chief Michael Akakbo, JP, the Jengen of Badagry Kingdom. The ceremony ended with a vote of thanks given on behalf of the diaspora delegates by Dr. Julius Garvey and the Chief Mountain of Badagry, Dr. David Anderson.
Has been said, my father never set foot in Africa, but I've been fortunate to be in Africa quite frequently, here in Badagry for the first time. And, one of my father's sayings was that a people without the knowledge of their past history, traditions, and culture is like a tree without roots. Well, I feel today that I'm rooted here in Badagry. Thank you so very much for that. I have a new family, and I will definitely take care of my responsibilities for the family. Thank you.
And it's good to be with you. It's good to be back. This is my third out of 4 of these wonderful diaspora festivals. So thank you for warming us and welcoming us. It's good to be back. We take you home with us. God bless you.
After a few hours of recession, a stage drama titled Iletiya, Homecoming, directed by Professor Shola Fosudo, was performed at the Lagos Theatre in Badagry. The performance was attended by the diaspora delegates and other notable personalities, including the initiator and Chairman Planning Committee Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri-Arewa, the Lagos State House of Assembly member representing Badagry Constituency 1, Honorable Solomon Bonu, the Chairman Space Network and notable prince in Ijebu land, Otumba Dejo Shivogun, Chief Mountain of Badagry and President of Gracism Global, Dr. David Anderson, Founder, Marcus Garvey Institute, Dr. Julius Garvey, among many others. The presentation started with a national anthem and a brief welcome message by the drama director, Professor Shola Fosudo. The special night featured a variety of entertaining performances. High point of the event was the main theatrical performance of Iletiya, Homecoming, a dance drama presentation which explored the profound theme of African descendants returning to their ancestral homeland after centuries of transatlantic slave exploitation to the dawn of a new era where they thrived immensely through sheer resilience, determination, increased skill and capacity, creativity and self-discipline. Speaking at the event, Honorable Abike Dabiri-Arewa described the evening as awesome and eventful. She appreciated everyone present for being part of the occasion.
And he just said to me, we have to do this. Thank you for putting this together. We really do appreciate this. Thank you very much. And thank you to the wonderful talents that put all this together. So we really are grateful.
Lagos State House of Assembly member representing Badagry Constituency 1 and Chairman House Committee on Tourism, Honorable Solomon Bono, appreciated the initiator of the program, Honorable Abike Dabiri-Arewa, and other stakeholders, adding that the festival is a special one which showcases the rich tourism potentials of Badagry and Nigeria as a whole.
Something special about this festival. Yesterday, I think the governor of Lagos State has started the construction of Badagry's this seaport. And that is going to bring economic viable to Badagry. And there is something so special about this festival again. I was former special advisor to Mr. Governor on Tourism, Art and Culture. And currently, when I got elected to the Parliament, I've been appointed again as House Committee Chairman on Tourism. Definitely, there is something about tourism in Badagry. So we are going to pursue it. By God's grace, next year we've started planning. And it's going to be bigger, bigger, bigger. And Lagos is going to commit everything to this festival. Thank you for coming.
The highly entertaining drama performance nights came to an end with a well-coordinated photo and video session. It was another historic and colorful moment that showcased Africa's rich and diverse cultural heritage as the 2023 Diaspora Festival of Badagry, tagged the African Door of Return Experience, entered its third and final day on Saturday, October 21st, 2023. In attendance were traditional rulers, diaspora delegates, as well as other eminent personalities. The Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Barrister Bimbola Saluhunde, represented the Governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Chairman and CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, and Initiator and Chairman Planning Committee, Door of Return Experience, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri-Arewa, Member representing Badagry Constituency 1 at the Lagos Assembly and Chairman House Committee on Tourism, Honorable Solomon Bono, Otumba Deji Oshibogun, among so many others. The colorful event, which started with a Nigerian national anthem, witnessed a competitive community homage-paying session and cultural parades and display by different quarters in Badagry.
Is also from our Tiga quarters. Haiti, our Tiga, and our is okay. I want our Tiga Larry. I want Yano Bubrahi, Layade. You can see that they are also involved. They are engaged.
Carrying their culture.
Yes.
Loving their culture. Arotigo, thank you so much. Like we said, we have a group of judges that will be scoring up. By the next quarters here, which is the Asago quarters. They are making their way from where the Baales are seated to where the leading line. Protocol quarters.
Quarters.
We have up next the Walako quarters. They are so cool, calm, collected. Not like the previous quarters. The Californians.
High point of the occasion was the ceremonial return journey of diaspora sons and daughters from the point of no return, in company of an exciting and colorful boat regatta. They were welcomed by the Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Barrister Bimbola Saluhudeyi, who represented Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. In a brief welcome address, the Chairman and CEO Nigerians and Diaspora Commission and Chairman Planning Committee of the event, Honorable Abike Dabiri Arewa, specially welcomed the diaspora returnees and spoke about the symbolic return and door opening ceremony.
This door of return, spiritually, emotionally, physically, economically, let's do everything we can to welcome home, to welcome them back home. And they are not just walking through the door, they want to invest in Nigeria. They want to build the Diaspora Palace in Badagry. Do you want a Diaspora Palace? Yes. And you know, some of them are coming for the first time, but they will come again and again. So my brothers and sisters, this is not a day for speeches. We want to hear from you, not from us. So this is just to say welcome, 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 to home. And
guests were also entertained at intervals with dance and music. Brief remarks were given by the diaspora delegates and returnees.
Amongst the African family, over 5 centuries ago, when Africans were taken from this continent and our identity was obscured, we were taken away from here naked in loincloths, and today we have been crowned in glory with our African dignity and brought back here today. We're reversing the trend, we're reversing the spirit, and this is no small thing. We're proclaiming Africa's century, Africa's millennium. Today, Marcus Garvey is rejoicing. Today, Kwame Nkrumah is rejoicing. Today, Patrice Lumumba is rejoicing. Today, Winnie Mandela is rejoicing. Today, Harriet Tubman is rejoicing. And we should rejoice too, because God has done a magnificent thing. He's returned back our glory. He's returned back our dignity. Now we must accept it, and we must rise up to the occasion and be the people that we once were. In the words of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, he said, "Up, you mighty people, you can accomplish what you will. Stand up, Africa. Stand up, Africans. Be yourself. Let's get off our knees. Let's stand on our feet. Let's be proud of the people that we are."
There's an old African proverb that says, "From afar, I thought you were a monster. But as you got closer, I thought you were just an animal. But as you got closer, I realized you were a human being. But when we were face to face, I realized you were my brother." From afar, you can demonize people. But when you get up close, you realize that we're all brothers and sisters. And we have been separated for generations. But God has now brought us back so that we could be reunified and come together. And it is a joy to come back from the African diaspora home that, praise God. Thank you for having us.
And I'm here because the spirit of Africa could not be broken by the transatlantic slave trade. You cannot beat the spirit. And the divine force, the spirit of Africa, has brought us back today. And you have welcomed us most royally. We have been getting the red carpet treatment. We appreciate it so much. And now we have to continue the rest of the journey, because as my father said, Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. Well, those of us who are abroad are now at home. So we have to build together, because my father believed in the redemption of Africa, he believed in the renaissance of African civilization, and that legacy has been passed down to each and every one of us.
Lagos State House of Assembly member representing Badagry Constituency 1, Honorable Solomon Bono, specially welcomed the diaspora returnees back to their motherland on behalf of the Governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
Welcome you. We appreciate what you are doing. Most especially, we want you to invest in Badagry. And I equally thank Honorable Abike Dabiri for speaking to the governor of Lagos State to create Badagry Diaspora Badagry Diaspora Palace. That palace is going to be a place where you have your own kind of home. The governor is ready to provide you land. You build your choice of home. Any day, anytime, you come home to open your door to your apartment and you relax.
Member representing Badagry Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, Honorable Sensi Winga, appreciated everyone present for being part of the historic occasion.
I appreciate all of us for coming to this historical events in Badagry today. It's great event, especially for few of us who put so much energy into identifying who we are, into tracing our roots. For some of us who put so much energy into identifying the places we come from. All of you for coming to Badagry. Badagry is blessed, and Badagry is blessed with so much natural resources. Badagry is blessed with so much history. Badagry is blessed with a whole lot of historical monumental structure. By serving all these monumental structures.
In her keynote address, Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Barrister Mrs. Abimbola Saluhunde, who represented the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, welcomed and appreciated the diaspora delegates and everyone present. She then delivered the governor's speech in which he, among other things, expressed delight at the presence of brothers and sisters from the diaspora.
I know that you have come from far and wide. I therefore thank all of you for coming this far, for crossing many seas and oceans to be here today, for your non-daunting commitment to Africa and your dedication to the preservation of your heritage, value, and culture. I assure you that as a government, we will continue to extend our hands of brotherhood to all our brothers and sisters, our kings and queens across the globe. In the same vein, we continue to make you proud by deepening the relevance of Africa in global affairs. As a people, we have forged ahead and put the dark part of our history behind us. We will continue to forge ahead in dignity, honor, as proud members of the human race.
The vote of thanks was given by the Vice Chairman and co-initiator, Diaspora Door of Return, Dr. Babatunde Mesewaku, as a special group photo and video session was coordinated by the initiator and Chairman Planning Committee of the event, Honorable Abike Dabiri. Biscon Communications Global Media Network congratulates the organizers of the 2023 Diaspora Festival of Badagry, tagged the African Door of Return Experience, ADOR.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
The 27th edition of the prestigious Zeke Prize Leadership Awards was held on Sunday, November 19th, 2023 at the Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos. The Zeke Prize Awards was set up in 1994 in honor of the first president of Nigeria, the late Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, to encourage great leadership among practitioners in different spheres on the African continent. Some recipients of the prize in the past include President J.J. Rawlings of Ghana in 1995, President Julius Nyerere in 1997, Dr. Nelson Mandela 1999, Professor Dora Akunyili 2005, Otumba Shobumi Balogun 2010, Are Afeba Balola 2013, Alhaji Ahmed Joda 2016, and Dr. Akinwumi Adeshino 2020. The 27th edition of the prestigious Zeke Prize Leadership Award had high-profile guests in attendance. The chairman of the occasion was His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achebe CFR, the Obi of Onitsha. There was also His Royal Majesty Oba Abdulwasiu Omogbalahun Lawal, the Oniru of Iruland. The Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Oti and wife. Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki and wife. Former Governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi. Former Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. Former President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, and Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde, CON. The founder, Center for Values in Leadership, Professor Patutomi. Senior Pastor, Trinity House Church, Pastor Itwai Godalo. The CEO and publisher of Ovation International, Are Dele Momodu, among many others. In his welcome address, Chief Mark Wabara, who represented the Chairman, Public Policy Research and Analysis Center, PPRAC, Professor Jibril Aminu, gave a brief overview of the Zeke Prize Award, which he described, among other things, as one of Africa's most prestigious awards with a very rigorous selection process.
The Zeke Prize remains one of Africa's most recognized and respected award schemes for political and professional excellence. Progressively, the caliber and quality of recipients over the years include presidents, prime ministers of countries across Africa, private sector captains of industry, notable political office holders, and distinguished public servants. The rigorous selection process, which is unfettered and meticulous, and under direct supervision of eminent Nigerians on the Selection Advisory Committee, attest to the integrity of the awards. From its humble beginning 28 years ago in 1995, the Zik Prize Award has remained a high reference point of awards in the continent and clearly one of the very best of its kind.
After that, the citation of the late Prince Emeka Obasi, who was specially remembered and honored at the event, was read by veteran broadcaster Sonny Rabo. In his opening remarks, the Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty, Igwe Emeka Alfred Achebe, CFR, eulogized and recounted the enormous achievements of the late Nigerian leader, whom the prestigious award was named after, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, as well as the late Prince Emeka Obasi. He appreciated the PPRAC for keeping Zik's heritage alive and further congratulated the recipients of the award.
I thank the PPRAC for keeping Zik's heritage alive. Our greatest tribute to this legend, the sage, the colossus of a leader, is to eternally continue to uphold and propagate his values, his ideals, his thoughts for the betterment of our country and the world at large. I congratulate the recipients of the awards today. I think that all of them deserve the award, and I congratulate the PPRAC for their expert job in the screening process to throw up these great leaders in their respective fields. I thank you all for your attention, and I wish you all an enjoyable evening. Thank you very much.
The event featured entertaining traditional music and dance performances by the Cultural Troupe of Nigeria. The high point of the occasion was the presentation of the prestigious Zik Prize Awards 2022 to the selected awardees. The Zik Prize for Political Leadership Award was received by the President of Zambia, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema. It was received on his behalf by Professor Patutomi. The immediate past First Lady of Kebbi State and founder, Mile Pie Foundation, Her Excellency Hajia Aisha Atiku Bagudu, received the Zik Prize for Humanitarian Leadership Award.
It pays to do good, just like His Excellency said, and it's also a challenge for you to do something good. I would like to say or ask everyone here, please, I want you to take something with you. I want you to remember there are people that go to bed without food. There are people that do not have clothes. Please try to help your neighbor or your family. With what the Almighty has blessed us, let's give back to the less privileged. Thank you very much.
The Zik Prize for Professional Leadership Award went to the President, Afrexim Bank, Professor Benedict Oke Orama, CON.
We work every day to take our collective aspirations to where we want it to be. Of course, my wife, Chinelo, and my children, we make all the sacrifices that make it possible for us to put efforts we put. And our partners, clients, and friends, and well-wishers, many of whom are here, I say thank you. It is your friendship and your love that have made it possible. And finally, to the Public Policy Research and Analysis Council, I say this award actually belongs to you. I say congratulations for keeping us reminded all the time of the values we must all aspire to, the value for the great Zik of Africa. Thank you very much.
The Zik Prize for Good Governance went to the Governor of Edo State, Governor Godwin Obaseki.
Hard work is more work. The reward for responsibility is more responsibility. I will take on that challenge and want to appreciate all those who have made it possible. I'm here tonight accompanied with a large retinue of friends, family, and colleagues in government, from the executive arm, from the legislative arm, and from the judiciary. Because one of the things we've tried to do in Edo State is to make all parts of the system aligned and work together and in synergy. The organizers of this event, and to say we truly, truly appreciate you. The process for us has been very, very transparent and seamless, and devoid, has been of very, very high standards and high quality. I'll always cherish this, and I want to thank you for giving me that impetus to continue to strive. Once again, thank you very, very much.
The vote of thanks was given by Professor Anya O. Anya, who expressed displeasure at the increasing rate of award proliferation, stressing that the Zik Award is meant to recognize actual achievements and not a money-making venture.
That as we keep doing things and rewarding those who do exceptional things, so we will start encouraging more and more people. So let me stand here on behalf of you all to say that because the outstanding men and the women we have showcased today, we are all encouraged to get to the point where our country can be renewed. Our country can once more join the competition for development. The support you've given today to the idea is already important. But one final note is that the proliferation of award-giving bodies in Nigeria is getting to the point where we need to start making sure that the aim is to reward actual achievements.
The 27th edition of the Zik Prize came to an end with the national anthem. Biscon Communications Global Media Network congratulates the organizers of the event on the successful hosting of the 27th edition of the prestigious Zik Prize Leadership Awards.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond, Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
Excessive use of psychoactive drugs such as alcohol, pain medications, or illegal drugs. It can lead to physical, social, or emotional harm. The extent of the drug addiction problem in Nigeria is reviewed. Drugs such as LSD, morphine, and heroin are not very widely abused, though amphetamines are used temporarily by the students and more permanently by the northern laborers. The age range of the participants was from 14 to 24, mean 15.41. The majority were males, 77.3%. The overall lifetime prevalence of substance use was 39%. Alcohol was the most common overused psychoactive substance, 29.1%, followed by stimulants such as kola nut and coffee. The overall current use prevalence was 22.7%, with analgesics and antibiotics, for example, aspirin, ampicillin, and paracetamol being the most used drugs. There was an association between drug use, male gender, and young age. Approximately 6% of the students did not see anything wrong with drug use. Marijuana is much better known and significantly more used, especially among the marginal migrant population. The most commonly used drugs are kola nut, tobacco, chewed or snuffed, weed, and alcohol. There is an increasing trend of alcohol consumption, although still largely limited to social drinking among the middle and upper classes, who are also the majority of private car owners and drivers. Drug and alcohol abuse are major occupational hazards among Nigerian professional drivers, which contributes to making Nigerian roads particularly murderous. Substance use disorders are associated with a wide range of short and long-term health effects. They can vary depending on the type of drug, how much and how often it's taken, and the person's general health. Overall, the effects of drug abuse and dependence can be far-reaching. They can impact almost every organ in the human body. Side effects of drug addiction may include a weakened immune system, increasing the risk of illness and infection, heart conditions ranging from abnormal heart rates to heart attacks and collapsed veins and blood vessels infection from injected drugs, nausea and abdominal pain, which can also lead to changes in appetite and weight loss, increased strain on the liver, which puts the person at risk of significant liver damage or liver failure, seizures, stroke, mental confusion, and brain damage, lung disease, problems with memory, attention, and decision-making, which make daily living more difficult. Global effects of drugs on the body, such as breast development in men and increases in body temperature, which can lead to other health problems. There is a need for collecting accurate statistical data about drug-related accidents, crimes, or diseases so that researchers may be able to document the seriousness of drug-related problems to the government. The people also advocate intensifying drug eradication programs and organizing leisure activities for the communities so as to eliminate drug consumption as a social activity. The government of Nigeria already has the necessary infrastructure and only needs to recognize the seriousness of the problem and make it a national priority.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there then undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
Welcome to Biscon Television Newspaper Review today. I'm Adebisi Elegunde.
And I am Sarah Omolara Abiodun.
And today, January 3rd, 2024, we'll be looking at major headlines from some of the newspapers. And I'll begin with the Punch newspaper. The first headline says, Fake Degrees. Federal government shuts 18 foreign varsity campuses. You can find the story on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Beneficiaries protest as banks begin COVID-19 loan recovery on page 22 of the newspaper. CBN bars crypto bank account operators from cash withdrawal on page 2 of the newspaper. Now let's look at this. NNPCL, marketers clash over subsidy. Operators peg petrol as 1,200 naira per litre. The writer says marketers oppose federal government on subsidy. NNPCL says fuel importation costs now fully recovered. Dealers insist on 1,200 naira per litre fuel. 112 oil theft cases recorded in 1 week. 5 die in Japanese aircraft collision as earthquake kills 50 on page 8 of the newspaper. Now to Plateau State. Plateau killing similar to Rwanda genocide, says North Central governors, on page 9 of the newspaper. Now this is Lagos State. Sanwo-Olu orders arrest of soldiers riding one way. You can find the story on page 5 of the newspaper. And the last headline for today, January 3rd, 2024, on the Punch newspaper. It says, talks ongoing for Kanu's release, says Deputy Speaker, on page 8 of the Punch newspaper.
And here on Nigerian Tribune, Plateau killings. This will be found on page 5. North Central governors plan security cooperation. NBA wants Tinubu to invest in security. Nigerian security architecture needs urgent review, Marx says. JNI wants stakeholders on warnings signal. close IDP camps, restore indigents to their ancestral homes, Southern Middle Belt leaders tells President on page 3. Suspended NSIPA coordinator Halima Shehu in EFCC custody. This can be found on page 3. Passport application automation to commence January 8th. Federal government. This can be found on page 15. Controversy as PDP NWC declares suspension of Ondo chairman illegal. Page 4. FG extends 2024 Hajj registration till January 31st. Page 15. Adebanjo leads Afenifere leaders on condolence visit to Akeredolu's widow. Says Nigerian has lost progressive star. Page 4.
And on the Vanguard newspaper today, January 3rd, 2024, the first headline says, Clark, Adebanjo, Iwayawu, Ogu, Arthur's rights to Tinubu. Killings in Middle Belt threatening Nigeria's existence, on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu's New Year address. No specific strategies to tackle challenges, LCCI. Calls for private sector investment in power transmission. Economy to remain bleak in next 6 months, says NECA. Says fuel subsidy removal, forex harmonization worsened socio-economic woes. Why 2024 will be challenging for manufacturing sector, says MAN. You can find the story on page 8 of the newspaper. Now we have a picture here of a woman, a US-based Nigerian lawyer and accountant, Chief Owolabi Salis, on a trip to the South Pole, Antarctica, which cost about $100,000 and Nigeria currency approximately 125 million recently. You find the story on page 13 of the newspaper. Utide. Controversy over federal government's 50% transport cut. You find the story on page 4 of the Vanguard newspaper. 11 dead. 1 abducted as Boko Haram terrorists invade Chibok communities. Yet again. On page 9 of the newspaper. Federal government suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin Republic, Togo. On page 9 of the newspaper. Now to the world of sports. Pesero may change Indidi. Here Nacho over injury claims by Dissesta. On page 31 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have the columnist. Rotimi Fason on page 17. Oko Ahe on page 17 as well. Bumi on page 22. Southeast Voice on page 29.
New Telegraph. Why I was happy when Tinubu increased petrol pump price. This can be found on page 5. No alternative to Nigerians borrowing. Oshoba. Says Buhari left empty treasury. Efforts ongoing to release Nnamdi Kalu. Says Tinubu interested in Southeast development. Edo 2024. Shaibu apologizes to Oshomole. Says it's my turn to be governor. This can be found on page 4. Interior Minister to NIS. Married women can travel to Abuja for change of name. Says practice absurd. Justifies January 8th date for automated passport application process. Page 2. End plateau killings now. North Central Governors tells FG. This can be found on page 2, 3, and 27. NBA. No part of Nigeria should be controlled by bandits in 2024. SMBLF asks FG to resettle displaced communities. Give Tinubu 3 years to end your suffering, Kalu tells Nigerians. Page 2. Chief of Staff, Fubara sacks Wike's man, replaces him with factional speaker. This can be found on page 5. FG suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin Republic, Togo. ICPC begins probe of alleged 6-week Cotonou Varsity's degree program. This is on page 4 and 5. Japa syndrome. UK stops Nigerian students order from bringing dependents. Page 3. Study. Stem cells injection could boost men's sexual lives. Page 7.
Moving forward, I'll be taking the Daily Sun newspaper. I'll be starting with the first headline. PDP sinks deeper over internal wranglings. Party fails to hold neck in 16 months, on page 26 of the Daily Sun newspaper. How I escaped booby traps laid by my predecessor, says Adeleke, on 26 of the newspaper. Be patient with federal government, Be patient with federal government, Kalu charges Nigerians, on page 27 of the newspaper. Government will continue to borrow because past regime left empty treasury, says Oshoba, on page 8 of the newspaper. Only within here says, Southern Middle Belt leaders rise against terrorists. The writer says, Right Tinubu, declare Plateau killing threat to Nigerians' corporate existence. The second writer says, North Central governors team up to fight bandits. You can find the story on pages 4 and 6 of the Daily Sun newspaper. Moving forward, we have Dangote, Elumelu, Chukwuma, Mba, Abiodun, Yahya, Peter Obi, Olu of Warri, Oni of Ife, Azibaula, Pa Adebanjo, Tompolo, Kwara First Lady, Femi Bakri, Ngozi Ezeonu win the Sun Award 2023. Also, Oludare Akonde, Agu, Ifekudo, Uche Oga, Indubisi, Odile, Ebubeogu, Komolafe, Nwachukwu, Onwulbere, Okafo, Toby Bakre, Umeoji, Olopade, Omeoku. We have a short story on those names, and it can be continued on page 5 of the newspaper. Watch out for reason the award winners were chosen on January 17, 2024. You can find all of this on page 5. We're going to short break now to come back with the rest of the newspaper. Stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television Newspaper Review, and we're bringing you the rest of the newspaper.
On the Nation's newspaper, we have stock market opens with 665 billion naira gain. The story is on page 5. Government withdraws recognition for Benin Republic Togo varsities. The news is on page 28. Why lawmakers Ehi resigned by Fabura. Page 5. It's my turn to be Edo's next governor, says Shaibu. This can be found on page 27. Sanwo-Olu arrests soldier, 3 others for riding against traffic. The story is on page 26. Budget of 63 government-owned enterprises made public. Civil societies, citizens' rights advocates hail action. 17 billion naira cash. EFCC detains social investment scheme coordinator. NSIPA CEO suspended over suspicious movement of cash. Ex-Humanitarian Affairs Minister for interrogation today. 10 billion naira scandal rocks NIPOST restructuring plan. Senate orders the registration of subsidiaries. Probe of shares transfer. BPE defends shares acquired in official names. Right here we have governors lift Plateau killings victims with 100 million naira. Story is on page 5. Hajj registration gets January 31st deadline. The story is on page 6. 11 killed in Kwara multiple road crash. Page 26.
And Daily Trust newspaper today, January 3rd, 2024. The first headline says, Kanu governor denies exchanging blows, sacking SSG. On page 11 of the Daily Trust newspaper. National Assembly's budget of 344.4 billion naira, higher than 15 federal universities. On page 19. Sudubiri, 1 month after, residents await compensation. Outcome of committee report. On page 3 of the newspaper. North Central governors to federal government. Identify root cause of plateau killings for lasting peace. The writer says NBA decries intelligence failure. Asks Tinubu to prioritize security. Pandef, Afenifere, Ohanaeze, MBF seek end to killings enough. 19 vigilantes, several bandits killed in Kaduna. 12 gunned down as Boko Haram attacks Chibok. You can find the story on pages 4 and 28 of Daily Trust newspaper. Federal government suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin, Togo. On page 6 of the newspaper. NARCON extends payments for 2024 Hajj to January 31. On page 5 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Protest rocks Lokoja over epileptic power supply, over billion. On page 9 of the newspaper. And lastly here we have 37 billion naira fraud. Ex-Minister Sadia faces EFCC today. The writer says suspended NSIPA boss loyalist finger minister. Edu's associate kicks. And the last writer says EFCC mom on field after raid. On page 7 of the newspaper.
And on the last paper with me here today, this day newspaper, Oshoba, Tinubu met empathy treasury, must borrow to keep Nigeria going in short term. Says President plans to sign executive order to liberalize Naira deposits. Takes swipes at state government for reckless spending. Man, architecture. Says Plateau massacre is a wake-up call. Moftuang rallies North Central governors to advance peace, unity for regional development. President must prioritize security, NBA charges. Inauguration of Sam Shonibare Community Development Center. And that's all with me for today.
And lastly with me today for newspaper review on Biscon Television, I'll be taking the Guardian newspaper. I'll start with the first headline. Despite 20 million out-of-school children, 29 states fail to access 68 billion naira Universal Basic Education Fund. You can find the story on page 6 of the newspaper. Federal government sacks NSIP boss, suspends certificates from Benin, Togo varsities. On page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. NIDCOM wants MDAs, embassies of fake diaspora groups. On page 5 of the Guardian newspaper. Confusion as telcos alert subscribers to lean SIM link irregularities. On page 15 of the Guardian newspaper. And let's look at this. We have divided house. Discordant tunes over validity of minority decision. On page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. Capital importation drops by 36% to $654 million in quarter 3, 2023. On page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Now to Plateau State. End Plateau killings now. North Central Governors. MAC tells federal government. On page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Federal government directs MDAs to remit 100% of generated revenue on page 2 of the newspaper. And lastly today, January 3rd, 2024, the last headline says, Southern Middle Belt leaders petition Tinubu on restructuring. You can find the story on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And so we have come to the end of Newspaper Review today on Biscon Television. Thank you for staying with us. I am Adebisi Elegunde.
And I am Sarah Omolara Abiodun. Thank you for watching.
See you next time.
Bye.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there then undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
The 40th anniversary lecture of the Guardian newspapers with the theme For the World to Respect Africa and public presentation of the Guardian Federalist paper titled Federalism is the Answer. If federalism is the answer, what is the question? Was held on Tuesday, November 28, 2023 at the National Institute of International Affairs, Lagos. In attendance at the event were President Bola Tinubu's representative, Information and Strategy Special Advisor, Bayo Ononuga. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Bimbo Sali Hunde. Ogun State Governor was represented by his Deputy Engineer Noimot Salako Idele. Chairman of the event and former Governor of Ogun State was Chief Olusegun Oshoba. Also present was Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, President, African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CON, who was the keynote speaker. There's also this keynote speaker, the Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Professor Egosa Osagai. Chairman, Publisher, the Guardian newspapers, Lady Made in Hebrew. Chairman, Editorial Board of the Guardian newspapers, Professor Wale Omoli. The CEO of the Guardian newspaper, Professor Toke Alex Hebrew, amongst several guests. The event started with the national anthem, after which a minute silence was observed in honor of the founder of the Guardian newspapers, late Mr. Alexander U. Hebrew. In his opening remarks, the chairman of the occasion and former governor of Ogun State, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, gave a historical overview of The Guardian and expressed joy that The Guardian is living to the expectations of its founder, late Mr. Alexander Ebro. In her remarks, the publisher and Guardian,
I want to thank God. I know wherever Alex is, and I know he's in heaven because he's such a good man. When he was buried with a copy of The Guardian. He went to heaven holding a copy of The Guardian, and Lady Medieval will confirm that a copy of The Guardian was by his side in the casket. So Alex is in heaven with Guardian, and today I'm sure he is very, very proud of what I call Lady Publisher. Lady Medina Lexico took over the mantle of this newspaper at a very difficult time. And I'm happy today that Guardian is living to his reputation, and it is my hope that when you unveil the new Guardian that you are talking about today, Guardian will go higher and higher. I won't talk too much, I will do a little review after the lecture. So I welcome all of you to this lecture, and I hope that we manage the time in a way that we all we will concentrate and nobody will have cause to doze for a second. Thank you.
In her remarks, the publisher and chairman of the Guardian newspaper and the vice president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, Lady Maiden Ebro, MFR, stated, among other things, that the Guardian has managed to remain strong and reliable over the years through sheer intellectual excellence, balanced coverage of reports, and consistency, among others.
I'm highly anticipating the public presentation of a compendium of 61 editorials titled The Guardian, Federally Distinct Papers. The editorial board of the newspaper published on federalism from October 29, 2020 to December 23, 2021. May I also take the opportunity to appreciate two of our founding fathers publicly, Aremo Olusegun Oshoba and Dr. Patrick Cole. I'm not sure he's here. Dr. Cole, former managing director of Daily Times and former Nigeria's ambassador to Brazil, is one of the original founding fathers and attracted the late Dr. Stanley Makebu, the then chairman of the editorial board of Daily Times. All in all, we have a very busy day of robust intellectual engagement, active learning and networking opportunities. I must therefore thank you in advance, all most sincerely, for attending. Thank you.
A short take and remark on the future of the Guardian newspaper was done by the editor, Dr. Femi Adekoya, and Miss Anita Ebro, the daughter. Introduction of the guest speaker, Dr. Akilmi Adeshina, was done by the compere, Dr. Ruben Abati, formerly of the Guardian newspapers. An elaborate lecture on the theme for the world to respect Africa was then succinctly and eloquently delivered by President African Development Bank, Dr. Akilmi Adeshina. Dr. Akilmi Adeshina stated emphatically that for Africa as a continent to earn respect, she must address key issues of abject and endemic poverty, underdevelopment, mismanagement of resources, youth-based wealth creation, energy, health, and logistics infrastructure.
And that is for the world to respect Africa. Now, the first thing that I want to underline is that respect is never a given. It cannot be purchased. It must be earned. And it is earned based not on rhetoric or request, but based on action. Concrete action. Consistent action over time. As a leader, my way of making decisions is actually pretty simple. No econometric analysis going with it. I simply write down the things that make me ashamed, and I do the opposite.
We must take a critical look around us. The underdevelopment, the poverty in the midst of plenty, and the fact that we are far behind other regions of the world, despite our enormous resources, and determine that enough is enough. Poverty must not become the comparative advantage of Africa. Nearly half of the world's gold and 1/3 of all the minerals are in Africa. With its vast mineral resources and human resource capacity, Africa should not be where it is today.
Above all, there's urgent need for the political sovereignty of African nations to be backed by economic sovereignty. He further stated that Africa must be determined that enough is enough and make the necessary shift like the Asian tigers, particularly South Korea.
Nigeria and many other African nations were once at the same level of development as some East Asian countries, notably Malaysia, Indonesia, South Korea, and several others. We must really ask ourselves, when will we make the shift that South Korea made from being a country that was one on the low end of the development ladder to a rich, industrialized nation that it is today? Today, South Korea is the 7th largest exporter of goods in the world. Not only that, its GDP per capita towers at 266% of the global average. We must therefore find solutions to our many challenges in Africa. While we must deal with the bread and butter development issues, we must think strategically as we set ourselves upon a path of also becoming wealthy nations. Our countries must become great contributors to global wealth and development financing for others. We simply must turn the tide. Ultimately, we must put ourselves in a position where too we also can give. That is how Africa will earn respect.
In his remarks, the chairman editorial board of the Guardian newspapers, Professor Wale Omole, commended the keynote speaker, Dr. Akiumi Adesina, for a well-thought-out lecture. He further stated that the mission of the Guardian is to know what is needed to make the country great.
For what to do for us in Nigeria, a continent like this should not be looking for power. God said, let there be light. That was creation of that. And where is that light? Here. And who are in darkness? We. So something is wrong with us. So these are some of the reasons. I don't want to go into all the reasons we have to do several. I was trying to a publisher because I really want us to be revolutionary. And then I told LG, let's adjust that say, and we will be adequate. But by the time we saw people asking more questions and more questions and more questions, and LG talked to the policy. So we said we can go on. The 61 is the period, number of years that we have been independent and that we are in poverty. It became the world political capital. So really, the speaker, former vice chancellor also, who is in international affairs, will speak to us. I don't want to take more time. So I'm not going to look at this. It really doesn't matter. Thank you.
In a goodwill message, the Secretary to the Government of Lagos State, Sali Ohunde, who ably represented the Executive Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, expressed delight to be part of the Guardian's 40th anniversary and gave the Governor's message, where he commended the Guardian for its style of reportage, which, according to him, stand it out amongst the competition.
On behalf of the government and the good people of Lagos State, I wish you a happy anniversary. Mr. Governor would like me to let us know, I had said I will approach his speech, that since the inception of the Guardian newspaper in 1983 till date, the paper has professionally carried out its reportage with an unusual grace and quiet distinction, which qualities stands The Guardian out amongst her peers. The Guardian newspaper has achieved great esteem in and outside Nigeria as one of the most authoritative newspapers in Africa. Hence, it has been, thank you, please clap, it is the truth. Thank you. Hence, it has been aptly described as the flagship of the Nigerian press. And that is why today we celebrate its 40 years of outstanding professional, impactful, resilient journalistic practice of the Guardian newspaper. You will all agree with me that the Guardian is a household name in Nigeria and Africa. In conclusion, let me once again heartily congratulate Lady Maiden Alex Ibru for the attainment of this laudable milestone with its credibility, integrity, and model intact. We're very certain that your husband, the late Mr. Alex Ibru of blessed memory, must be excited at the oak tree that this newspaper has become. Lagos is proud to be associated and to be your landlord always. Thank you. Thank you. On this note, I therefore wish you many more years of journalistic excellence, global understanding, and positive change. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
The Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Engineer Noimot Salako-Yedele, who ably represented the Executive Governor, Prince Dakwa Abiodun, heartily congratulated the Guardian newspaper on its 40th anniversary, especially one of the founding fathers of the Guardian, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, as well as the chairman publisher, Lady Maiden Ibru.
To celebrate this milestone, we must remember that the Guardian newspaper is not just a source of information, but an institution that has actively contributed to shaping our society. The Guardian's commitment to excellence, its dedication to the ideals of journalism, and its tireless efforts in upholding its reputation is truly commendable. It has played a crucial role in holding public figures accountable, exposing corruption, and championing social justice. It has been our conscience nurtured by truth. On behalf of the Governor, Prince Dakwa Abiodun, CON, and the good people of Ogun State, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Guardian newspaper's family on its 40th anniversary. I salute the late Mr. Alex Ibru, Lady Maiden Alex Ibru, their children, and the dedicated team at the Guardian for their remarkable contribution to the media landscape. May the Guardian continue to inform, educate, and inspire generations to come as we look forward to its next 40 years. Thank you very much for listening, and have a pleasant afternoon.
The representative of President Bola Tinubu and Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Nanuga, read the President's address, where he, among other things, reiterated his administration's ongoing reforms and expressed great pleasure to share in the Guardian's special day. He also saluted the Guardian for its resilience in surviving the military era, adding that the newspaper earned its respect for constitutionally holding government accountable for its actions and policies.
Yesterday, the Federal Council here approved the loan offer, that is the one by LBU, which is on constitutional terms for 25 years and grace period of 8 years. We have already embarked on fiscal reforms, which the Taiwo Ibele Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms inaugurated on 8 August in that based on 20 quick win recommendations, which are being fine-tuned for implementation in the new year. We have also stopped the corrupt and wasteful fuel subsidy, which enabled the Federation to make huge savings, which are being passed to all tiers of government by the Federation Account Allocation Committee by way of increased allocations. We are also determined to unify the foreign exchange market rate and stop the criminal arbitrage of the past. To arrive at the 1 trillion economic destination, we believe that sooner than later, to borrow the Guardian marketing mantra 40 years ago, we must address the capital adequacy of our banks that will provide the fuel for this journey. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to Nigerians to exercise some patience. The economic reforms we are implementing come with some pains. The pains are temporary, and as we shall soon begin to feel the positive impact of the reforms. Once again, I congratulate the Guardian for its 40th anniversary, and I wish the Guardian many, many more years of celebration. Thank you for listening.
A keynote review of the Guardian Federalist Papers with the theme, "If Federalism is the answer, what is the question?" was ably presented by the host and DG, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Professor Ehosa Osagai.
Be a ready answer and solution to all that we want to deal with. So I thought we should go to the bag of wisdom of the famous and legendary tortoise and get what he would say. And part of the recommendations he would get from that bag of skills and wisdom would be working from the answer to the question. And that is what I think would make sense. If you work from the answer to the question, then you can say, yes, it's a solution, but what is the problem? So rather than say what is the question, we then presuppose that federalism provides solutions to certain kinds of problems. And that's the framework within which, I think we would want to look at the Federalist Papers from The Guardian. But let me also say that we're very delighted as the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs to be returning to a theme that we once had to consider in 1978. In 1978, the NIIA brought the whole world to this same hall and had an international conference on federalism. Now, that conference led to the publication of a 1979 classic entitled Readings on Federalism, edited by Bolaji Akinyemi, Patrick Dele Cole, and Walter Ofonakoro. Now, that was a 1979 publication. That conference was very significant because that long ago, the world took Africa and Nigeria in particular so seriously that it believed we had things to contribute to the world of learning. Now, how be it in 2023, several years after, we no longer are considered worthy of such contributions. To the contrary, we now get invited to all kinds of summits where people tell us about ourselves, and we are hardly allowed to speak for ourselves. So I'm glad that President Adesina has made the point that we should have a reversal, and the NIA stands strongly for that summits on Africa must happen in Africa.
The event featured the presentation of the book, Federalism is the Answer, which was coordinated by the chairman of the occasion and former governor of Ogun State, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, CON. Vote of thanks was given by the CEO of The Guardian, Toke Alex Ibro. Biscon Communications congratulates The Guardian newspaper on its 40th anniversary.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
The 5th edition of Live, Love and Laugh event with the theme I Am Fruitful was held on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023 at the Celebration Garden, Ikeja, Lagos. Live, Love and Laugh is an initiative of UK-based event planner Moradeun Adeomi Dada. It's a platform she uses to give back to the society in Nigeria by supporting different charity projects each year. On the bandstand was Cobams and crew with a supply of good music. In attendance were the convener, Mrs. Moradeun Dada, and her husband, Mr. Olufemi Dada. Parents of the convener, Chief and Mrs. Omofade. The convener's parents-in-law, Princess Demola Dada and wives. The chairman and CEO, Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo and wife, Princess Folashade Olatilo. The chairman and CEO, Space FM, Otumba Deje Shibogun. The primate of the African Church worldwide, His Eminence, J.O.O. Abe. Senior pastor, Trinity House Church, Pastor Itwai Gudalo, among others. The event started with an opening prayer led by the husband of the convener, Mr. Olufemi Dada. It featured performances from both upcoming and established artists. They include Melvin P., BMO, The Sensational Alabama, Kunlesh, Gwen Baby, among others. In a very powerful and motivational testimony, Senior Pastor, Trinity House Church and Chairman, Ibidu Igudalo Foundation, Pastor Itwai Gudalo, spoke on the psychological effects of stigma and social exclusion faced by a couple who are yet to conceive. He used his personal experience to encourage them and all those facing one form of social exclusion or another to trust God Almighty, as He is aware of their situation and is in full control.
There's no temptation that cometh to man, that within that temptation, my God will make a way of escape and He will glorify His name. So if you are going through pain, if you are going through anxiety, if you are going through tension, as long as God is God, He will see you through. You will come out shining like beauty stars, and God's name will be glorified. Abraham, our father, was barren for 90 years. Isaac was barren for 20 years. Zachariah was barren for almost 80 years. But out of all this barrenness, including Samuel and his mother, all that came out of that barrenness was that God's name will be. Samson's parents were barren for many years, so that God's name will be. There's something that God is working in your life, and God is preparing something for every one of us. Let nobody be bothered about what is happening or what they are going through, or thinking that God has abandoned them. What He said is that He will never leave you, He will never forsake you. If you hold on to God, every story of your life will end well. If you look at me today, I am thankful to have married Ibidu. I am thankful for 15 years of barrenness. I am thankful even that it was my wife that God chose to bring such joy and beauty to many families. I am thankful that God did not abandon all of us. I want to tell every single one of you here, my God will not abandon you. God bless you.
After an energetic and vibrant performance by Dudu Lewa Akewi from Ibadan, special prayers were said by the spiritual father of the day, His Eminence, the Primate J.O.O. Abbey of the African Church worldwide. The man of God made it clear that nothing is impossible with God, as he proclaimed powerful declarations of healing and special blessings for couples who are yet to conceive.
Saying you are barren or you are childless, I want you to know that the Bible says children are an heritage of the Lord. No man can give anybody a child. No man can make a child. No, it's not possible. They belong to God. There are special gifts that come from God. And I pray as you are looking up to God today for the gifts of your children, receive it in the name of Jesus. I say receive it in the name of Jesus. Things that have become impossible in your life, I pray the Lord will turn the table around and you will receive your children. It will become possible for you in the mighty name of Jesus. This is the 5th edition of this program, and the number 5 stands for grace. Everybody say grace. 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 This is the time, the appointed time, that all of you that are looking up to God for the fruit of the womb, receive grace to have your children in the name of Jesus. Every blockage in your life, in your womb, is removed in the name of Jesus.
After that, award-winning saxophonist BJ Sax took the guests through a scintillating and thrilling moment of worship and praise. This was followed by a presentation on the challenges, causes, prevention, management and treatment of infertility in men and women by a medical practitioner, Mrs. Tonyoni.
Infection too is a common problem for women. Infection is a common problem too for men. If women have any form of infection that concerns their reproductive organs, they have to treat it very well. And how do you know that? When you always examine your discharge, every morning, examine, look at your pants, check. It's your body, check it, look at it. If you observe something that is not okay, quickly make sure you see your doctor for immediate treatment. Why? Any form of infection affects your reproductive organ. Even in men too, if they have any form of STD or gonorrhea, it affects them. And I want to bring this to our notice too. If you have children that have mumps, mumps, we don't take it very serious, but it affects their testes. And everything that affects their testes affects their production, their sperm production later in life. So if you see any child with it, please treat them promptly so that it won't cause problems for them in the future. Then we have, in women too, some women, if they have miscarriage, one miscarriage can affect some women that they cannot, that uterus cannot be able to carry any pregnancy again. I've seen it. And they say, she was pregnant before. Why is pregnancy not staying? I've seen it. And when they run tests for them, they realize that endometrium is not tolerating any form of conception again. We have seen cases like that. Then we have what we call endometriosis. Endometriosis is like a lining of the uterus that's supposed to be, that uterus normally supposed to be receptive to the fertilized egg to receive it so that it can germinate and grow very well. But by the time this type of thing is there, it's abnormal lining, very thing that is abnormal, it will not allow fertilization, that is conception, to take place.
And the moment of comic relief by comedian Prince Will, which sets ribs cracking with laughter. A brief information on breast cancer was also shared by a representative of the Engraced Life Cancer Foundation, Dr. Williams Inobong, after which another testimony and words of encouragement were shared by beneficiaries of the Bidu Ighodalo Foundation, Mr. and Mrs. Awosoji. High point of the occasion were presentation of awards by the convener, Mrs. Murade Undada, to deserving individuals for their immense contributions to the success of the Live, Love and Laugh initiative, including her parents-in-law, Prince and Mrs. Dada, her parents, Chief and Mrs. Omofade, the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisiolatilo, as well as her husband, Mr. Oluwafemi Dada. In his response, the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisiolatilo, appreciated the convener, Murade Undada, for the laudable initiative, while reiterating his close relationship with the Dada family.
Your dad and mom, the kind of love they exude towards each other, she is like, man, you know. We say hello to them. I can't see them around. They're here. Eshe sir, thank you very much. I'm very happy that all of this is happening. You just started. Because I see you kneeling down and greeting God here. So, I told you that you may almost turn this into a crusade because Tyler took Akbar for a meeting. May God bless you for this. Thank you very much.
The vote of thanks was thereafter given by the convener, Mrs. Murade Undada, as popular musician Essence entertained guests with a solo rendition. To round off the occasion, popular comedians Omo Baba and D1 took the audience through another rib-cracking moment. Cobams and crew then took over proceedings once again with good music that got everyone dancing till the very end. From Biscon Communications Global Media Network, we congratulate the organizers on the successful hosting of the 5th edition of the Live, Love and Laugh event.
Welcome to Biscon Television Newspaper Review today. I'm Adebisi Elegunde.
And I am Sarah Omolara Abiodun.
And today, January 3rd, 2024, we'll be looking at major headlines from some of the newspapers. And I'll begin with the Punch newspaper. The first headline says, Fake degrees. Federal government shuts 18 foreign varsity campuses. You can find the story on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Beneficiaries protest as banks begin COVID-19 loan recovery on page 22 of the newspaper. CBN bars crypto bank account operators from cash withdrawal on page 2 of the newspaper. Now let's look at this. NNPCL marketers clash over subsidy. Operators peg petrol as 1,200 naira per litre. The writer says marketers oppose federal government on subsidy. NNPCL says fuel importation costs now fully recovered. Dealers insist on 1,200 naira per litre fuel. 112 oil theft cases recorded in 1 week. 5 die in Japanese aircraft collision as earthquake kills 50 on page 8 of the newspaper. Now to Plateau State. Plateau killing similar to Rwanda genocide, says North Central governors, on page 9 of the newspaper. Now this is Lagos State. Sanwo-Olu orders arrest of soldiers riding one way. You can find the story on page 5 of the newspaper. And the last headline for today, January 3rd, 2024, on the Punch newspaper. It says, talks ongoing for Kanu's release, says Deputy Speaker, on page 8 of the Punch newspaper.
And here on Nigerian Tribune, Plateau killings. This will be found on page 5. North Central governors plan security cooperation. NBA wants Tinubu to invest in security. Nigerian security architecture needs urgent review, Marx says. JNI wants stakeholders on warnings signal, close IDP camps, restore indigents to their ancestral homes, Southern Middle Belt leaders tells President on page 3. Suspended NSIPA coordinator Halima Shehu in EFCC custody. This can be found on page 3. Passport application automation to commence January 8th. Federal government. This can be found on page 15. Controversy as PDP NWC declares suspension of Ondo chairman illegal. Page 4. FG extends 2024 Hajj registration till January 31st. Page 15. Adebanjo leads Afenifere leaders on condolence visit to Akeredolu's widow, says Nigerian has lost progressive star. Page 4.
And on the Vanguard newspaper today, January 3rd, 2024, the first headline says, Clark, Adebanjo, Iwayawu, Hogu, others write Tinubu. Killings in Middle Belt threatening Nigeria's existence, on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu's New Year address. No specific strategies to tackle challenges, LCCI. Calls for private sector investment in power transmission. Economy to remain bleak in next 6 months, says NECA. Says fuel subsidy removal, forex harmonization worsened socio-economic woes. Why 2024 will be challenging for manufacturing sector, says MAN. You can find the story on page 8 of the newspaper. Now we have a picture here of a woman, a US-based Nigerian lawyer and accountant, Chief Owolabi Salis, on a trip to the South Pole, Antarctica, which cost about $100,000 and Nigeria currency approximately 125 million recently. You find the story on page 13 of the newspaper. Utide. Controversy over federal government's 50% transport cut. You find the story on page 4 of the Vanguard newspaper. 11 dead. 1 abducted as Boko Haram terrorists invade Chibok communities. Yet again. On page 9 of the newspaper. Federal government suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin Republic. Togo, on page 9 of the newspaper. Now to the world of sports. Pesero may change Indidi. Here Nacho over injury claims by Dissesta, on page 31 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have the columnist Rotimi Fason on page 17, Oko Ahe on page 17 as well, Bumi on page 22, Southeast Voice on page 29.
New Telegraph. Why I was happy when Tinubu increased petrol pump price. This can be found on page 5. No alternative to Nigerians borrowing. Oshoba says Buhari left empty treasury. Efforts ongoing to release Nnamdi Kalu says Tinubu interested in Southeast development. Edo 2024. Shaibu apologizes to Oshomole, says it's my turn to be governor. This can be found on page 4. Interior Minister to NIS. Married women can travel to Abuja for change of name, says practice absurd. Justifies January 8th date for automated passport application process. Page 2. End plateau killings now. North Central Governors tells FG. This can be found on page 2, 3, and 27. NBA. No part of Nigeria should be controlled by bandits in 2024. SMBLF asks FG to resettle displaced communities. Give Tinubu 3 years to end your suffering, Kalu tells Nigerians. Page 2. Chief of Staff, Fubara sacks Wike's man, replaces him with factional speaker. This can be found on page 5. FG suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin Republic, Togo. ICPC begins probe of alleged 6-week Cotonou Varsity's degree program. This is on page 4 and 5. Japa syndrome. UK stops Nigerian students order from bringing dependents. Page 3. Study. Stem cells injection could boost men's sexual lives. Page 7.
Moving forward, I'll be taking the Daily Sun newspaper. I'll be starting with the first headline. PDP sinks deeper over internal wranglings. Party fails to hold neck in 16 months, on page 26 of the Daily Sun newspaper. How I escaped booby traps laid by my predecessor, says Adeleke, on 26 of the newspaper. Be patient with federal government, Be patient with federal government, Kalu charges Nigerians, on page 27 of the newspaper. Government will continue to borrow because past regime left empty treasury, says Oshoba, on page 8 of the newspaper. Only within here says, Southern Middle Belt leaders rise against terrorists. The rider says, Right Tinubu, declare Plateau killing threat to Nigerians' corporate existence. The second rider says, North Central governors team up to fight bandits. You can find the story on pages 4 and 6 of the Daily Sun newspaper. Moving forward, we have Dangote, Elumelu, Chukwuma, Mba, Abiodun, Yahya, Peter Obi, Olu of Warri, Oni of Ife, Azibaola, Pa Adebanjo, Tompolo, Kwara First Lady, Femi Bakre, Ngozi Ezeonu win the Sun Award 2023. Also, Oludare Akonde, Agu, Ifekudo, Uche Oga, Indubisi, Odile, Ebube Ogu, Komolafe, Nwachukwu, Onwulbere, Okafo, Tobi Bakre, Umeoji, Olopade, Omeoku, We have a short story on those names, and it can be continued on page 5 of the newspaper. Watch out for reason the award winners were chosen on January 17, 2024. You can find all of this on page 5. We're going to short break now to come back with the rest of the newspaper. Stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television Newspaper Review, and we're bringing you the rest of the newspaper.
On the Nation's newspaper, we have stock markets opens with 665 billion naira gain. The story is on page 5. Government withdraws recognition for Benin Republic Togo varsities. The news is on page 28. Why lawmakers Ehi resigned by Fabura. Page 5. It's my turn to be Edo's next governor, says Shaibu. This can be found on page 27. Sanwo-Olu arrests soldier, 3 others for riding against traffic. The story is on page 26. Budget of 63 government-owned enterprises made public. Civil societies, citizens' rights advocates hail action. 17 billion naira cash. EFCC detains social investment scheme coordinator. NSIPA CEO suspended over suspicious movement of cash. Ex-Humanitarian Affairs Minister for interrogation today. 10 billion naira scandal rocks NIPOST restructuring plan. Senate orders the registration of subsidiaries. Probe of shares transfer. BPE defends shares acquired in official names. Right here we have governors lift plateau killings victims with 100 million naira. Story is on page 5. Hajj registration gets January 31st deadline. The story is on page 6. 11 killed in Kwara multiple road crash. Page 26.
And on the Daily Trust newspaper today, January 3rd, 2024, the first headline says, Kanu governor denies exchanging blows, sacking SSG. On page 11 of the Daily Trust newspaper. National Assembly's budget of 344.4 billion naira, higher than 15 federal universities. On page 19. Sudubiri. 1 month after, residents await compensation. Outcome of committee report. On page 3 of the newspaper. North Central governors to federal government. Identify root cause of plateau killings for lasting peace. The writer says NBA decries intelligence failure. Asks Tinubu to prioritize security. Pandef, Afenifere, Ohanaeze. MBF seek end to killings in North. 19 vigilantes, several bandits killed in Kaduna. 12 gunned down as Boko Haram attacks Chibok. You can find the story on pages 4 and 28 of Daily Trust newspaper. Federal government suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin, Togo. On page 6 of the newspaper. NARCON extends payments for 2024 Hajj to January 31. On page 5 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Protest rocks Lokoja over epileptic power supply, over billion. On page 9 of the newspaper. And lastly here we have 37 billion naira fraud. Ex-Minister Sadia faces EFCC today. The writer says suspended NSIPA boss loyalist finger minister. Edu's associate kicks. And the last writer says EFCC mom on field after raid. On page 7 of the newspaper.
And on the last paper with me here today, this day newspaper, Oshoba, Tinubu met empathy treasury, must borrow to keep Nigeria going in short term. Says President plans to sign executive order to liberalize Naira deposits. Takes swipes at state government for reckless spending. Man, 2024 may not have positive outlook for manufacturing sector. This can be found on page 8 of this day newspaper. Dangote refinery expects 51 million barrels of crude supply tomorrow. Page 5. Obi, LP ready to play a role as Nigeria's main opposition party. Says no to backing down on desire of new Nigeria. APC, PDP casting crude aspersions without justification. The story is on page 7 of this day newspaper. Mark, it's time Tinubu reviewed Nigeria's security architecture. Says Plateau massacre is a wake-up call. Motwang rallies North Central governors to advance peace, unity for regional development. President must prioritize security, NBA charges. Inauguration of Sam Shonibare Community Development Center. And that's all with me for today.
And lastly with me today for newspaper review on Biscon Television, I'll be taking the Guardian newspaper. I'll start with the first headline. Despite 20 million out-of-school children, 29 states fail to access 68 billion naira Universal Basic Education Fund. You can find the story on page 6 of the newspaper. Federal government sacks NSIP boss, suspends certificates from Benin, Togo varsities. On page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. NIDCOM wants MDAs, embassies of fake diaspora groups. On page 5 of the Guardian newspaper. Confusion as telcos alert subscribers to lean SIM link irregularities. On page 15 of the Guardian newspaper. And let's look at this. We have divided house. Discordant tunes over validity of minority decision. On page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. Capital importation drops by 36% to $654 million in quarter 3 2023. On page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Now to Plateau State. End Plateau killings now. North Central governors. MAC tells federal government. On page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Federal government directs MDAs to remit 100% of generated revenue. On page 2 of the newspaper. And lastly today, January 3rd, 2024, the last headline says, Southern Middle Belt leaders petition Tinubu on restructuring. You can find the story on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And so we have come to the end of newspaper review today on Biscon Television. Thank you for staying with us. I am Adebisi Elegunde.
And I am Sarah Omolara Abiodun. Thank you for watching.
See you next time.
Bye.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there then undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
The event for the unveiling of the Sports Diplomacy Wall of Fame of the 1976 Olympics team and 1980 AFCON team was held on Friday, July 28, 2023 at the NIIA Complex, Victoria Island, Lagos. The theme of the event was from Olympic boycotts to hosting the world West Africa's march to FIFA 2034. The event began with a recitation of the national anthem before the opening remarks by the DG of the NIIA, Professor Ehusa Osagai. In his opening remarks, he spoke about the importance of the event.
In 1976, young men and women who were world beaters at that time, having trained for so long, some from secondary school days, some from the United States, and so on, trained for so long and were waiting to beat the world all round in athletics, in boxing, in swimming, and in football, amongst many others. They were gathered on the eve of the declaration of the Olympics open, and suddenly they were summoned to a meeting and given 1 hour within which to pack their things from the Games Village and get on the flight back to Nigeria. Why? Because the power of sports had been recognized and put on full display. It was time to let the world know that the things that bullets couldn't win, the hearts and minds were there to win. The labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain. We also are saying the sacrifices of our heroes past shall never be in vain. Then in 1980, we had another group of very young people. Yesterday, as we sat with them, at least 4 of them burst out in tears. First, to say they are grateful to God that they have seen today, that was yesterday and today. And second, to say that they felt the country had abandoned them, forgotten them. So I said to them, the country has sent the NIIA, which is a foremost agency of government, to say to you, your great strides will never be forgotten. This is the point about the 1980 all-conquering Green Eagles, the one that the great chairman, Christian Chukwu, led to do what no other team had ever done in the history of our country.
A goodwill message was delivered by Dr. Allen Onyema, CON, Chairman Air Peace, who sponsored the NIIA Sports Diplomacy Wall of Fame. Dr. Allen Onyema spoke about the sacrifice of the 1976 Olympics and 1980 AFCON teams
Today, I feel highly grateful to God Almighty that in my life, I've been meeting these heroes that have done Nigeria, that have brought Nigeria so much honors in the past. It actually started I think 2 years ago. Each time I ran into Shegodek with me, I would say, Uncle Shege, I would like to celebrate you guys. He said, what? I said the 1980 Green Eagles that won the African Cup of Nations for the first time for our country. But I would like to celebrate you people. That it seems everybody has forgotten what you have done for the nation. I was not even looking at sports, in itself per se. I was looking at the unity they brought to the country. I was looking at the things that, because the DJ talked about it too. Sports has become a very powerful tool for social cohesion and nation building and unity. So I was thinking of something to do to use it to contribute to the act of nation building, to use it to bring the youths of today to understand that there were people who in the past sacrificed for the country. How do we want the youths of today to respect any call from this nation if we fail to recognize the sacrifices of those before them? This is why we have to use them to, lead by example, show example with them, recognize them, and I'm happy with the participation of the NIA in this whole event because you've given it the government backing, sort of, so that our youth will begin to understand that whatever they do, someday, somehow, their country would recognize them. If you are taking the youth of today to Canada, and they've been in Canada for 8 days, prepared for this occasion for 4 years, and at the end of the day, tell them to come back. Nobody is coming back home. Nobody is coming back. In fact, you've provided citizenship for them because they will all start seeking asylum the next day. And the reason for the asylum is that if you send me back to Nigeria, they will imprison me. And they will imprison my whole family. You need to see some of the reasons Nigerians give just to get asylum. Some say in their village, if you are a man and if you pass 30 years, they will kill you. Therefore, all sorts of reasons. So that would be a veritable reason for them to seek asylum abroad. But these ones decided to come back home. We must honor them. May God bless my country, Nigeria. Thank you all.
There was a presentation by Mr. Udi Uyoye titled From Olympic Boycotts to Hosting the World, West Africa's March to FIFA 2034.
Imagine for a moment that you've gone to university for 4 years, and on the day you are to graduate, somebody tells you that you're not receiving your diploma. That is exactly what happened to the 1976 Olympic team from Nigeria and 28 other countries. Of the 28 countries, 22 were from Africa and 6 were from outside of Africa. Why? Why is it that you spend your entire life preparing for the Olympic Games and then your country tells you to come home? You look at the situation, you did not commit any offense, you did not violate any rule, you did not do anything wrong. You've worked your entire life, day and night, preparing for this one moment, and now somebody has snatched it away from you. Why they snatched it away from you? And if it happened somewhere else, apartheid in South Africa was a devastating, very brutal system of government. But it was not Nigeria. It wasn't Ghana. The athletes of this country were sacrificed on the altar of the anti-apartheid struggle. The athletes of this country helped to dismantle one of the most brutal systems of all time. And for that, they should be recognized.
The highlight of the event was the unveiling of the Wall of Fame, which had names of Nigerian sports heroes written in gold, such as Emmanuel Okala, MON, Taiwo Ogunjobi, Dr. Bruce Ijirigbo, Mark Ulumu, Moses Effiong, and many more. The event was brought to an end afterwards. The investiture of Air Peace Sports Diplomacy Ambassadors was crowned with a dinner at the Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos on Friday, the 28th of July, 2023. The chief host was Dr. Allen Onyema, chairman of Air Peace Airline, who was supported by his wife, Chief Mrs. Onyema, children and friends from different walks of life. The night was specially set aside to honor 19 Nigerians made up of 1976 Olympic Games heroes and 1980 AFCON national football team, the Green Eagles. There was a profusion of music by Beniza Obey, Timi Dakolo, Casey and Ludari, with the Sunshine Sisters in the mix. The 1976 Montreal Olympic football team players honored were the captain of the team, Christian Chukwu, Segun Odegbami, Emmanuel Okala, Felix Owolabi, Sylvanus Okpala, Baba Otu Mohammed, Shefiu Mohammed, Sani Mohammed, Henry Wonsu, Andrew Atuegbo, and many more. Many of all those players who have lost and given posthumous awards were represented by their family members. They were also members of the 1976 Montreal Olympic athletics team. These include Mudukbe Oshikoya, Mark Olomu, Godwin Obazogie, all athletics superstars. Also on parade were members of the Montreal 1976 boxing squad, made up of Obisia Nwankpa and others. There was a special remark by the chairman, Air Peace, Dr. Allen Onyema, who spoke extensively about the importance of honoring the past heroes who served the nation. He also recounted the memories of watching the past heroes represent the country.
47 years to this date. This is why we are here. No amount of anything you give them that can suffice, really pay for what they went through. But the recognition of these heroes by their fatherland will go a long way to, calming their nerves and healing the wounds. That is why we are here today. Juxtapose that to today's Nigeria. If Nigerians were taken to Canada for Olympics, the youths of Nigeria today, and you get there, and one president or one whatever calls on you, please come back home. We are boycotting it, not because of anything you did wrong, because of another country, South Africa, that was suffering, apartheid. The present-day youths will tell you that, in fact, that South Africa suffering, they're even better than us, therefore I'm not going anywhere. The Jaguar syndrome would have taken over. They may not have been able to do what these people did. And do you blame them? You should not blame them, because those who did it before them have not been appreciated by their nation. This is why we are doing this. It's not about show. It's not about, it goes beyond just trying to recognize them. This is about nation building. Except and only when Nigeria starts to recognize and reward those who make sacrifices for them, we are yet to have a nation.
The 19 honorees were promised 1.5 million naira each by the chairman of Air Peace, Dr. Allen Onyema, in addition to free business class tickets to all routes plied by Air Peace Airline anywhere in the world.
So today, all of you, the 1976 Montreal Olympics team, the 1980 victorious Green Eagles team, starting from this day, you are entitled to have unlimited flight travels on Air Peace. You are, I repeat again, you are entitled, even if you want to fly 10 times in a day, and you do it 365 days for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, you are entitled to fly Air Peace for the rest of your life, unlimited flying experience. Your tickets are unlimited.
There was a performance by Kenny Black, who entertained the audience with rib-cracking jokes. Casey also delivered an electrifying performance, which kept the audience on their feet, dancing to the sound of his music. Biscon Communications,
salutes the philanthropic spirit of Dr. Allen Onyema and wish all the honorees the very best.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there then undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
The formal presentation of The Crown and the Glory, a book written on the history of the Alakberu of Ikberu land's 20 years reign by Dr. Reuben Abati. The event took place at the banquet hall of the Alakberu's Palace in Ikberu land, Ogun State, on Saturday, the 26th of November, 2022. The chief host was His Majesty Oba Adeleke Idowu-Basibo, the Alakberu of Ikberu land, who was supported by a huge presence of his monarch colleagues.
First, let me thank Kabiyesi the Alakberu for giving me the opportunity to write his story. There is a book before this that was written about him. That was within 3 years of his ascension to the throne of his ancestors. This has come in the 28th year of his reign. So this brings the story up to date. But especially I would like to thank Prince Bola Basimo, who led a team called the Skills Brothers. This is their project. So, and you know, they put in a lot. They curated the entire process, and we are at this moment today. And of course, they are also the publishers of the book.
The chairman of the event was Otumba Gbenga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, represented by Chief John Obafemi.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've known Kabiyesi for a very, very long time. He's my royal father. He's my very, very big friend. And when he's doing a thing like this, apart from the chairman that is supposed to be the chairman of this occasion, I also must be here to come and say, Kabiyesi, congratulations. The book launch of today, although I've not read it, I am sure it's going to make a very meaningful impact in the life of so many.
The chief launcher was Sir Kensington Adebutu, who was represented by Are Kola Oyefeso.
Kabiyesi, Odele asked me to congratulate you for this event that you are putting together your experience on the throne in the last 20 years. And he prayed for you, sir. Kabiyesi, Odele prays for you that by God's grace you'll be around for so many more decades. And your domain shall
witness unremitting development and advancement of the Ikweru citizens and residents alike.
The book, Alakberu, The Crown and the Glory, written by Dr. Ruben Abati, was reviewed by His Majesty Oba Professor Adeyemi Obalalenge, the Olota of Ota in Ogun State.
The author established the similarities in the number of days in Ipebi according to different communities. While it is 3 months or 2 months elsewhere, he noted that the seclusion period takes 19 days, going to the experience of Alakberu Oba Idowu Basido. And he completed the rites on March 15, 2002, while the coronation day and the presentation of staff of office was held on Saturday, March 30th, 2002, at the Christ Apostolic Grammar School ground along the old Ibadan Road, Ikweru. Okay, chapter 5 deals with Ikweru Akeson. The chapter dwells on the historical, social, economic, and political importance of Ikweru land. The author went on to tell us that Ikweru is the most populous town in the Remo region of Ikene local government area of Ogun State, with a current population estimate of about 250,000. He also mentioned how Ikweru has a connection with Awujale of Ijebu, Ekwe, and Oyo.
Can we join us as I say that we are launching this book in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Spirit. Congratulations all. Congratulations. Congratulations.
The program was coordinated by Prince Bola Basibo, son of the Alakberu, who gave the vote of thanks.
And for us as well, walking back and forth, Lagos to Ikweru, frequently to gather resources, to gather information and all of that. But one of the most striking points Dr. makes in this book is how leadership can work by taking advantage of youthful energy. And I think we've seen the result of that, not just today, for the past 2 years. So I think our work today has led to the beginning of very many more. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much. Today is also significant. It's our 36th Akeson Day celebration. So the party is just beginning. Akeson Agbewa, thank you very much, everyone.
Biscon TV also covered the 36th anniversary celebration of Akeson Day of Ikweru people of Ogun State. The chief hosts were the Alakberu Oba Adeleke Idowu Basibo and Governor Dakwa Abiodun of Ogun State, who is a proud indigenous of Ikweru land. The grand event was organized by Ikweru Community Development Association, ICDA. His Royal Highness Oba Lukman Adebambo Salami, the Abi of Idena, was also a co-host of Akeson Day. Sir Kesintin Adebukunla Adebutu, OON, CON, CFR, Baboba, and Balogun of Ikweru land was a special guest of honor at the event. The chairman of Ikene local government area of Ogun State, Honorable Olusegun Ogunleye, was also in attendance at the Akeson Day celebration. The chairman of the event was Mr. Ayo Juroye.
This is a very important historical moment, a cultural and historical importance for the people of Ikweru. And I know that, to put this sort of event together would have cost a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of effort. I want to appreciate the Ikweru Development Association and everybody who has contributed in one way or the other for this event to be successful. As chairman of this occasion, of course, it comes with certain privilege. And so, standing on existing protocol, I want to use this opportunity to make a donation, and I hope that this donation will be able to encourage other people to contribute in one way or the other to the socio-economic development of Ikperu and, of course, Ogun State in general.
The chief launcher of the Akesan Day anniversary celebration was Chief Armstrong Tokwe Akintunde, a young businessman from Ikperu land.
On behalf of our one and only political support group of our Godfather, His Excellency President Abiodun, on behalf of the Abiodun continuity agenda across all the 20 local governments, and on behalf of our political family, I want to donate the sum of 40 million naira.
The chairman of Ikene local government area of Ogun State. Welcome remarks was given by Oluomo Talabi Jamiu, chairman of Akesan Day Planning Committee. There was also a remark by Chief Babajide Oyeti, chairman of Ikperu Development Association, IDA.
To the glory of Almighty God, we are gathered here today to witness the grand finale activities of 36th Akesan Day anniversary. As I surmise in my speech, which I cannot for now read, the activities started on Friday, 28 November, with Muslim prayers and Thanksgiving, which was followed by beauty competition. Along the line before today, many other activities like quiz and debate competition among our schools, free services by our artisans, barbers, hairdressers, and so on, which we all appreciate, free medical services by particular stakeholders. We thank you all.
There were goodwill messages by the Alakberu of Ikperu Remo, Ogun State, Oba Adeleke Idowu Basibo, Honorable Segun Ogunlewe, Chairman, Ikene Local Government Area, Senator Solomon Olamilekun Adeola, and Governor Dokpa Abiodun of Ogun State.
I want to give glory to Almighty God that we are gathered here today to celebrate our grand finale of 2022 Akesan Day celebrations. It's a real opportunity to have the president distinguished personalities through corner of Ogun State in our midst for this type of occasions. I highly welcome you all. I appreciate love and support for our middle governor, Prince Omodapo, Adedapo, Oluwaseun, Abiodun, MFR. I pray the Almighty God to continue to show mercy and favor to every one of us forever in Jesus' name. I'm so happy and overwhelmed with joy at this event that just express our gratitude to you all for your presence, anticipation, support, contribution to our development projects.
Your Excellency, I am happy to witness this all-important occasion in Ikperu land. I'm happy that I was able to make it with His Excellency because we have another very important occasion this morning, and I'm happy we are here on the thick of the occasion. Your Excellency, I know how important this day is to you, and it is on that premise that I'm going to contribute my own widow's mite towards the development of Ikperu land.
Governor Dokpa Abiodun in his remarks congratulated his fellow brothers and sisters from Akesan land on the 36th anniversary and wished them a more fruitful and remarkable year.
I want to congratulate Kabiyesi
all the Ikperu Council of Chiefs, all our banners, the chairman and the committee of this great occasion, the chairman of today, Mr. Yojuroye, the chairman of the Development Association, Mr. Jide Oyeti, and everybody that has contributed to the successful hosting of this event. I want to thank you very much for making it so colorful. Eléyìí tún wá tóbi ju ti ọdún èṣí. Ó dá mi lójú pé nígbà tí a bá péjọ sí ìbàyìí ní November 2023, ńgbà tó ọmọ yín á máa ṣe second term ẹ̀. Abẹ́ẹ̀kọ́
Dàpọ̀ máa bọ́ṣẹ́ lọ, Abíọ́dún máa bọ́ṣẹ́ lọ, iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ máa tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́, ọmọ bàbá bọ́ṣẹ́ lọ.
He also listed a number of the achievements of his administration in different areas and advised all to continue their support for his administration. Biscon Communications congratulates all the people of Ikperu land in Ogun State on the 36th Akesan Day celebration.
Transportation system gbogbo to state ó ti wà intact gbogbo ẹ̀yẹ ènìyàn pa pàpọ̀ ló lè ṣe é.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there then undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
Welcome to Biscon Television Newspaper Review today. I'm Adebisi Elegunde.
And I am Sarah Omolara Abiodun.
And today, January 3rd, 2024, we'll be looking at major headlines from some of the newspapers. And I'll begin with the Punch newspaper. The first headline says, Take the Grace. Federal government shuts 18 foreign varsity campuses. You can find the story on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Beneficiaries protest as banks begin COVID-19 loan recovery on page 22 of the newspaper. CBN bars crypto bank account operators from cash withdrawal on page 2 of the newspaper. Now let's look at this. NNPCL marketers clash over subsidy. Operators peg petrol as 1,200 naira per litre. The rider says marketers oppose federal government on subsidy. NNPCL says fuel importation costs now fully recovered. Dealers insist on 1,200 naira per litre fuel. 112 oil theft cases recorded in 1 week. 5 die in Japanese aircraft collision as earthquake kills 50 on page 8 of the newspaper. Now to Plateau State. Plateau killing similar to Rwanda genocide, says North Central governors on page 9 of the newspaper. Now this is Lagos State. Sanwo-Olu orders arrest of soldiers riding one way. You can find the story on page 5 of the newspaper. And the last headline for today, January 3rd, 2024, on the Punch newspaper. It says, talks ongoing for Kanu's release, says Deputy Speaker, on page 8 of the Punch newspaper.
And here on Nigerian Tribune, Plateau killings. This will be found on page 5. North Central governors plan security cooperation. NBA wants Tinubu to invest in security. Nigerian security architecture needs urgent review, Marx says. JNI wants stakeholders on warnings signal, close IDP camps, restore indigenes to their ancestral homes, Southern Middle Belt leaders tells President on page 3. Suspended NSIPA coordinator Halima Shehu in EFCC custody. This can be found on page 3. Passport application automation to commence January 8th. Federal government. This can be found on page 15. Controversy as PDP NWC declares suspension of Ondo chairman illegal. Page 4. FG extends 2024 Hajj registration till January 31st. Page 15. Adebanjo leads Afenifere leaders on condolence visit to Akeredolu's widow, says Nigerian has lost progressive star. Page 4.
And on the Vanguard newspaper today, January 3rd, 2024, the first headline says, Clark, Adebanjo, Iwayawu, Hogu, Arthur's rights to Tinubu. Killings in Middle Belt threatening Nigeria's existence, on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu's New Year address. No specific strategies to tackle challenges, LCCI. Calls for private sector investment in power transmission. Economy to remain bleak in next 6 months, says NECA. Says fuel subsidy remover. Forex harmonization worsened socio-economic woes. Why 2024 will be challenging for manufacturing sector, says MAN. You can find the story on page 8 of the newspaper. Now we have a picture here of a woman, a US-based Nigerian lawyer and accountant, Chief Owolabi Salis, on a trip to the South Pole Antarctica, which cost about $100,000, and Nigeria currency approximately 125 million recently. You find the story on page 13 of the newspaper. Utide. Controversy over federal government's 50% transport cut. You find the story on page 4 of the Vanguard newspaper. 11 dead. 1 abducted as Boko Haram terrorists invade Chibok communities. Yet again. On page 9 of the newspaper. Federal government suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin Republic. Togo, on page 9 of the newspaper. Now to the world of sports. Pesero may change Indidi. Here natural over injury claims by Disaster, on page 31 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have the columnist Rotimi Fason on page 17, Oko Ahe on page 17 as well, Bumi on page 22, Southeast Voice on page 29.
New Telegraph. Why I was happy when Tinubu increased petrol pump price. This can be found on page 5. No alternative to Nigerians borrowing, Oshoba, says Buhari left empty treasury. Efforts ongoing to release Nnamdi Kalu, says Tinubu interested in Southeast development. Edo 2024, Shaibu apologizes to Oshomole, says it's my turn to be governor. This can be found on page 4. Interior Minister to NIS, married women can travel to Abuja for change of name, says practice absurd, justifies January 8th date for automated passport application process. Page 2. End plateau killings now, North Central Governors tells FG. This can be found on page 2, 3, and 27. NBA. No part of Nigeria should be controlled by bandits in 2024. SMBLF asks FG to resettle displaced communities. Give Tinubu 3 years to end your suffering, Kalu tells Nigerians. Page 2. Chief of Staff, Fubara sacks Wike's man, replaces him with factional speaker. This can be found on page 5. FG suspends accreditation of degree certificates from Benin Republic, Togo. ICPC begins probe of alleged 6-week Cotonou Varsities degree program. This is on page 4 and 5. Japa syndrome. UK stops Nigerian students ordered from bringing dependents. Page 3. Study. Stem cells injection could boost men's sexual lives. Page 7.
Moving forward, I'll be taking the Daily Sun newspaper. I'll be starting with the first headline. PDP sinks deeper over internal wranglings. Party fails to hold neck in 16 months, on page 26 of the Daily Sun newspaper. How I escaped booby traps laid by my predecessor, says Adeleke, on 26 of the newspaper. Be patient with federal government, Be patient with federal government, Kalu charges Nigerians, on page 27 of the newspaper. Government will continue to borrow because past regime left empty treasury, says Oshoba, on page 8 of the newspaper. Only within here says, Southern Middle Belt leaders rise against terrorists. The writer says, Right Tinubu, declare Plateau killings threat to Nigerians' corporate existence. The second writer says, North Central Governors team up to fight bandits. You can find the story on pages 4 and 6 of the Daily Sun newspaper. Moving forward, we have Dangote, Elumelu, Chukuma, Mba, Abiodun, Yahya, Peter Obi, Olu of Warri, Oni of Ife, Azibaola, Pa Adebanjo, Tompolo, Kwara First Lady, Femi Bakri, Ngozi Ezeonu win the Sun Award 2023. Also, Oludare Akonde, Ago, Ifekudo, Uche Oga, Indubisi, Odile, Ebube Ogu, Komolafe, Nwachukwu, Onwulbere, Okafo, Toby Bakre, Umeoji, Olopade, Omeoku, We have a short story on those names, and it can be continued on page 5 of the newspaper. Watch out for reason the award winners were chosen on January 17, 2024. You can find all of this on page 5. We're going to a short break now to come back with the rest of the newspaper. Stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television Newspaper Review, and we're bringing you the rest of the newspaper.
On the nation's newspaper, we have stock market opens with 665 billion naira gain. The story is on page 5. Government withdraws recognition for Benin Republic Togo varsities. The news is on page 28. Why lawmakers Ehi resigned by Fabura. Page 5. It's my turn to be Edo's next governor, says Shaibu. This can be found on page 27. Sanwo-Olu arrests soldier, 3 others for riding against traffic. The story is on page 26. Budget of 63 government-owned enterprises made public. Civil societies, citizens' rights advocates hail action. 17 billion naira cash. EFCC detains Social Investment Scheme coordinator. NSIPA CEO suspended over suspicious movement of cash. Ex-Humanitarian Affairs Minister for interrogation today. 10 billion naira scandal rocks NIPOST restructuring plan. Senate orders the registration of subsidiaries. Probe of shares transfer. BPE defends shares acquired in official names. Right here we have governors lift plateau killings victims with 100 million naira. Story is on page 5. Hajj registration gets January 31st deadline. The story is on page 6. 11 killed in Kwara multiple road crash. Page 26.
And on the Daily Trust newspaper today, January 3rd, 2024, the first headline says, Kanu governor denies exchanging blows, sacking SSG. On page 11 of the Daily Trust newspaper. National Assembly's budget of 344.4 billion naira, higher than 15 federal universities. On page 19. Sudubiri. 1 month after, President awaits compensation. Outcome of committee report. On page 3 of the newspaper. North Central governors to federal government. Identify root cause of plateau killings for lasting peace. The writer says NBA decries intelligence failure. Asks Tinubu to prioritize security. Pandef, Afenifere, Ohanaize. MBF seek end to killings in North. 19 vigilantes, several bandits killed in Kaduna. 12 gunned down as Boko Haram attacks Chibok. You can find the story on pages 4 and 28 of Daily Trust newspaper. Federal government suspend accreditation of degree certificates from Benin, Togo. On page 6 of the newspaper. NARCON extends payments for 2024 Hajj to January 31. On page 5 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Protest rocks Lokoja over epileptic power supply, over billion. On page 9 of the newspaper. And lastly here we have 37 billion naira fraud. Ex-Minister Sadia faces EFCC today. The writer says, suspended NSIPA boss loyalist finger minister. Edu's associate kicks. And the last writer says, EFCC mom on field after raid. On page 7 of the newspaper.
And on the last paper with me here today, this day newspaper, Oshoba, Tinubu met empathy treasury, must borrow to keep Nigeria going in short term. Says President plans to sign executive order to liberalize Naira deposits. Takes swipes at state government for reckless spending. Man, 2024 may not have positive outlook for manufacturing sector. This can be found on page 8 of this day newspaper. Dangote refinery expects 51 million barrels of crude supply tomorrow. Page 5. Obi, LP ready to play a role as Nigeria's main opposition party. Says no to backing down on desire of new Nigeria. APC, PDP casting crude aspersions without justification. The story is on page 7 of this day newspaper. Mark, it's time Tinubu reviewed Nigeria's security architecture. Says Plateau massacre is a wake-up call. Moftuang rallies North Central governors to advance peace, unity for regional development. President must prioritize security, NBA charges. Inauguration of Sam Shonibare Community Development Center. And that's all with me for today.
And lastly with me today for newspaper review on Biscon Television, I'll be taking the Guardian newspaper. I'll start with the first headline. Despite 20 million out-of-school children, 29 states fail to access 68 billion naira Universal Basic Education Fund. You can find the story on page 6 of the newspaper. Federal government sacks NSIP boss, suspends certificates from Benin, Togo varsity. On page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. NIDCOM wants MDAs, embassies of fake diaspora groups. On page 5 of the Guardian newspaper. Confusion as telcos alert subscribers to NIN SIM link irregularities. On page 15 of the Guardian newspaper. And let's look at this. We have divided house. Discordant tunes over validity of minority decision. On page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. Capital importation drops by 36% to $654 million in quarter 3, 2023. On page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Now to Plateau State. End Plateau killings now. North Central governors. MAC tells federal government. On page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Federal government directs MDAs to remit 100% of generated revenue. On page 2 of the newspaper. And lastly today, January 3rd, 2024, the last headline says, Southern Middle Belt leaders petition Tinubu on restructuring. You can find the story on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And so we have come to the end of newspaper review today on Biscon Television. Thank you for staying with us. I am Adebisi Elegunde.
And I am Sarah Omolara Abiodun. Thank you for watching.
See you next time. Bye.
Nigeria, a land blessed with human and natural resources.
Nigeria is naturally endowed with resources. Many are lying there then undiscovered.
Nigeria, a land with a rich ethnic diversity, yet with one destiny. From the north to the south, straight to the east, down to the west, we share a common bond. Why then do we fight ourselves? Why do we kill ourselves? Let's embrace our diversity. Stop the hate. Stop the violence. Together, we can do it. We all dream of a better Nigeria, where lives and properties will be protected. We all dream of a Nigeria where our children will inherit a nation of peace and prosperity. But how can we achieve this dream when all we do is destroy ourselves through civil strife and ethnic carnage? We better live in peace as brothers and sisters. Think about it.
Announcing the arrival of His Royal Majesty, Aronye Odua. Ladies and gentlemen, all the ladies CFR. It's a cacophony of sounds that you hear.
labor of our here respond. Abdul Fatai Otori, and
good evening, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all looking so amazing.
Indeed. You look very amazing yourself, too.
I know.
If you let me, I'll say let's start this with me stealing a kiss.
From who?
You.
Wow. No, sir. Wake up. You are dreaming. It's not going to happen.
Heartbreaker. Your Excellencies, executive governors here present, chairman of occasion, veteran journalists, and politician par excellence, two-time governor of Ogun State, Chief Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, CON, chairman and publisher of the largest selling newspaper in Nigeria, The Sun, Barrister Ogboneya Uzo-Kalu, managing director
of the fourth estate of the realm, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sun Awards 2022.
Indeed, not forgetting our royal fathers,
yes,
esteemed royal fathers. You're all very much welcome.
Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone? Thank you very much.
I must say, the hall is charged already.
Yes, it
you all
is.
look very amazing. It's been 2 decades of hard work, 2 decades of blazing the trail. Ladies and gentlemen,
Publishing Limited, Barrister Ogboneya Kalu, distinguished awardees, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of the Sun Publishing Limited, I welcome you to the Sun Awards 2022. We feel highly honored that you left other things you have to do tonight to be with us. We are most grateful. Tonight, we are celebrating the 20th edition of the Sun Awards. We are celebrating 2 decades of engaging in a serious and exciting process of selecting exceptional Nigerians and honoring them. From 2003 to date, the Sun Awards have become a dominant media event through which people who have contributed immensely to the development of Nigeria are recognized. The Sun Awards graduated from a low-key sole recognition of Man of the Year to the colorful and elaborate multi-award celebration of today. From that humble beginning, as a planted mustard seed, the Sun Awards have grown to an oak tree, becoming bigger every year. This was made possible by the Sun staff who dreamt big and made things happen. Tonight, I pay tribute to my bosses and former managing directors and editors-in-chief who lighted the Sun Award torch, held it firmly, not allowing it to dim, and passing it until it got to our hands. I pay tribute to Mr. Mike Awoyinfa, pioneer managing director and editor-in-chief, who is here. I pay tribute to the late Mr. Dimba Igwe, pioneer deputy managing director, deputy editor-in-chief. I pay tribute to Tony Onyima. I pay tribute to Mr. Eric, Mr. Femi Adesina. I pay tribute to Mr. Eric Osage. I also pay tribute to the founder of the Sun Publishing Limited for providing the platform upon which the candle was lighted. I doff my hat to Mr. Ike Ekoma, who works behind the scene, dealing with the technical aspect of the award as an unsung hero. These are great men who working with all of us, transform a dream to reality. We are here tonight to celebrate 26 Nigerians who have proved that things work in Nigeria. Despite the challenges the country faces, these Nigerians have done a race, kept the faith, and won the diadems. They braved the odds, surmounted obstacles, and snatched success from the jaw of a tiger. By their successes and accomplishments, they told a good Nigerian story to the effect that there are great potentials in the country. We call them pride of the nation. They are pride of the nation because they have done extraordinarily things that benefited the majority in Nigeria. From governance to business, public service to entrepreneurship, hospitality to entertainment, these Nigerians have done well and have given hope for a better Nigeria. Nigerians are doing great things all over the world. Events have shown that many Nigerians in the diaspora are at the top of their careers and dominate their industries. In these places, they are forces to be reckoned with, well respected and sought after because of their invaluable contributions to the society. These are our countrymen and women who are achieving successes in other climes, in such areas as medicine, science, technology, sports, and even the military of other countries. The exceptional achievement of Nigerians in the diaspora and the awardees here tonight who will mount the podium to be honored tell us that Nigerians will always excel in excellent environment. We need such excellent environments here. This is why the coming elections in Nigeria are critical. It is an opportunity for us as a people to elect a leadership which has the capacity to change the trajectory, which will bring about hope, restore confidence, ensure unity and security, entrench transparency, fairness, justice, build strong institutions, and ready to evolve policies and programs that will bring about the best in Nigeria and engender development. Tonight's celebration promises to be thrilling. Ladies and gentlemen, as you relax and celebrate with us, may I invite the chairman, publisher of the Sun Publishing Limited, to join her voice in welcoming you. Thank you very much.
And Excellencies, please permit me to stand on all existing protocols for the sake of time. This is my first year as chairman publisher of the Sun Publishing, and to me, thank you. And to me, the focus of these awards should be excellence. This is a tradition that I hope to maintain and nurture over the years with my team. To celebrate excellence despite the peculiar challenges that we all might be facing. Success is not measured by how much money you make. It is the difference in the lives of others that matters. I say this to say that, like these awards, and as my team have painstakingly sieved through the winners, it is my fervent wish that in voting during the general elections, we pay less attention to the divisive issues and focus more on unifying tendencies and competency, because this is our civic duty. Remember that doing nothing is an action, and the ancestor of an action is a thought. This is the time for us to restore prosperity, our economic well-being. This is the time to promote peace. This is a time to reaffirm that fundamental truth that we are one despite tribe, despite language. So for where there's life, there's hope. It is my hope that we think about our children. It is my hope that we think about the masses who do not have a place at the table. It is my hope that we think about our future. But more importantly, it's my hope that we think about our dear country, Nigeria. To the awardees and the winners, I would say always be introspective, looking inwards always. Doing good and working hard should be a continuum, no matter how hard the terrain might get. I wish us all abundance, happiness, and peace. God bless us all. Before I leave, I would just like to run a video so we all know what the Sun has done and what the Sun is all about and the hard work that my team have put in for the last 20 years. Thank you.
On Saturday made a gargantuan impact. The front page was an exclusive interview with ex-military President General Ibrahim Babangida, conducted by Mike Awoinfa and late Dimbewe. As a sign of its firm establishment, it would add Soccer Star and All Soccer Daily to its stable. The Sun has its corporate head office in Lagos and now with 42 other regional and provincial offices across the country. The Sun is a newspaper of human voices targeted at the middle class. On a daily basis, it captures the unpredictable and unexpected rhythms of life and existence, the daily heartbeat of humanity in lucid and crisp prose. That is why it is called Voice of the Nation. All the newspaper readership surveys carried out in Nigeria in the last 17 years acknowledge the strong presence of the Sun across the 6 regions of the country. The newspaper's brand health is further reinforced with the takeoff of 2 regional printing plants, in addition to the increase in its titles. And so, the mission of the Sun is to practice journalism in the classic tradition of presenting news and features in an exciting style with impact, objectivity, and appeal that generate returns to all stakeholders, the society, investors, and the practitioners. The Sun Publishing Limited is managed by a professionally competent and highly experienced team. The team consists of executive and senior management. www.sunnewsonline.com. This is the fastest growing newspaper website with over 10 million visitors per month. The visitors come from all over the world. Advertisers can take advantage of the huge attraction of visitors to our website by advertising their goods and services. Please contact our marketing department.
The Sun Award is a return to honor Nigerians who have done exceptionally well in their different endeavors.
The Sun Man of the Year Award was initiated in 2003 as our way of rewarding and honoring Nigerians who, despite the challenges we face as a nation, continue to work assiduously and help to inspire hope for a better Nigeria.
On a yearly basis, a panel is constituted where we shortlist and review those that will receive the award. It is usually a rigorous exercise because the award is based on merit and it is unsolicited.
Over the years, the event has grown beyond the trappings of a media event and has gradually emerged as a credible entertainment and networking brand with remarkable improvement in every edition. The award ceremony became a huge national entertainment event. It therefore became imperative to totally rebrand the awards to meet contemporary challenges and needs. Hence, the metamorphosis in 2012 to the Sun Awards. The transformation became necessary because of the need to reward excellence across various sectors of our national life. Having grown in stature and status, it became inevitable to open it up for sponsorship and invite organizations, products, and services to take advantage of this fast burgeoning brand and equity. The Sun newspapers will continue to contribute to the development of Nigeria by recognizing hard work, perseverance, service, and stewardship, thereby remaining the voice of the nation.
The Sun, the voice of the nation.
Location veteran journalist, politician par excellence, His Excellency Chief Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, CON. A resounding round of applause for him, please, as he comes.
Representatives, Kabiyesi, the Imperial Majesty, the Onirisha, Alailuwa, Ojuba, Kadipẹ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, Kabiyesi, ẹ pẹ́ fún wa o. The chairman of Sun Publishing newspaper, my great daughter, I was there at her wedding some few years ago, and I want to welcome you to the profession. This is your first year. You are going to do greater things as you grow older. Thank you. She has said we should stay on existing protocol, so I don't want to commit terrible mistake because there are too many eminent Nigerians present here today. I want to express my appreciation to the management and staff of the Sun Publishing Limited for keeping faith with the arduous task of conferring honors on Nigerians who have done very well. For an organization to follow a painstaking process to select people adjudged to have accomplished something that deserve awards says a lot. It means that such organization like the Sun believes that with great effort, the best will always be found. I commend the Sun for being consistent in giving awards. I have followed this award ceremony and I have attended in the last 20 years. I have attended most of the Sun Award, except during the COVID. And I want to plead with all of us to let us renew our faith in this country. Nigeria is a great country. In spite of our problem, we are still one of the greatest countries in the world. This year, we have the opportunity to lay the foundation for greater Nigeria. It is an election year. This year's election are very, very significant. We are transiting from one government to another. And we must sustain this because since 1999, we have done very well by transiting from civilian to civilian, and we have been able to keep those characters to do their normal job. We have been able to keep the military out. The whole world is looking at us as a nation and as Nigerians. We must strive to fully participate in the exercise to be part of history in electing leaders for the country at all levels. And therefore, urge all of us, let us all, irrespective of our status, be there to be involved and to elect those that we want to govern us at all levels.
Arion Cole. We all must go out and exercise our franchise. Get your PVCs and use your PVCs. Great message from the chairman. We'll move on. It's time now to cut the Sun Awards 20th anniversary cake.
It is not a party, it is not an event until they cut cake.
Indeed, indeed.
Nothing has happened until they cut cake.
What's an event without a cake?
Without cake. You must what? Cut
cake. The cake.
So we're going to what?
Cut the cake. But then again, please, let's quickly set the tone. If you're not part of the names or categories of people that will be called to come up stage to cut the cake, please sit where you are. Make your videos, beautiful videos from wherever you're seated. Do not come up stage. We're trying as much as possible to work with it.
So we would like to proceed as thus. We're going to ask our distinguished guests to please come closer to the cake, gather around. We're going to ask if our publisher would just take hold of the knife, knife. So we're going to ask her to hold on to the knife. She's going to orchestrate this, and everyone else is sort of assisting. So we're going to ask our publisher and MD to just take hold of the knife, please. Hold the knife. Are we holding the knife? And everyone, we're going to ask you to just give support and stretch your hands. We're going to spell sun, S-U-N. So everyone, give me an S.
S.
That wasn't loud enough. Give me an S.
S.
Give me a U.
U.
Give me an N.
N.
What does it spell?
Sun.
Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen?
20 years of touching lives.
20 years. 20 years. So we're going to allow for a few minutes of photo ops very quickly. Click, click, click. Paparazzi. Very quickly. But this might be the only picture you'll get. Get it now. Can we put our hands together for our guests as they go back to their seats, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Good helper.
I told you.
Aww.
Come on, man.
Come with you to win.
Did you hear what the chairman said?
Yes,
the
I did.
The chairman said I was going to kiss his daughter
without paying dowry.
Bride.
Exactly. You have to pay dowry before you, hello. Yeah.
Daddy, I will come and pay twice. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into serious business now. But quickly, we would like to set some house rules before we do that.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we know how events like this can get a tad rowdy, but we're going to maintain high levels, as always, of decency and order. When you come up to receive your award, you will have 1 minute.
That's 60 seconds.
60 seconds. Just do me a favor. Look at your neighbor. Say, neighbor. Say, neighbor, lay. 60 seconds. Say, neighbor. 1 minute. Say, neighbor. They will off your mic. Exactly.
Now, taking it from there, once it's 60 seconds, it leaves our hands. The sound engineers have been instructed to ensure that no person goes beyond 60 seconds. So as soon as it's 60 seconds, your microphone goes off and music takes over. Please bear that in mind. So whatever thank yous you're going to do, please ensure it's within 60 seconds. Thank you very much. On that note, we'll move to the first category of awards. Lifetime Achievement Award. Lifetime Achievement Award, we have...
This award is given to Chief Gabriel Igbinidian, Dr. Chukwemeka Ezife, Alhaji Sinatu Ojikutu, and Alhaji Sule Lamido. Chief Gabriel Igbinidian was born in 1934 in Okada, Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. He is the Esama of Benin Kingdom. As a businessman and philanthropist, he recorded many firsts in Nigeria. In 1968, he established Mid Motors Nigeria Limited, the first indigenous motor assembly plant in Nigeria. In 1983, he established Okada Airline, which was the first privately owned airline in Nigeria. His entry into the aviation industry brought dramatic positive changes to the sector. In 1999, he established the Benedian University Okada, the first private university in the country. His expansive business empire covers petroleum and gas marketing, shipping, haulage, road transport, confectionery and hospitality, radio and television broadcasting, banking, salt manufacturing, crude oil exploration, solid minerals, soft drinks bottling, real estate, fruit and fish farming, and palm oil production, amongst others. The SMA of Benin is a philanthropist par excellence. In 1972, he donated the Okada Grammar School to then government of Bendel State. In 1984, he financed the pipe-borne water scheme in the community. He also built the Okada Village Trado Medical Center. He also set up a trust fund for the best student at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, School of Midwifery, in memory of Okunozi Igbinidian, his late mother. His bravery became known at the age of 33 when he killed an elephant during a hunting expedition. Chief Gabriel Igbinidian, 88, is blessed with successful children, including Lucky Igbinidian, a former governor of Edo State.
Another winner, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezife, the Third Republic Governor of Anambra State, was born in Ibuku, Anambra State on November 20, 1939. He rose from an apprentice trader to a PhD holder. Though he did not attend a conventional secondary school, he obtained a bachelor's degree in economics from the University College Ibadan, now University of Ibadan. He proceeded to the Harvard University on a Rockefeller Foundation scholarship and went ahead to obtain a master's degree and then a PhD. Ezife, who was at the time a headmaster of a primary school, became a lecturer at Makerere University College, Kampala, Uganda. He also became a teaching fellow at Harvard University and a consultant with Otto D. Little in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He joined the Federal Civil Service as an administrative officer and rose to the position of permanent secretary. Ezife became governor of Anambra State on January 2, 1992, on the platform of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, barely 4 months after the creation of the state on August 27, 1991. As a governor, he launched the Think Home initiative that encouraged wealthy sons and daughters of Anambra origin to invest in the state. He also transferred ownership of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University and the Federal Polytechnic Oko to the federal government. Since leaving public office, Ezife has remained active as a mentor and an activist in defense of democracy and good governance. Another recipient, Alhaja Sinatu Aderoju Ojikutu, was Deputy Governor of Lagos State from January 2, 1992 to November 11, 1993. After her secondary education at Our Lady of Apostles Secondary School, Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State, and Ilesha Grammar School, she studied economics at the University of Lagos as well as finance and business management at the Long Island University in New York, United States. In the banking industry, Alhaja Ojikutu became the first female executive director, Nigerian Bank of Commerce and Industry. She had also served as secretary to the Lagos State Transport Corporation. She cut her teeth in politics in 1991 when she was nominated as running mate to Sir Michael Otedola and then governorship candidate of the National Republican Convention in Lagos State. It was a time when women were not being considered for such political position. They won the election and she became the first elected female deputy governor of Lagos. Since leaving office, Ojikutu has remained active in advocating women's rights and mentoring young women. She had also served at the Federal Character Commission, contributing to national development.
Sule Lamido, described variously as a man who has seen it all, a statesman, seasoned politician, astute administrator and the former governor of Jigawa State. Born on August 30, 1948 in Bamaina Breninkudu local government area of Jigawa State, northwest Nigeria. Alhaji Lamido began his journey in politics when he joined the left of the Center People's Redemption Party PRP in the Second Republic. From there, he became the National Secretary of the Social Democratic Party during the short-lived Third Republic. During the late General Sani Abacha's transition to civil rule program, he was a founding member of the Social Progressive Party, where he later became the National Secretary. Like a few other national figures who opposed what they believed to be a repressive military regime, he was imprisoned in 1998 for standing against General Abacha's plot to perpetuate himself in office. He later joined the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs in June 1999 by President Olusegun Obasanjo. Between 2007 and 2015, he was Governor of Jigawa State. He was one of the 2019 presidential aspirants of PDP. For all these achievements and contributions to national development, these four, Chief Gabriel Ibenidian, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezife, Alhaja Sinatu Ojikutu, and Sule Lamido, are winners of the Sun Lifetime Achievement Award 2022.
Combined, we'll have just one person speak on behalf of the awardees or the recipients, and for this, Professor Chukwuemeka Ezefe, former Governor of Anambra State, will be speaking on behalf of the awardees. So please. May the awardees also begin to step forward, please.
First recipient. We're going to ask all of the recipients to step forward. Paparazzi, mind how you're talking to our fathers and mothers here. Don't tell them dress fraud. Say step forward, sir. So the first award goes to Sir Gabriel Ibenidian, the Isama of Benin. He's not here. Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? His Excellency Professor Chukwuemeka Ezife, former Governor of Anambra State.
Honorable Bright Ibenidian is representing his father.
Next up, yes, Professor Ezife, you're doing two things tonight, sorry. Next up is Her Excellency Alhaja Sinatu Ojikutu, the former Deputy Governor, Lagos State. Can we put our hands together for her? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Lifetime Achievement Awards.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Alhaji Sule Lamido, former Governor of Jigawa State, is he here, please? Thank you very much. I think that will be all, since he's not here. Yes, please.
Yes,
let's
since he's not here. So I'm going to hand the microphone over.
Photo session together. Photo session together, please. Thank you.
Stand in front of all of you, especially the special Nigeria, the Oni of Ife. Can we clap for that man? I have only 1 minute. Our God, the Almighty, has shown us the light and the way. Our prayer is that He directs us to the right way to get salvation and freedom. There will be no interim government. There will be election as scheduled. And the result of the election is predictable. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we're giving Banker of the Year.
Industrial sector. An adept investment banker, Peter is known to have structured project finance for major institutions, especially in the oil, gas and power sectors, and participated in many innovative transactions in the Nigerian capital market. Under his watch, BOI has promoted financial inclusion by supporting the expansion of over 3 million enterprises, thereby creating over 7 million jobs. He also led the BOI's successful foray into the international market, where he has raised more than $4 billion in the last 4 years. A 1982 economic graduate from the University of Ibadan and a master's degree holder in international management from the American Graduate School of International Management, Olukayode Piton's leadership of BOI has transformed Nigeria's industrial sector by providing long-term financing and counter-cyclical loans diversified across industries such as agro-processing, gender businesses, and renewable energy, amongst others. A fellow of several professional organizations, including Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Olukayode Piton is the Sun Banker of the Year 2022.
To observe the protocols. I want to thank the Sun newspapers for this award. I want to thank the President for nominating me as the MD CEO of Bank of Industry. And I want to thank all my colleagues and all the former MDs and management staff of Bank of Industry who had made it possible for us to be winning awards like this. Thank you very much and God bless.
We're going to give an award for Industrialist of the Year. Industrialist of the Year.
Festus Mbisiogu and Lady Ada Chukwudozie receives this award. Mr. Festus Uzoma Mbisiogu is an accomplished industrialist and businessman with a vast experience in international trade. He is President, Blue Diamond Logistics and Chief Executive Officer, Shanghai Engineering Works Limited, with business interest cutting across China, United States, Vietnam, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, and Nigeria. His early journey into the business world saw him become the representative of global manufacturing and logistic companies in China and Nigeria, from where he founded Uzotex International Nigeria Limited, Blue Diamond Limited, and Shanghai Engineering Works Limited, contributing immensely to the country's economy through job creation. To bridge the gap between manufacturers in China and buyers in Nigeria, he launched his Blue Diamond Logistics into operations in Dubai for United Arab Emirates to act as a middleman between importers in Nigeria and manufacturers in China. His partnership with China Airport and Railway Construction Company Limited has led to the establishment of factories in Lagos and Imo State, where high-quality PVC pipes, aluminium roofing sheets, PVC ceiling, armored and ordinary metal doors, among others, are manufactured. He is currently establishing a bonded terminal in Lagos. He is an outstanding industrialist.
Another industrialist, Lady Ada Chukwudozie of Dozie Group of Companies, is an active driver of Dozie Group, a conglomerate of over 14 companies. Born in Ezinifite in Agwata, Anambra State, Lady Chukwudozie is married to Dr. Daniel Chukwudozie, OON, chairman of Dozie Group. After studying chemical engineering at the Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, Enugu, she earned other academic qualifications, including a postgraduate diploma in business administration from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Oka, diploma in law from Lagos State Language, Chinese Cultural University, Tapai, and diploma in Chinese language from Tapai Language Institute, Taiwan. She holds an honorary doctorate from European American University and has undergone several cutting-edge trainings in management, entrepreneurship, international trading, and oil and gas in and outside Nigeria. An alumnus of the Lagos Business School and a fellow of the Institute of Directors of Nigeria, IOD. She is the chairman, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, in Southeast, made up of over 150 companies in Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states. Lady Chukwudozie, whose managerial acumen has contributed to the successes of Dozie Group's industrial subsector, is also the publisher of Vogue Afrique, an event, fashion, and lifestyle magazine. For their outstanding performance in the sector, Festus Mbisiogo and Lady Ada Chukwudozie are winners of the Sun Industrialist of the Year Award 2022.
Invite Lady Ada Chukwudozie, who's the Group Executive Director, Dozie Group. Can we please put our hands together for her as she comes? Each recipient is allowed to have 4 people, only
Please,
4 people.
not more than 4 persons to accompany the recipient. Just 4, please. Just 4 persons, please. Thank you. Thank you.
The first award will be presented, as they say, ladies first. So Lady Ada Chukwudozie, Group Executive Director, Dozie Group. We need to give, can we please present the awards to our presenter? Members of the press, please be aware that you are blocking our dignitaries, so please.
Quickly, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Can the award be presented to Chief Audu Ogbe to present? Yes, ladies. We have 2 recipients, just 2, only 2. So we're going to ask our recipients to please step forward into the lights just so that our pictures can be better. I'd like to ask the ushers to please come around and present to the presenter.
Please, let's ensure that as much as possible we have pleaded that not more than 4 persons come with the recipients. After this, we will not allow it, please. So that we don't have any issues in front of the stage, please ensure that only 4 persons accompany you. Thank you very much. Can we have the presentation done? Thank you.
We're going to have 1 minute for click, 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 click. Camera time, and then next up,
Congratulations. The next, please.
Mr. Festus Mbisiogo will come.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Mr. Festus Mbisiogo, you're up next. Thank you. Ushers, can we have the awards? Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for them as they take their seats? Put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Paparazzi.
Thank you very much, please.
We're going to give
Excellencies and their First Ladies, the paramount ruler of the Yoruba Kingdom, His Imperial Majesty, Oni Adeyeye Babatunde Ogunwusi, Ojaja II, Kábíyèsí, I appreciate you. Thank you for finding time to be with us. The management and staff of Sun Publishing Limited, my dearest husband, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I now beg to stand on existing protocol. I feel so blessed. I feel so humbled. I feel so honored to be receiving this award. That I'm so happy that Sun deemed me fit and worthy to be the recipient of this very prestigious Industrialist of the Year 2022 award. I give all the glory to God Almighty.
Congratulations.
I want to dedicate this award to my very beloved husband who has given me the wing to fly. Without him, I will not be here. Thank you, friends, well-wishers that are here to celebrate with us. Thank you, son. Good evening. Thank
Congratulations.
you, everyone. Thank you.
I want to appreciate God for this very award and also thank Sun Publishing Company for considering me worthy for this award. I also want to recognize the efforts of my lovely wife for her encouragement towards my business. And I have important three persons to appreciate. What we are celebrating today, God used them as an instrumentalist. That is Chief Awudo Obe, Ambassador Ella, and the governor of Benue State when he was the Minister for Trade and Investment 2011. They visited China and pleaded for Nigerians in diaspora to think home. I yielded to that very call, and that is what we are celebrating today. I want to thank them so very much, and I want to dedicate this award to my lovely wife and to my staff, especially those drivers that are always driving throughout the night, conveying finished product to different parts of the country. May God bless them all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. You may take your seats.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congrats and thank you even to Supporters Club.
Would like to reiterate the house rules so that we don't come here and feel some type of way. Please, you're entitled to 60 seconds. Next award is for Investor of the Year.
Dr. John Kennedy Opara OFR, JP, studied at the University of Calabar and University of Jos for his first and second degrees, respectively. He also earned a PhD in applied microbiology from the University of Jos. He equally attended Harvard University and Stanford University, USA, as well as Oxford University, UK, Columbia University, New York, USA, and Cambridge University, London, United Kingdom. Besides serving as aides to 4 successive presidents in Nigeria, he was pioneer Executive Secretary of Nigerian Christian Pilgrim Commission Presidency from 2008 to 2016. In 2014, the federal government of Nigeria honored him the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR, in appreciation for his numerous achievements. Today, he is the chairman and CEO of CSS Group of Companies, majoring in agriculture, construction, food processing and packaging, aviation, and renewable energy. Under his watch, CSS Farms has successfully implemented the 7 P's business model of integrated farming, where each unit serves as raw material for the next unit by assessing the potential, planning, planting, producing, processing, packaging, and protecting. In the last 2 decades, Opera has demonstrated remarkable investment strides in both human and capital resources. He has trained and mentored over 400 employees and now champions the training and transfer of succinct Israeli-inspired agricultural skills to thousands of youths and others from different states of the Federation at the International Skills Acquisition Center at CSS Farms. He has one of the largest mechanized farms in the country, dealing big in rice, cassava, maize, soybean, vegetable farming, poultry, fishery, and cattle rearing. His farm has rice mill, fruit, flour, and gari processing and packaging plants. For his exceptional investment in agriculture and food security initiative, Dr. Opara is winner of the Sun Investor of the Year Award 2022.
International conference speaker and an astute entrepreneur who has gained international recognition for his passion for people and global impact initiatives. He is considered as one of Nigeria's most enterprising individuals and has provided jobs and training for over 7,000 young people in Nigeria and beyond. Dr. Stanley Uzochukwu, born on 30th July 1984 in Calabar, Nigeria, is a Nigerian-based business magnate, investor, and people developer. He is a graduate of the University of Jos and was awarded an honorary doctorate degree in business, arts, and technology by the Commonwealth University, United Kingdom in 2018. He has won several other prestigious awards like the Forbes African Achievers Awards for his relentless effort towards youth empowerment and job creation as a strategy for poverty alleviation in Nigeria. With a very notable Stanley World in Awka, Anambra State, housing an ultra-modern gas station, having a fully automated calibrated metering system, a super luxury mart, a 5,000-seat capacity event dome, an international restaurant brand, Fast Chow, and gigantic multi-billion-dollar Anambra industrial layout in Ozubulu, with a presence of over 10 factories doing backward integrations and massive high-end production of several products like PET bottles, nylons, fruit juices, to mention a few. Dr. Stanley Uzochukwu has made very significant investment in his home state. He was recently honored by his state governor with a prestigious state award of the Commander of Anambra, COA. He is currently serving as the youngest member of the governing council of the prestigious Igbinedion University, Okada, Nigeria's first private university. He is also on the board of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Unizik Business School, as well as the Golden Tulip Hotel. He is set to commission a 5-star super luxury styled hotel in Victoria Island, Lagos, called The Dell. Already reputed by many to be the Harrods of Africa, The Dell is redefining the hospitality industry at a global scale and is estimated to create over 700 competitive job opportunities. Love and compassion are part of Dr. Stanley Uzochukwu's intricate nature. Every year, he hosts over 2,000 widows and orphans across Nigeria as Stanel Group's corporate social responsibility. Through this multi-billionaire venture, he has given out houses, cars, and has empowered the less privileged and physically challenged in the society. Dr. Stanley is the convener of Access More with Stanel, an annual youth empowerment program in partnership with Africa's largest bank, Access Bank. The program hosts over 3,000 youths from across the country yearly. Through Access More with Stanel, young entrepreneurs across Nigeria receive both mentorship and funding to scale their businesses. His passion for impact, job creation, and youth development is second to none.
For his exploits in strategic investments, Stanley Uzochukwu is today being conferred with the prestigious Sun Investor of the Year Award 2022.
Can we put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen?
On behalf of the Sun, I present this prestigious award of the Investor of the Year 2022. This is Tanel. This is for Dr. Stanley Uzochukwu, Chairman, Stanley Group Limited. Is the winner of the Sun Investor of the Year 2022. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. Quickly pose for your photographs. Thank you. You can all join now. You can all join now. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may step down now.
Thank you.
60 seconds.
Your Excellencies, please permit me to stand on already existing protocol. Life is not all about income, but impact. Life is not in the duration, but in the donation. I would like to dedicate this award to my senior friend and mentor that I met several years ago. And I talked to him about a business venture that I wanted to start up. After speaking to him, I asked him to introduce me to a bank. And rather than introducing me to a bank, he credited 150 million naira to me. Dr. Cosmos Maduka of Koscharis Group. I want to appreciate you for believing in my vision and investing in me. And today, by the mercies of God, I'm receiving this award. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor John Kennedy, you're entitled to 4 persons. 4. Security, please ensure. 4. Thank you. Professor John Kennedy, Okwara, Chairman, CSS Group of Companies. 4 persons.
On behalf of the Sun Publishing Company, I present Professor John Kennedy Obara, Chairman, CSS Group Limited, the Sun Investor of the Year 2022 Award. Congratulations.
We're going to ask you to step forward for your picture. If your wife would like to join you.
In addition. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
We're going to ask you to stand with your wife and just take a picture. We're going to ask everyone else to please step back for once.
Your Excellencies, on behalf of Professor John Kennedy Opera, we thank the management and staff of the Sun newspaper for this humble award. Our prayer is that the sun will continue to shine brightly and make our land fertile. As farmers in CSS, Integrated Farm, we believe that our farmers are heroes. Without the farmers, most of the products that we're eating here today will not be there.
Thank you.
So we thank the Sun newspaper, and we are dedicating this award to all the farmers and the staff and management of CSS Group of Companies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just by way of announcements, I'm going to ask that all of our VIPs, as we are doing for every form of refreshments whatsoever, please, VIPs, we're going to ask you to please.
The next award, Entrepreneur of the Year.
Barrister Ngozi Ekoma and Chief Benjamin Igwe wins this award. Chief Benjamin Igwe, Chairman CEO of Otoshek Oil and Gas Limited, is a major contributor to Nigeria's value chain. Hundreds of Nigerians depend on his business for successes. Igwe's Otoshek Oil and Gas Limited has a rich history of manufacturing and distributing high-quality automotive and industrial lubricants at competitive prices. He contributes immensely to the economic growth of the country, with a business network running into billions of naira. In 14 years, he has grown his company to a leading brand in the Nigerian lubricant industry, with its first-rate automotive range of gasoline and diesel engine oil. Incorporated in 2008, Otoshek manufactures and distributes high-quality oils, greases and other specialty car care products. In addition to local regulation, Otoshek adheres to German standards. Its formulation blends complies to international best practices. Igwe's business acumen and can-do spirit attest to the success story that Otoshek has become. Today, his company is a leader in the two auto lubricants industry, having continued to weather the harsh economic realities in the country. An employer of close to 500 Nigerians, Igwe is passionate about uplifting others.
The second winner, Barrister Mrs. Ngozi Ekoma, Group Managing Director, Nepal Group of Companies and Managing Director, CEO of Nepal Energies Limited, a leading integrated downstream midstream companies with interest in procurement, warehousing, transportation and distribution, retailing and sale of petroleum products across Nigeria. An astute entrepreneur, she controls multi-billion naira enterprises that add real value to the country's economy. Barrister Ekoma is also a board member of several other companies: Quest Shipping Limited, Sotis Logistics, M-Line Nigeria Limited, Genesis Electricity Limited, South Globe Limited, and Nepal Upstream, among others. A notable entrepreneur and wealth creator, her company, Nepal Energies, employs about 1,000 Nigerians with businesses in West Africa for over 1.5 decades. Barrister Ekoma's business interests span oil and gas, agriculture, manufacturing, power, money market, shipping and logistics. Nepal also owns vessels for seamless, efficient marine operations, over 80 trucks for effective onshore and location deliveries, in addition to over 50 retail petrol stations across the country, utilizing innovative technology across all the downstream and midstream supply. She's a lawyer and Harvard-trained, member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. Apart from business, she has proved to be a woman of human kindness, giving succor to the less privileged through Pa Anyaso Foundation. Barrister Ngozi Ekoma and Chief Benjamin Igwe are winners of the Sun Entrepreneur of the Year Award 2022.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Sun newspapers, I present this award to Barrister Mrs. Ngozi Ekoma. Congratulations, Madam.
So we'll have our recipient step forward and give her a speech of appreciation. We're going to ask just the recipient to step forward. Everybody else, could you please step back? Thank you. We're going to ask everyone to please step back. Let just the recipient be in front. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have your 60-second speech quickly. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Standing on all existing protocol, I would like to thank God Almighty for the grace of being the recipient of this award. I would like to thank the Sun Publishing. It was totally unexpected. I want to thank my husband for allowing me to inconvenience him. Sometimes he will say, I don't know whether you're a man or a woman. Thank you so much. And this award, I would like to dedicate this award to all the management and staff of Nepal Oil and Gas, Nepal Energies now. All your hard work, this is for you. You did this. Thank you so much. And I would like to say to all the women, all the girls that are aspiring, just keep doing the right thing. Stay focused. Stay resilient. And I assure you, one day, Sun will call you.
Thank you.
God bless you. Congratulations.
Up next, we're going to call on Chief Benjamin Igwe, Chairman, Autoshek Oil and Gas Limited, to receive his award.
Alongside 4 persons, just
We're going to ask the recipient to please step forward with the presenter very quickly. Recipient alone and his wife, yes.
On behalf of the Sun, I present this award to you. Congratulations. Well done. We are proud of you.
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Let's have your 60-second speech. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to say a very big thank to God Almighty, whom by His grace I'm able to stand before you this evening. Also, a very big thanks to the board and the management of Sun newspaper for giving me this honor. I so much appreciate you. Also, my thanks go to the stars of Autoshek Oil and Gas, and also my bank, the Bank of Keystone. These people are wonderful people. They are always there whenever I call them. You can try them if you doubt me.
Thank you very much.
Also, my thanks go to my beautiful wife, who is always in support of my business. All the time, he is on her knee, praying God for the success of Autoshek.
Thank you very much.
I also want to thank my friends.
I'm ready for forever. Everybody got to know you.
Baby, you don't know, say me, I be there plan to marry. Don't be holiday too, I already know I go wife you. If you like, you go there tender, you go there tender, you go there tender. If I start to the heart, if I start to the top, you go put them back. If you like, you go get fire, you go get fire, oh, you go get fire, yeah. If I start to the core, you go bring fire. She dey hard to find, she dey hard, oh. You know what, see I'm for the hot nowhere. She dey hard to find, she dey hard, oh.
She get up for body, she get up for body, say happy birthday to you. All right.
Okay, let's go.
We would not restrict the governors who are recipients, but please, at least a decent number of persons to come with you on stage. And of course, limited time to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, first recipient, Dr. Okezie Ikpeazu, Governor, Abia State. His Excellency. His Excellency, Governor of Abia State. Congratulations.
We're asking you to please bear with us, Your Excellencies. Because of time, we're going to have to cut the citations real short because we are short of time and the evening is already very much far spent.
We have a sizable number on stage now, so please remain where you are after now. Remain where you are. Security, please ensure.
We don't want the stage to become a security hazard, so please.
Can we please step behind for the presentation to be done, please?
We would like our guests of the recipient to please step back and let the recipients and the presenters come forward for pictures. Thank you for your cooperation. It is greatly appreciated. We'd like to ask
It's indeed a great honor to present this award, courtesy the Sun Voice of the Nation, the Sun Awards 2022, to the Governor of the Year, presented to His Excellency Dr. Okezie Ikpeazu, Governor, Abia State. Please, a resounding round of applause for him now. I'm not satisfied. Please give him a resounding round of applause. Congratulations.
we would like our recipients to get an opportunity to respond to his award.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please let me rely on the layers of recognitions established and to say a very thank you to the management of Sun Newspapers for providing this wonderful platform. I feel inspired, I feel honored. This award I will dedicate to the memory of my brother, my friend, and my compatriot, Professor Eliezer Ikone, who departed on the 25th of this month, and to say to him wherever he is today that to keep the fire aglow, and to say to him also, though his own sun has dimmed, but the sun is on my roof today, and the sun will come to the roof of all of us someday. May it be so in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, sir, for
Thank
keeping
you, sir.
it short and simple.
So we're going to ask. Okay, looks like it's everyone. No?
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you very much. We're going to ask our presenters to please remain on stage.
Our
We're gonna
presenters,
ask our
please.
presenters
Our
to please
presenters to remain on stage.
We're going to ask
Oba,
KBAC to please come back.
Oba Adeyeye, please. Back on
You're
stage.
not done, sir.
Back on stage. You have two more to present.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Alhaji Umaru Fintiri, the governor of Adamawa State. Can we put our hands together him as he comes?
The Sun Award 2022 goes to the Governor of the Year, presented to His Excellency Alhaji Amadu Umaru Fintiri, Governor Adamawa State. Please give him a round of applause. He's here with us in the spirit.
Thank you very much.
So we'd like to ask
Thank
the
you very
recipients
much.
alone.
Thank you very much. Yes, recipient can take his pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, next to receive Governor of the Year Award, Senator Doye Diri, Governor of Bayelsa State. Security, ensure we do not have any more persons. Thank you.
Wow, another privilege for me to present the Sun Award 2022 for the Governor of the Year, presented to His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, Governor of Bayelsa State. Please. It seems we are the only ones celebrating him here. Please join us to give him a resounding round of applause, please. You cannot stop. Clap more, clap more. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for them one more time, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you very much.
as they take their seats?
Thank you. On behalf of a grateful state, we want to appreciate the Sun newspapers, management, and the staff. And I'd like to also appreciate the various arms of government, the legislative arm of government, the judiciary, who has worked in synergy with the executive arm of government that has brought this award to Bayelsa State. But most importantly, I'd like to dedicate this award to the very resilient people of Bayelsa State who in 2022 had an unprecedented flood and were able to overcome it. And so I dedicate this award to the people and the government of the state. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it will expedite the process.
Thank you very much. Please let's return to our seats. I can't believe you said that.
Therein spanning over 3 decades in the oil and gas exploration sector, he rose from the shadows and steered the corporation, which had been a sick baby of the federal government, from its state of seeming hopelessness into a future of possibility and hope. As a transformational leader, he confronted the situation in the company with greater vision, a finer spirit of hope, and forthright fortitude, and transformed the entity that had operated at a loss for 44 years to a private profit-making outfit. Management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right things. In his style of administration, Kyari combines both, adopting a can-do approach in dealing with the challenging situation he has found himself. He has written his name in the sands of time for this great accomplishment. Though still in its infancy, the corporation declared its first profit in over 44 years of its existence under Kyari's watch. The GCOO is fighting oil theft and is succeeding, by so doing, increasing Nigeria's production capacity to over 1 million barrels per day. In recognition of this milestone achievement, Kyari is the winner of the Sun Man of the Year 2022.
Okay, please come up at this time to present the award.
Congratulations for a very good job for this country. May God continue to bless you and the NNPC. Thank you very much. And keep peace.
I'm presenting the Sun Awards 2022 Man of the Year. We're presenting this to Malam Melek Kyari, Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC.
Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? So we'll ask the recipients and the presenters to please take the picture. 1 minute, 1 minute, click, click, click. And then we'll ask the others. Press, click, click, click. Let's do it quickly. Expedite, expedite. Are we good? Okay. One more picture as they go down on the steps.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, the Royal Father.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, pray for Tinubu's administration. Uzodinma urges Khan. Protests rock Abuja over threats of demolition without compensation or resettlement. In business news, NNPCL marketers clash over subsidy. Operators peg petrol at 1,200 naira per litre. On the foreign scene, twin blasts near Iran General Qasem Soleiman's tomb kill 50. And in the weather sport, Yusuf called up as injury forces Ndidi out of Nigerian squad. Now the news in full. Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has called on members of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, to commit President Bola Tinubu's administration in prayers. Ozodinma made the appeal at the Secretariat of CAN in Owerri during the flag-off ceremony for the distribution of rice to the 5 southeast states on Tuesday. The governor thanked God for his mercies that made it possible for the people to overcome the challenges of 2023, noting that 2024 will be a lot better for all. He recalled that on May 29, 2023, President Tinubu introduced some reforms meant to recover the economy and reduce hardship in the country, strengthen the naira, grow the economy, create jobs for the unemployed, and generally make Nigeria great again. The governor, who expressed the president's commitment to ensuring the well-being of the people, emphasized the significance of providing relief and other support to citizens, particularly during the festive season. He explained that of the truckloads of rice that came to flag off the distribution, neither came from the state nor federal government. Rather, these are personal donations from President Tinubu to Christians as gifts to the southeast. Now, residents of Zidu village off Airport Road in Abuja today took to the streets to protest against the planned demolition of the homes by the Federal Housing Authority, FHA. The Federal Housing Authority had earlier announced plans to demolish over 1,500 homes in Zidu village and its surrounding areas. The residents say the action does not include providing compensation or resettling them. According to them, the Federal Housing Authority's unilateral decision blatantly violates constitutional rights, disregards their welfare as citizens, and tarnishes Nigeria's global reputation. They called on the Federal Housing Authority to halt the plans and engage in fair negotiations for compensation and resettlement, as initially promised. Speaking on behalf of the residents, Apostle Prosper E. Eremosele, Chairman Zidu All Property Owners Association, called on President Bola Tinubu to compel the Federal Housing Authority to compensate them. Away from that, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has faulted the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoridi Lagbaja's statement on his disapproval for citizens to bear arms. Falana noted that it's incorrect to say Nigerians have no right to bear arms. His comment came following coordinated attacks on Plateau State during the Yuletide by assailants. But Falana reacted to the statement of the Army Chief in an interview with newsmen on Wednesday. However, Falana called for caution regarding what the Constitution mandates when it comes to self-defense. Recall that Falana's support for the right to bear arms by citizens comes as several lawmakers and governors have also appealed to the federal government to allow its people to protect themselves from incursions by bandits and terror groups. In another story, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, is set to question former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Omar Farouk, over an alleged 37 billion naira fraud. Omar Farouk served under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The former minister was asked to appear before interrogators at the EFCC headquarters, Jabi, Abuja, on Wednesday, January 3, 2024, to explain the alleged fraud. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to business news. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and fuel marketers under the aegis of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria on Tuesday clashed again over the removal of subsidy on petrol. This came against the backdrop of the depreciation of the naira against the United States dollar at both the official investors and exporters window and the parallel markets. On Tuesday, the local currency closed at 998 naira to a dollar at the official market, while it traded at 1,225 naira to a dollar at the black market. The Chief Executive Officer of Financial Derivatives Company, Bismarck Rwani, had during a live television program on Sunday explained that fuel subsidy was not removed but reduced. Similarly, oil marketers told newsmen on Tuesday that subsidy on petrol was increasing considering the crash of the naira against the United States dollar and the cost of crude